Welcome, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and we are on a verdict watch, folks. Verdict watch. Now, I am going to pull up the stream because usually the judge still has to bring them into court, yada, yada, yada. We are already looking actually at Fanny the Fan, interestingly enough. Let me get that up on the screen for you guys. Verdict watch here. Hello, welcome, everybody. Good morning. Get rid of that stupid chat. Ridiculous people saying ridiculous things. Although I have noticed that there are quite a few people in these chats being like, guilty, actually guilty. And so I'm actually surprised at how many are in those chats. And they're not you guys because they're different names, right? So it's funny. Yeah, you, Missy, how you feeling? Yeah, I'm talking to you. You better be in bed. Yes, my matching earbuds, my earbuds are blue, but my shadow is in memory of John because blue is the color that we wear in memory of John. And so I did a smoky eye blue today, and I wore a shirt that says "Have the day you deserve" because I feel like today's a good day for Karen to have the day that she freaking absolutely deserves. And so I was like, hey, today is a good day for wearing the shirt that says "Have the day you deserve." So I felt like, yeah, we're going to put that one on. Yes, deliberation usually starts at 9, but it's weird that we're already in the court. So I'm a little suspicious as to what is going on in that atmosphere, considering normally we're not there that early. So, oh, I got to shut that off. Give me 1 second. I forgot something. Hold on. Good me forgetting things. All right. Got it. Okay. I'm not sure if there is anyone outside. So it says "Have the day you deserve." It's very colorful. Okay. This is my verdict watch shirt for today. You guys will notice a lot of my shirts are black because it matches everything. You, me too, my friend. I have not even gotten to that yet. Not even gotten to coffee yet. Imagine that. I am not sure if what's going on outside the court right now. I have not checked. So their verdict watch is on an hour and 40, looks like 5 minutes. Let's see. $45, 46. This is on an hour 46. Well, they already talked about the verdict form and the judge said no. So I don't think that's it. I'm not sure that that's it because the judge already said no to that. So I'm guessing that they just want to get started early, that they want. Well, that changed about a couple days ago. I'd say four or so. It's verdict watch. I expect there to be way more people out there in their pink shirts, running around like maniacs, making a mockery of the justice system and the trial of someone who has passed away. Because that's what they do, you know? Okay, good. Well, that's the thing, is John has support all over the world. We don't have to stand outside the court to show that support. Most people have other things that they have to do, kids, things of that nature. So we support John from all over the world, and it doesn't necessarily need to be outside of the court. The family knows that we support them. They appreciate it. They see it. Okay. They watch. The witnesses, they watch. They know that you guys support them. They see your comments. So, you know, I think you don't have to be standing directly outside that courthouse, because I feel like I went there last year. I went there, and it was because they pushed the boundaries when they went to where the families were waiting for a verdict in a private place that they had rented, and these people went down there to harass them, of course, and that was over the line. It was over the line. So many of us that night said, "You know what? We're going down there. We're going down there." And we did. Um, it wasn't necessarily just to be outside the courthouse. It was more because they stepped over a line when they harassed the family. You're over that line when you show up to where they're waiting for a verdict. There's something seriously wrong with that. And so I saw the nonsense that's outside that courthouse. It's a travesty, is what it is. And nobody deserves their life to be made a mockery or a circus of like that. And I think a lot of us feel like going down there is doing just that. We want to support the family. We want to support John, but we don't want to make this any harder for the family than it already is. And by being outside screaming and yelling, it just doesn't feel like the right thing to do. It's one thing to protest against these people, and there's another to be there the entire trial. We can support from anywhere around the world. You know, that's another thing. The jury could hear them. We don't want to contribute to that. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know when they shrunk said buffer zone, because the buffer zone was the same. So, but I do know that the state police are supposed to be out there, as far as I know. The Dedham police are supposed to be out there, as far as I know, and any screaming like that will be dealt with. It shouldn't be. That's the problem. It shouldn't be. You know. So let's hope so, Daniel. Let's hope so. Yeah, that's what they expect. Upsetty spaghetti. They're gonna maybe cry in their breadsticks. I don't know. I know. How could you not find her guilty on at least OUI manslaughter or leaving the scene? Those are some of the charges. So I don't know. I have a good feeling about the verdict. Me? Eh. Same shit, different toilet. Let's put it that way. Same shit, different toilet, my friend. I'm dealing, you know? I'm dealing. Hey, Holly. Oh, I can't. This is just so disheartening. Disheartening, really. It's gross, really. If you feel like you need to, we don't feel like we need to find the jury bus and scream justice for John. We feel like that evidence spoke exactly the way it needed to, you know? That would, you know, many think it would be straight OUI, no manslaughter attached. They did add that, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I just don't. I see movement. Hold on. The camera's moving. Let me unmute it. I see movement. I highly doubt it would be OUI, no manslaughter. That's just like a cult talking point. I highly, highly doubt that. Uh-oh. See? But you did, Willow. And that's what's important, is letting them know that the noise and crap that they hear on social media isn't serious, right? Wiggle it just a little bit. You guys always give me on with the songs. I can't help it. That depends on which ones they find her guilty on, Emma, because there's lesser included charges. So they could pick lesser includeds. They could, you know what I mean? It is dangerous. And I'm sure they do, because they've just been fed bullshit for as long as they can remember, right? For as long as they can remember, it's been straight BS. So, hi.
What do you think? Verdict watch. Is there already some problems going on so far?
I don't know. I mean, they're outside the courthouse. We expected that. That's something we expect no matter
Well,
what, I feel like.
they gotta have their tailgate parties and stuff like that. You know what? Don't you
Yeah.
have a tailgate party in a murder trial? I mean, why
Yeah,
not?
no.
You know, why not
Right.
you? Why don't we just have like a tailgate party, maybe a barbecue? You know, just
Get the
complete
grill
disrespect.
out. Get the grill out, you know?
Yeah, get the TV out. Morning, everyone. But yeah, it's just the usual clown show of people. It's like, a lot of these people have, just sitting out there, and it's going to be kind of interesting to see what happens like a year from now after this is all over, or 2 years from now.
Yeah.
It's going to be like they'll probably be at Koberger's trial, be like, he's innocent. He's being
Oh,
framed
they
by
will
the
be.
cartel.
It's everyone. Everybody's corrupt. It's the whole
It's
thing.
everyone. you
Yeah.
know it's not that the fact is that Karen Reed hit him with a car, and the interesting thing is, I was just thinking about this morning, that both medical examiners agree that no fight occurred, no physical altercation
Yes.
occurred.
Yep.
So this is what you had to think about. You have to think about basically the dog jumping on him, in their own words, and biting and clawing him, and then his head falls back. That's their theory. And if that's the case, and if that actually happened, why wouldn't the Alberts be like, oh shit, John was attacked by a dog in our house, call the police, get him medical help, and worst case scenario, you'll get sued in a civil court, which you probably will win in a defense, because you can always claim the guy came in drunk, and you can mitigate your damages by a lot, and you have homeowners insurance. And number two is the fact is what the dog gets put down. I
Right.
mean, would you ever try to cover up the death of an officer, or would you rather just deal with,
Put the
okay, you
dog down.
put the dog down and fight a civil case if they bring it, and your
Yeah.
homeowner's insurance will actually cover it and pay for your lawyers and everything.
Which, think about it. John was friends with these people. If the dog bit him, I highly doubt he'd be like, and that civil suit's coming. Like,
Yeah, and also you would have a defense, in your civil suit. You'd be like, listen, he came in drunk. You can always make an argument that, the dog got excited or something like that. That's why it doesn't quite make sense now. Like the news story now is that, literally he just got clawed and bit by a dog, and then with no jaw or saliva, and then he fell backwards, and they all said, okay, we're gonna put this guy in the front yard and let him die. We're not gonna call
yeah.
the ambulance. It's just
I
not.
mean, the pizza shop is Chris Albert's pizza shop. It's D&E. And I know Chris Albert, and he's a great person. His family are decent humans. And, Chris has done a lot for the community. So this shit pisses me off, because it's like Chris would give the shirt off of his back to anyone who needed it. And this, like, you guys don't even know him. You were told by a blogger that he is bad. He wasn't even in the house that night. So what reason do you have, other than him being a select board member, to sit outside of his pizza shop?
Well,
What
what's interesting is they even
what
gave
reason?
Lucky a job and actually
He
helped
did.
Lucky out. And this shows you,
For
like,
many years, many, many years.
no good deed goes unpunished. Let's just say that much.
Nope, sure don't.
You
Like, and
know,
that's, I mean, I believe me, I've been kicked in the balls a couple times for doing good deeds for people. It happens.
hmm
But you
Me
know,
too.
yeah, it doesn't change who I am. It doesn't change people that I want to help. Unfortunately, some people just want to take advantage. It's the nature of shitty people, and you can't change that. Um, but
Yeah,
it's sad. It's sad
yeah,
nonetheless.
yeah. Matt Timpanic's video was pretty good. I can't explain either, but basically, the defense he basically my understanding is that the defense fumbled in the first trial on how to put the lesser included, and they
They're the
made
ones who wanted it changed.
yeah, so they
They
fucked up.
demanded it be changed. And they wanted the same thing this time. Let's remember that. They wanted the same thing this time. They wanted the lesser included, and they wanted not guilty next to each one.
Mhm. I mean,
Like,
yeah, I mean, I just think the behavior of these people are, outside are very, like, weird. This is a murder trial, and it's supposed to be taken seriously because an officer has lost his life. And even if you believed in the conspiracy, you would still take it seriously. But these people, they're just the weirdos, unfortunately, that just come in and either grift or stuff like that. Honestly, I'd be ashamed if I was acting like this outside a courtroom, to be honest with you.
You know,
But
4,000 views isn't bad, at least for a channel like me. 4,000 views is not bad. If you have, so for instance, I have 2,300 and whatever subscribers. My videos get about 1,500 views. That's pretty good for such a small channel, you know.
well,
4,000 views isn't bad on it. And I think he just made this video, right? But this
yeah.
is what I've been explaining for so long, which is you don't have to believe she did it on purpose, right? That's not part of it. Just that she backed up drunk.
Well, I mean,
speed. That's it.
I just think Matt is like, honestly, should just keep on cranking out the videos, try to do a video a day, or like like not a video a day, but like probably like 3 videos a week on YouTube and build it up. Live streaming is probably not for him. If I was him, I would do like the CRR lawyer, which, I disagree with him in the Karen Ray case, but he does good videos on, cases. He also still practices. I think if you're still practicing attorney, I don't think you can actually do live streams. I think you can make videos, but I don't think you can sit on for 3-4 hours if you have a job. You know what I mean? No offense. Lawyers are very busy
I'm
people.
disabled, so I'm home, and also I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I'm home anyway.
Yeah,
so.
but I'm talking about like a full, like an attorney that has like 50
I mean, if I was still working at the prison, there's no chance that I would be able to do live streams. I'd have to do long form videos when I had time. There's no chance I'd be able to do live streams. But because I'm home, disabled, a single mom, and have a kid that has a terminal illness, I have no choice but to be home anyway. So I have the time when I'm home, and it works for my schedule, and it works for the medical. So I can always duck out whenever I need. And so it's perfect.
Now, let's say she gets off on these charges. Let's say what she gets off. Do you think the state's going to try to bring like, witness intimidation and try to go at her again for that? Because they did initially try that and it got a no true bill. Do you think they build up another case against her for that?
I don't think they need to build up because I think they have a case ready to go.
Okay. And what do you think of lawyers? Like, do you think the lawyers are going to get sanctions after this? Like, I think they might get sanctions, to be honest with you.
Yes,
I don't think Mr. Alessi will get sanctions. I do think Jackson and Yannetti will. And that's my opinion. I think Alessi just came in late. And I don't think he, you know what I mean?
But he's part of the defense team. And as the judge said, one of you does it, all of you know about it.
Yeah, but
it works.
Yeah. But definitely a circus show for sure. So.
She's screwed just for being around Jackson. She's been here the entire time. So she's screwed just by.
Yeah, she's been quiet. She's been so quiet, like
hasn't done anything. What did they have her do in this trial? They just gave all her spots to Alessi.
Well, I think they let Nick Rocco cut her hair. That was what happened. And that's
Karen Reeded. All right, that whole bang situation. She got Karen Reeded. All right.
Karen's like, listen, I don't want any prettier people on my panel on the side. You better make her look uglier than me. Okay, we'll give her bangs.
They reversed on that haircut.
But I just think like when I was re-listening to Jackson's opening, it's a good opening, but closing. It's a good closing, but the problem is that if you think about it really closely on the evidence, you look at the medical examiners, both medical examiners say there was no evidence of a fight, including their own defense medical examiner. The only thing they just, one says they're not sure if it's an accident. They just basically can only say that he fell in the back of his head and stuff like that. And also a lot of people keep on claiming that, you have to have broken bones and fractures if you get hit by a car. That's not true. I've seen many. Oh, okay. You were saying something?
Thank you. Yeah, I was saying thank you to Ren. Thank you, Ren. She sends $20. Thank you, Ren. I appreciate that.
I've seen many car accidents. You could get soft tissue injuries. Your disc gets, moved a little bit. I've seen people hit pedestrian knockdown cases that happens. They don't get broken bones all the time. Any person that's seen civil actions and car accidents would tell you that 100% of the time. You know what I mean? So I just think like a lot of these people, especially if you're hit in the back, sides, you're tapped in the back with a car. I just think like that's the situation, and both agreed. And what's interestingly enough is the defendant, medical inspector, agreed that it was a hard impact that threw him. So unless the dog is going at 20 miles an hour and pushing him down, that's not likely to happen.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, well, John's right. I met John outside the courthouse last year, during when we came for the counter protest for the family, and they were like they were haggling him, screaming at him, harassing him. They were already doing that back then, and they don't understand. They don't understand the weight of any of it, none of it.
Well, I mean, most of these people are just there just because they want to be part of a group of people, and you know, the mob often does terrible things. It's just an unfortunate situation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning, alternates. So I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their heads.
Bullshit.
Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
All righty. My guess is if Peggy and Paul aren't there right now, it's because they don't need to be. They probably are at the hall down the street, which they probably, again, let's start that clock back up real quick.
Yeah, I suspect that, you know, I don't think there's going to be a verdict today, personally, but it could be. And if it does come in, it'll probably be in the afternoon. I think probably today will be like more the lines of the jury just kind of doing like a little vote who thinks what, and then going through the evidence. And then probably Tuesday morning will be the verdict.
They're just going to sit there? They're not going to get up, walk out? They're not going to... No?
Who? The jury?
No, I'm confused here.
Okay.
What?
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if you have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay. Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Ms. Giannetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good. All right.
I swear to God, I would hate to have to deal with like the fucking Karen Reid defense every single time. It's like last minute fucking filings. I would want to fucking strangle these people.
Me too. Literally would want to strangle them.
I'd be like, can you please stop giving me fucking new files every last goddamn minute?
They're already in deliberations, dude.
Yeah, like we're in the second day, like literally the second day of deliberations. Can you please
They already
stop?
have the sheets. What are you gonna do? Go in, take the sheets away, and be like, here's some other ones. The defense made some mistakes. There you go. Like, what? If I'm the judge, I'm like, no, they already have them. Sorry. F off.
But yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, the reason why they don't go home is because these people are weirdos. They've dressed up like John O'Keefe in Halloween parties. They've sold merchandise of taillights as earrings. They've had parties. They've had barbecues. This is like really a cult behavior. And anyone that disagrees with them, they try to dox and fuck with in real life. And it's like, it's very weird because you know what? I mean, like I have people that disagree with me in this case. And you know, I talk to on Discord. You don't see them trying to dox me or get into a gigantic fight. It's like, oh well, I think she's innocent. Okay, it's just like, what do you base that on? Oh, this. Okay, I disagree, and then you just keep on moving. And then there's always because that's what true crime is usually is where you usually have a disagreement in the case, and you argue the facts, and then you move on. You're like, okay, well, I think they're guilty. Oh, I think they're innocent. I think there's going to be a hung jury, and you move on like an adult. But these people just seem like they see you as enemy number one if anyone disagrees with them, and which is very cult-like behavior. Like Matt Tipanek gets his Twitter hacked, and he gets all these people shitting on, attacking him when he has an opinion opposite of him. And it's like, guys, not everyone's going to agree with you in the world. I'm sorry that you think that way, but that's not true crime. If you're interested in true crime or interested in any sort of sector in YouTube, there's always going to be people that are going to disagree with you.
Opposing sides, right?
Yeah. And you could debate them on the facts you like, but the facts are like, you got to be an adult.
Well, you can't say, oh, la, 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 those, no, there's no facts, there's no evidence. I don't like the pieces that are there.
Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? There's people that, it's just like, it's very cult behavior when you sit there and you start, attacking, going after people's real life and these personal insults and stuff like that. It's like, guys, it's just weird. Very weird.
That's the thing. Can you go home and wait for a verdict like everyone else on planet Earth?
Well, I mean, you would think you would have a job, like most of these people would have jobs, but they take off or something shit like that.
That's the thing. Most of my viewers are at work with the things in their ears. That's why they're not. Now, some people can be in chat and some people can't. And I have a ton of viewers that literally just put their headphones in and listen while they're at work. Like, they're trying to find out what's going on while still working. They can't stand outside of the courthouse. Sorry.
Yeah, which is like, I wish we could sit like there was like a Social Security fraud expert out there going out there and be like, okay,
right.
Just you claim that you have back problems. Why are you doing jumping jacks with pom-poms in the middle of the street? I think we could save like millions of dollars if we sent one of the people from Social Security out there to check them all out. Oh, you said you just disclaim them all. I swear to God, that's what I feel like they should do.
All y'all getting Social Security. I don't even get Social Security, and I'm disabled, so there's that.
Yeah, like I feel like there's a lot of fraud going on when you basically, you're able to do pom-poms in the middle of the fucking street and do all this stuff, and if you're still not working, okay, sir, there's McDonald's open. You can work there. You know what I mean?
You could go there.
If you could stand outside of a courthouse all day, I'm still not a crazy person. You know what the problem is that I wouldn't want to stand outside in a courtroom all day. I would want to do other things. Like, at the end of the day, like, this is, I hate to tell people, but if this verdict goes innocent, I'm going to move on with my life. I'm probably just going to follow some other things here and there, but that's how the cookie crumbles. A case, either guilty or innocent, I'm still going to keep on moving. I'm not going to fucking freak the fuck out. It's just how it is.
Freak is right. I'm pretty sure Freak is right that Tom lost his disability because of this stuff.
Yes. Because number one, he was making okay money. I mean, with his super chats. And number two, it's the dumbest thing he did. I mean, the guy he doesn't quite understand that, like, a guy like that is going to drop, like I've seen.
If you're carrying these giant thing, you know what I mean? You're carrying this heavy, heavy flag and signs, you can't say that you're physically disabled. That's physically disabled now, does it? There's no chance that I could carry those things around like
that. I mean, I just think like a lot of these people are weird. But you always see them. You always see weirdos on cases like that. You see them like in the Quentin Simon case, Kylie Rodney. You see them in, Koberger case. There's still people, on that one. That's going to be a clown show for sure.
Oh my God. I want to cover that just because I was really into like that case when it first came about, but I'm like, oh, it's going to be such a headache.
Well, I mean, like, I think it's a good case to follow because it's interesting because it's apparently like the same, the experts are going to kind of go against their own opinions in the past. And it's a kind of an interesting thing. Personally, I'm kind of
no sense. How do you go against your own opinion and actually get up there? You're going to look like a fool.
Well, we saw that. We saw that with
we did.
Case.
We did, but I still can't believe it.
I mean, and basically, what's amazing is that the state has been paying for the lawyers and the expert witnesses. So basically, for 2 years, the state has been paying for the defense for $250 an hour, and these lawyers have been working 40 hours a week. Imagine that for 2 years. I mean, like, Jesus Christ, these people have you probably paid a lot of money.
Pretty penny.
Well, and then they're paying for the experts too. So that's just the amazing thing. I'm sitting here, I'm like, wow, like the crazy for the Culberry case.
Yeah, the fact that he blamed Caitlin Albert was probably the craziest thing I've ever heard. Like, she works in mass health fraud, not Social Security fraud. And even if a case like that came about, she'd have to say, like, I know that person, I can't. So that, like, how do you blame Caitlin Albert for that?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people don't realize that when you self-snitch by filming yourself doing things that will get you in trouble, that is usually the situation that happens.
Yeah.
You're self-snitching by going live stream, running around, doing shit. Then even kicking, I think he kicked JR.
Yeah, I remember that.
JLR. He
I said,
kicked him.
that's assault, sir, for the man that literally claims assault for getting like shouldered in a group of people in a crowd. You get bumped by a shoulder while you're trying to push your way through, and that's assault. But you kicking someone isn't assault. Come on, stop it.
Oh yeah, Jay says Turd Boy said telling the FKR crowd not to talk to Netflix because they'll sound crazy. Yeah, well, that's what happens. I mean, what the fact is that I think usually Netflix and stuff like that, they go into the middle because they don't want to get sued to oblivion because they don't want
That's
to have
exactly
another.
it.
Yeah,
Never making a murderer.
yeah, or like Baby Reindeer, they got baby something like what is it, Baby Reindeer with like the woman got sued.
Yeah.
She
Yep.
sued because of that, so they have to be very careful. Also, I believe Murdoch's son sued as well.
He
Netflix.
did. I don't know how that worked out, but he did. Yeah. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's even still worked out yet.
Because they were claiming that he had something to do with the death of I think a guy who died on the side of the road, trying to
Yeah.
insinuate some sort of gay relationship or something like that.
Or anything. They were insinuating he had something to do with it. The family thinks he had something to do with it.
So
that's
like Netflix has to be very careful with this type of thing. So I wouldn't be shocked if like Netflix basically does like in the middle type of deal, like like Karen Reed could be innocent, but these are the facts against her, so they can avoid. And I think like it'll be like it'll be like that. But
it's insanity to me. Like, go home and wait like everyone else and see what happens. Then move on with your life. It's not
well, this is their
rocket
life.
science. Oh, that's true.
This is their life. They're like if Karen Reed goes to jail, these people are gonna have a conniption fit. They're gonna be like, oh my god.
Oh,
They're gonna be
yeah,
crying on the streets. It'll be just like the first election night of Trump when you saw that lady scream like no, be just like that. They'll be crying on the
so
streets.
dramatic. It's so dramatic. Like,
no.
Okay, if you don't like it, cool. You don't have to like it, but like, is the necessary of screaming no? Like, is that totally necessary? I mean,
Actually,
is that a little unhinged?
the one people that would probably be celebrating behind the scenes are the content creators. We'd be like, yes, another year of appeals. We're gonna make so much money.
That's exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be like, yes, it continues.
It continues. Karen Reed's appeal. Corruption. Year worth long of content. You know what I mean? Like that will. They'll be happy as pigs and shit.
Oh,
if she gets convicted.
Absolutely.
Because you can milk it even more for longer periods of time. It's all about milking it with some of these people. They don't really have an honest opinion. And also, they're afraid of their audience. Like they're not honest with their audience. A lot of them, because if they were honest, they would be like, they would call things how they see it. They would explain the timeline, be like, oh, well, it doesn't quite make sense. I mean, could you do a Bodie defense? Yeah, I think that but. I mean, and they would have to say Jackson made a mistake about pushing a third-party culprit because it doesn't make sense, and that they would have to point out that Jackson by not calling Proctor, didn't give the jury enough reason to believe that Proctor was planting evidence or was over, you know what I mean? They didn't really do anything,
There's nothing that exists like that, None.
Yeah.
And it's like, Jesse's right. I mean, we're talking about people who will type a lot of crap on the internet, but they have no actual oomph when it comes to in person.
Yeah.
It's a lot of this finger push-ups, lots of finger push-ups with these people. It's amazing to me. The basement of a pizza place. Yeah. Well, that, hey, there's a lot of crazy theories out there about a lot. He deleted it. No freaking way.
What, the whole Turtle Boy thing?
He deleted the thing where he told them not to talk to the Netflix people because they'd sound crazy. Well, you do sound crazy.
I mean, the funny
Hello.
thing is, like Turtle Boy is actually right with that. I mean, he's absolutely right because if you go to a murder trial and you're dressing up like these weird characters and stuff like that, you're gonna look weird because normal people. Because you got to realize Netflix and ID are watched by normies, by people that don't go on YouTube that much, don't know anything about true crime, and
Yep.
they see this crazy shit and they'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" Because they're sitting, you know what I mean, like, and then they'll be like, oh, "Wow, this is some crazy stuff," and
Well, what was
that's
the court TV poll? I didn't see the court TV poll. I
let me
don't usually
guess,
pay attention to those because they're
acquittal,
usually, yeah, they're usually
acquittal.
skewed towards like, oh, she's not guilty because it's all the same FDR
Well,
people getting on them.
unfortunately, a lot of people who would vote for acquit or think that she's framed really don't know all the facts of the case, and then most of them just know like a couple of snippets from a docu-series or something like that. And the facts are that they just don't. And it's the same thing with a lot of other innocent fraud cases that the lie spreads across the world while the truth just hasn't even started taking a step out of the house. And
Right.
that's why a lot of those people who vote in court TV just don't really quite understand. And if they only watch court TV, you would think that like Karen Reed's been framed and all this stuff. But the truth of the matter is that it's a woman that has some sort of influence and money and was able to basically buy herself a hung jury the first time around. And
Well, that's
also,
exactly what kind of happened, right? Is
yeah,
you bought yourself a hung jury. You didn't even buy yourself your freedom at that point. You bought yourself a hung jury. Okay.
it's not surprising to me, like rich people buying themselves innocent. Do you remember that some guy like the millionaire landowner in Manhattan who dressed up like a woman and killed his neighbor and cut him up into
Oh
pieces?
yeah. Yep. I remember that one. That was
I mean,
crazy.
he was caught dead to rights and he got off because he had a good attorney and lots of money.
Yep.
I
That's
mean, they
right.
literally caught him chopping up someone into pieces, his next door neighbor, and he
Well,
got
that's
off.
that. That's why you got to be leery of your
I
neighbors,
think it's
folks.
Dirks or something like that. But the facts are like rich people. It's if you have enough money and enough attorneys, that buys you a lot more opportunities to get off. And that's just how it's an unfortunate situation. That scale that you see in the Lady Justice is holding is how much money you could put in the way to your
Pretty
side.
much. Pretty much. I mean, that's basically what it is hey, how much money can you
Durst,
tilt
yeah,
the scale? How can you tilt the scale? Durst. Yeah, that's right. Fred
yeah,
Durst, right? Wasn't his name Fred Durst too?
yeah. And but he had other murders that he was accused of, like his
Other
friend,
ones. Yep.
his wife. You know what I mean? Like the guy is like, how many
Gonna
people did he
gonna probably
suddenly?
kill again.
You know what I mean?
I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that guy.
And then he was stalking, I think, his brother or something like that. It's just the guy's a fucking weirdo, and he
Weirdo.
got
Yeah.
so.
But that's the thing, right? Those people exist everywhere, folks, and that's why you have to be hyper vigilant, pay attention. Fred Durst was someone's neighbor. Karen Reed is
Well,
someone's neighbor. Like, there are those people everywhere.
yeah, I just think like most likely with this type of case, we'll see what happens. I think like if she gets convicted, there'll be immediate appeals, and that will go on for the next couple of years. If she gets and she'll probably get 5 to 10 years if she gets like the max.
Yeah.
If she gets acquitted, she'll be doing the victory laps. Everyone will be happy, and then they'll talk about a civil suit and all this stuff, and that will be the content. And I think the state will try to build a case to go after her for witness intimidation and stuff like that.
I can't believe he's worth that much money.
Well,
$100 million.
because his family owns Manhattan properties, multiple
So
Manhattan skyrock. Like there's
crazy to me.
so because you have to realize, like in the early, like this is something with Trump as well. Well, in the early like 80s, 90s, and shit like 80s,
Yeah.
Manhattan buildings, people didn't really want them a lot of times because it was such a huge crime problem and the taxes were like fucking ridiculous. So
Yep.
they would give you huge tax credits just to get these buildings. And a lot of these guys, they buy them and a while back, and the prices just increased drastically. They're worth a
Yeah,
lot
a
of money.
lot. that's the thing. They're worth a ton of money. A ton
You know
of
what?
money.
I mean, Trump was smart enough to go into it, and also his father had connections
I
with
think
the
his
mayor.
father too bought like a bunch of those properties.
Well,
didn't he?
his father was more Trump's father was more into like projects, like rental properties in like Coney Island and stuff like that. And his father was kind of against the whole idea of the Manhattan properties, but Trump went into it, and that's where
I actually just asked myself the same thing. What is wrong with the verdict clock? It's wrong.
I don't know. I think the verdict clock is wrong, like a lot of things in this case sometimes.
163. That would be two. Like what? What? That'd be 2 hours, 3 minutes. Like what is happening?
Yeah, I try not to discuss anything with a lot of these like people in the Karen cult because they don't really. I mean, you talk to them and they're like, you talk about the facts of the case and they're like butt dials and
Yeah.
solo,
Solo cups.
and it's like you're hitting a button with these people that just to say things and they don't actually think to themselves. Like if you try to walk them through their theory of the case, they'll just go back to butt dials and I'm
Yep.
like, okay, and I wish I could sit down with them and say, listen. With all this evidence, you believe Karen Reed's innocent. Why do you use less evidence to accuse other people of being guilty? Like, does that even make sense?
It doesn't make sense. And that's the whole point, which is if you guys are screaming, oh, she's innocent, there's no evidence when there's like a boatload of it. You have zero, and I mean zero evidence that shows anybody else committed said crime. And you have no problem blaming dozens of people for some vast conspiracy, including I have been included in this vast conspiracy. I kid you not.
It happens.
Like, make that check on the list, okay?
It happens a lot. I was accused in the Dylan Rounds case of planning with other YouTubers the murder of Dylan Rounds via a game called Farm Simulator, and because I was in the chat watching a live stream of my friend.
Cannot. That's so
and
funny
and
to me.
and I was in the chat, and some reason I was accused of we were planning the murder of Dylan Rounds using Farm Simulator on a live stream. I am not even joking. I was confronted with that on a live stream. I was like, "Are you serious?"
So absurd. Like the person that's coming out of your mouth, and you don't stop and go, that kind of sounds crazy. Like,
I'm not even joking. It's like you see that sometimes.
hilarious.
Yeah, whenever you're like actually defend like against the mob, they always try to attach you to like a weird series of events in the case. It's fucking weird.
It is.
But yeah,
like you told Hank Brennan to go after the turtle. No, I don't need to tell Hank Brennan anything. The turtle goes after himself. So he does all that for everyone.
Yeah. I think the problem with Turtle Boy is that I think like if you sat him down and you shut off the camera and you talk to him, he'd be like, yeah, Karen Reed's guilty. The crowd out there is batshit crazy, but I just milk them for the money. And that would be the truth.
He won't say she's guilty privately, but he says all the rest. The people that watch him are ugly, fat, gross, middle-aged people who just give him money.
I mean, that's the
truth. Wait until all that stuff comes out in his trial. I want to see what they do.
You know what? I think this trial is going to be very interesting because it's going to set precedents. You know what I mean? Like, I wish, you can't let people get away with what Karen Reed and Turtle Boy did. What they did was purposely poison the jury pool and send a mob of people after witnesses. If this continues, and you're never going to have an actual fair trial when it comes to a high-profile case, it's going to be ridiculous.
This is what's going to happen every single time. Every single time. Yeah, so we started at an hour and 46 minutes and 6 seconds and add on 21 minutes, 32 seconds to that. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we're at an hour and 2 hours and seven minutes. Yeah.
I just think like the major problem is like that's to me that actually annoys me more. It's not that she, her defense does this, tries to get her off. It's the fact that they use social media to basically intimidate and attack witnesses. And I think that is a huge attack on our criminal justice system. I think that is actually a huge affront, and it could spread like a disease through all of the court systems. And what's going to happen is that eventually the court systems are going to lock it down. They're going to be like, okay, nothing gets released. Basically no TV cameras in the courtroom. And basically we're going to have, 100 feet away from the courthouse, because
Well,
the
that's
facts,
it.
I mean, look at
And they didn't like that, remember? Like, they tried to fight that tooth and nail, okay? Tooth and nail. They did not like that
yeah. I
at
mean,
all.
would it be fine if, like, me and Twisted got a mob of people, and before Lucky testified, we came over there and said, "Listen, you better not say anything, or we're gonna fucking blackmail you, motherfucker."
Right?
Or we went up to the witnesses and we started intimidating them, and we went, and no, that would be a crime. That's criminal activity. That is like what mobsters do, and it's so against the criminal justice system, because it's supposed to be fair for both sides. It's supposed to allow the person not to be attacked on both sides. Karen Reed has a right for a fair trial, just like the witnesses have. So
let's watch a little bit of what Matt's saying about the verdict form.
Okay.
They go home, they sleep on it, and then they come back and they're like, "How do you feel now?" And usually they're like, "I'm still in the same place I was yesterday. Guilty, 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 or not guilty." But after that, if we go into past day 3, then again, we're in hung jury territory.
Yep.
And then at best, it's a compromise verdict. But after Tuesday, it's unlikely you're going to get an acquittal. So if an acquittal is to happen, most likely, probably 75% chance, it needs to happen before lunch or early afternoon at the latest. After that, I just think people are not going to, the jury is like, well, there's too much evidence. The first time, yes, the understanding is they didn't have her phone evidence the first time with the jury, grand jury for witness intimidation, but we go back and get it.
They have it now.
The problem with the grand jury is that if you go and you don't have everything for the same charges, double jeopardy actually attaches in a grand jury. It ends. So if you've ever seen the show Defending Jacob, where they're doing like it's like an overarching grand jury.
Good call, B. Tim. We're gonna rewind this real quick.
Second degree murder. The choices are number 1, not guilty, or number 2, guilty. Very straightforward. There's no issue. It's either yes or no. It's either guilty or not guilty. Page 2 is where it gets complicated, because there's a lot of lesser included offenses. So, because Judge Cannoni, and this is a personal preference, Judge Cannoni is a defense attorney, former public defender, so she always puts not guilty first, when it really shouldn't be at the top of the page, because it kind of confuses the jury. But as you know, the second charge is motor vehicle manslaughter. That's the most serious offense. If the jury finds that charge has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you check that box. But that's not the only charge on that page. There are also what's called lesser included offenses. Lesser included offenses have very similar elements. So if you can only convict for one of those offenses on the second page, you can, since motor vehicle manslaughter or murder 2 have different elements, you can both convict the same, you can acquit the same, or you can convict one and acquit on the other. That's important to understand, because people are thinking, well, motor vehicle manslaughter, it's also a death. It's like, no, there are different elements, 2 separate charges. What happens on one doesn't necessarily need to happen on the other. So what you can only do on page 2, you can only check one charge. So one number. So it's 1 through 5, not guilty, guilty of motor vehicle manslaughter, guilty of involuntary manslaughter, guilty of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence, and misdemeanor OUI. So of those 5 numbers, only one box can be checked. Only one. Because it's the 3 lesser includeds are lesser includeds of motor vehicle manslaughter. You can't be convicted of motor vehicle manslaughter and also misdemeanor OUI. There's only one thing you can check. So this is where a lot of the people, so I posted about this on Saturday, right before my daughter woke up. I actually thought about bringing her onto the show, but I think she wanted to get her diaper changed or go see mommy or something like that.
Aww.
Or just be held by me without a camera.
So cute.
So when you are, so there's a lot of discussion online. It's like, oh, wow, what about this? Like, yeah, misdemeanor OUI is a possibility. So this is where it gets interesting. So the jury could find her guilty of motor vehicle manslaughter. That's it. End of, they could check box 2, over. They could check not guilty, over. Or they could check box 3, involuntary manslaughter. There's only one. There's 5 options, 5 numbers. You only get to check one, and then like was 0.08 or higher. So that's a possibility, or it's just impairment to be able to prove whether the individual was under the influence of alcohol. So that's where it gets interesting, because in the first trial, as far as I could see, I was shown the verdict form. There is no misdemeanor OUI in the first trial. So that's where it got interesting, and people picked up on this over the weekend. Because content creators and supporters of the defendant wanted to get to have that moment on the courthouse steps. Vindication. I'm a victim of a cover-up. Thank you for the jury. This, that, and the other thing. So now, that could have happened in the first trial. If they had put that misdemeanor OUI in there, it's possible that the parties, not knowing what it actually truly meant, the juror members, might have been like, well, she was drunk. I don't know if she hit him, but she was certainly drunk. We could all agree to that. They could have been like, yep. And if they were actually truly decided 12-0 on charges 1 and 3, they could have been not guilty, not guilty. The case would have been done. She would have got misdemeanor OUI, and there would have been no retrial. And a lot of people are now, these content creators looked it up. It's like, oh my God, Massachusetts OUI laws are tough. Like, yeah, it's not a slap on the wrist. It would be certainly a lot less than getting convicted of second-degree murder, which is mandatory life, or motor vehicle manslaughter.
That's right.
That's punishable by a minimum mandatory of 5 years. So let's just go through page 2 real quickly. If she is convicted of motor vehicle manslaughter as charged, it's a minimum mandatory 5 years in prison, punished by up to 20 years in prison. My guess is if she were convicted of that, Judge Canoni would give 10 to 15. So it's not like you do 3 years on that. No, Massachusetts doesn't work that way. If it's 10 to 15, you serve a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 15. So 10 years is when you're eligible for parole. Same with murder 2. You are, there's life with the possibility of parole. And the way Massachusetts sees it is they see a life sentence as 30 years, and you're eligible for parole in half that time. So after 15 years, the defendant would be eligible for parole if she were to be convicted of second-degree murder. And now, as to involuntary manslaughter, that's where the jury might kind of have issues, because involuntary manslaughter is more of a lesser included of murder 2. Motor vehicle manslaughter technically fits, but it might have been better on page 1. But I don't know if they would go involuntary manslaughter, just simply because if you either believe that she did it or there's no collision, I think you'd have to, by sheer common sense, convict of something more serious. So then it comes to what I think is the charge that the jury is going to be looking at. I believe it's number 4, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence. So this is the final charge, the lowest offense the defendant could be convicted of, with them determining that there is a collision and that Karen Reed's vehicle collided with Officer O'Keefe and caused his death. Not saying she intended to do it, not saying she created a reckless environment, none of that. Her car hit him, he died. She was drunk. That's it. That's all that's needed for motor vehicle manslaughter. Motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence. But that charge has teeth. That's a minimum mandatory of 2.5 years to up to 15. And again, Judge Canoni is well within her rights to give the same sentence she'd give on a motor vehicle manslaughter, 10 to 15. So that's kind of that second page. The jury is going to have a real hard time getting past. And then, of course, the final charge is just misdemeanor OUI. And I remember David Yannetti seeking the lesser included offenses. And this one is one that wasn't there last time. So now it's part of this case, because I think the Commonwealth is like, if we can't get anything better than misdemeanor OUI with as perfect of a case as Hank Brennan could have tried, given all the facts, especially all the bad facts in this case, that's all you're ever going to get. It's not going to get better. The jury pool has been too tainted to the point that we're just wasting money, and we're just banging our head up against the wall, and it's just not going to get any better. But misdemeanor OUI has teeth. It's not like it would be a slap on the wrist. It would certainly be a lot less. The
Compared.
message it was sending that officer that it wasn't proven that Karen Reed was responsible for the death of Officer O'Keefe. That said, is they still have the civil case, and that's a much lower threshold, one that they should easily be able to overcome
surpass
with pretty much the same case. But a conviction here, essentially, of motor vehicle homicide or higher, guarantees that they can prove the other case, the civil case against the defendant. But it's still misdemeanor OUI is still is punishable by up to 2.5 years in jail. It's not nothing. The defendant would, since it's a misdemeanor, it's not we'll remand you or you can stay out of jail. What? No, your sentence is done on the spot. So it's either remanded pending sentencing, or you're going to be sentenced on the spot. And Judge Cannoni, given all the facts, she's not going to be like, well, I think I'll give you a continue without a finding or just probation. No. She has watched the defendant in court for 2.5, 3 years.
Yep.
I don't see a situation where she doesn't get incarceration, even at
Nope.
that. So when you see people, because if you've seen over the weekend since about Saturday, after I posted this, the narrative online has changed. Now it's talking about misdemeanor. Oh, she wasn't drunk. I was like, whoa. I thought this was a conspiracy.
Right.
Now there's no collision. Now you're saying she wasn't drunk. It feels like it keeps changing.
It does.
And it's like it's been well established. The defendant's own words, as well as the retrograde extrapolation, are strong circumstantial evidence she wasn't intoxicated. Weak pours, like how they watched all the drinks being poured. It's like any rational person would know that that individual was impaired.
Clearly.
And with the retrograde,
we know she was drunk.
So she can't be convicted of more than one charge. That's incorrect. There are 3 charges. She can be convicted of the first charge, the second charge,
And
or
the
the third charge. First charge being murder 2.
Well, she's
Second charge
charged with
being
3,
motor
so-
vehicle manslaughter. Third charge leaving the scene of
scene.
an accident
Yeah.
involving death. So that's what. So it's wholly independent. That's only if she gets acquitted or they of second degree murder. If they acquit on that, they can still think of it as 3 separate cases that were tried together. 3 charges. Just because you're acquitted of second degree murder doesn't mean you're acquitted of motor vehicle manslaughter. But as we saw from the first jury in the first trial, they kind of put the 1 and 3 together because leaving the scene of an accident involving death includes a knowing element. So if she's not convicted of one of the offenses that involve the collision, she's not going to be convicted of leaving the scene of an accident involving death.
That's right,
They never talked about the 227 Google search. That was a joke.
You should all be following him,
He said it during Alan Jackson said it at opening, and then he just kind of like, well, we're just going to pretend it didn't happen. We're not going to talk about it. Jury picked up on it. He said it. They introduced it. They tried like hard to discredit them, and then they didn't try to disprove it. So that Google search did not occur at 2:27 a.m. And that's their biggest. That was arguably their biggest piece of evidence for this so-called conspiracy.
Correct.
Why do you think so many YouTubers and lawyers are on the conspiracy money? Why risk your reputation? So I think your question is kind of rhetorical, Andrea. So what has happened, and I've said this a bunch, people who rely on this for their business, for their like income. I have a law firm. I have my own clients. I make that money that way. This I do on the side to kind of help, promote myself, but also talk about justice and like making sure that people aren't lying and stuff like that. So they'd be held to accountability. A lot of these YouTubers, they are too afraid to lose subscribers. Bingo. Because these people who are believing this conspiracy, if they don't hear what they want to from the person they're listening to, they're just going to go to somebody else who's saying what it is.
Correct.
Yep.
And there are YouTubers who know it's not true. They know they are lying.
I know,
but they are doing so is because they don't want to get turtled. They don't want to be attacked by the Free Karen Reed mob. I, on the other hand, don't give a shit. I've had my account hacked. I've had people crank phone call me, leave fake Google reviews, send fake emails, the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
And I just don't care because this is about truth and justice in this case. It isn't about cash and clicks. So when you think about why they're doing that, it's very simple. Follow the money. Like some of these people, they're not saying this conspiracy, people are going to turn it off and they're not going to get 30,000 people watching their stream. They're not going to have 500,000 subscribers. Those people are just going to go to somebody else who knows that it's either I say what they want or they're going to go to somebody who can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's true.
Thank you for the sane, rational analysis. I believe that Hank Brennan does
You can
not.
stop it for a moment.
I does.
Yep.
No one will ever. He was broke. Yes, very simple. And that's the thinking with the mystery.
You know, like he just
He's right.
basically explained it as it is. It's basically a lot of these YouTubers, this is their main income. And
it's my main income too, but I'm not willing to lie for it.
Well, that's because you have morals. Some of these people don't have morals. They will just sell the narrative. You know, like there's a lot of people that could have easily made a bunch of money by just touting the free care and read the stuff. And the facts are there's also some true crime channels that are afraid to cover this case.
Yep.
Because they disagree with the free care and read, so they don't even mention it. And this is because they are afraid of the backlash that occurs because they don't want that insane drama, that insane situation. And the truth of the matter is that these law tubers they see the numbers and they say, you know what, I'm just going to keep on with it. What do you think about the DUI stuff? Like, do you think they fucked up in the first trial not doing that?
I mean, I honestly don't think they would have voted that in the first trial anyway.
I mean, I don't think so either, but it's definitely a fuck up by the defense. I mean,
they've made major fuck ups here. They've made major fuck ups in this entirety of this thing when it comes to defense, especially on pieces of evidence. You guys claim that 227 was your best piece of conspiracy evidence, and that is what swayed many people to think that there was a conspiracy until we had that debunked. So. And still, I saw someone yesterday still saying, look, I Googled it and it can be a timestamp. And I'm like, okay, add into what you Googled. Can a DB wall file be used as a timestamp to a Google search? And it will tell you that their data is in there and might tell you around a time a tab was opened or moved or a search done, but they cannot pinpoint a time for Google search on a DB wall file.
Grizzly's in that camp as well. Grizzly's actually a good content creator when it comes to true crime, but she probably does not want to get involved with the bullshit drama. You know what I mean? Like the truth of the matter is that, if you're a content creator, either you're going to want to jump on the bandwagon with Karen Reed or you're going to want to avoid this like the fucking plague. Because you just don't want to deal with the backlash of the crazy people, because this is like crazy people. Like these are people that will try to dox you, fuck with your real life. By the way, for those who try to be anonymous, I would suggest you all get VPNs. Have that played in the background on your YouTube as well, because that helps you. And also you can download it on your phone. I'd also recommend people get a Proton account, because that's an encrypted, by the way, email. It's good to have just in case. Also, you can probably get a burner phone situation. That one's a little bit tougher. And also, if you're worried about payments, like if you want to hide your name from like YouTube and stuff like that, you can actually get something called a privacy card, like the electronic cards that you can have one-time use or multiple-time use. And it's basically hides your name. So for those who are interested in being private, and also you can use incognito, which will delete all the searches, like been verified and stuff like that. So just in case someone tries to like do been verified and look up your background, you use Incogni and it will tell you all the sites, and you sign a little slip on the Incogni and it will send a request for them to remove your information. And for me, it's done for over 1,300 sites. So just I think people need to be very, I always mention privacy because these people try to go to your real life to fuck with you in real life, and you got to be very private. I mean, there's so that's my advice.
There's a reason why I don't let my kid pop her head in. Like you learn lessons through.
Well, these are the type of people that will try to get information about your kids and put them online. That's the type of crowd you're dealing with.
Absolutely. She wanted to show her slime so bad yesterday, and I was like, nope, sorry, you can't. I'm sorry, I love you, but no.
And also this is adult content. This is about true crime, about murders and stuff like that. And kids can't be around here at all. No. If this was like a toy channel,
when she needs something, and then pops right back out.
When she turns 18, she can pop her head back.
Exactly. She can do whatever she wants when she turns 18. like your sister. So there you go. Now you
I've
can-
had so many tick bites because I used to do archery.
Woo,
I'm not
I
going to
love
say that.
archery.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the place I went. It was an outdoor range, but basically, I used to do compounds, recurves, and Olympic bows. I used to shoot them a lot. And I started at the age of 6. I think I
Ooh.
stopped at the age of 19. I could still probably shoot pretty well. But the fact is that every time we walked to get the arrows, we would always have to do a tick check at the end of the day. And I think I had like 13 ticks. Luckily, not deer ticks. They were not those types. But
Right.
yeah, I had them removed from my head via tweezers. So
Woo! Yeah, we all always do the tweezers. Boop. Back in the
yeah,
day when I was a kid, that's how my grandparents did it. Tweezers. You got this for a second while I conspiracize to pee real quick?
sure. I got like 5 minutes before I gotta head out. So all right, you can head out. But anyway, Grizzly is a great and smart to skip this case. Well, she is a very smart person, and she knows that. This is just like, unfortunately, this is not open to debate. And I think some people just jump on the free camera and read stuff. Like me, I mean, I jump on channels, and there's a massive number of people that disagree with me when it comes to this case. Let's just say, yes, you can use I looked up something called privacy.com. I'm testing it right now, actually, but you can use it for one-time use cards and merchant use cards, like only use it for particular merchants. And it doesn't put your name. It just makes a digital credit card with your name not on there and just the code, and you can actually use that. It's good for say you're doing online purchases and you don't want your card information given to every single merchant, because there's a lot of data breaches as well. Incogni basically asks sites that look you up to remove your information, and also you got all the things like that. So
Some
always keep
places
private.
actually do that. Like PayPal has
Mhm.
one-time use cards, Venmo, Cash App,
Yeah,
they have
PayPal.
one-time use, or internet cards.
But you can actually set it up on YouTube, maybe with privacy or PayPal with those one-time use cards. So that say YouTube. And also, I always recommend people. I recently started doing this, to get a VPN playing in the background, and because you don't have to deal with that situation, because it will help you out. And also, I agree with her. Yeah, because unfortunately, you got people like Turtle Boy that will try to dox you and stuff like that. And unfortunately, that's just how
I
you have
would
to
dare
do.
somebody to show up at my house. That would probably be the last thing they ever did.
Well-
Get them out of my property.
Well, you know what Turtle Boy does. He just stands at the door and asks
Cool,
ridiculous
do
questions
that.
while filming you. And it's like,
I'll do the same. We'll have fun.
well, try privacy.com, freak. See if they can do that. Check out privacy.com.
Good idea.
If that's the site, they have that too. I think they also have some other ones you can look up. But yeah, they're good. I mean, it's not going to keep you completely anonymous, but it helps because there's a lot of data breaches with these like services that you use, and your information then just gets leaked into the dark web, and then so sometimes it's not even just only for anonymous. It's just so that someone doesn't steal your identity easily.
Yes.
So
Yeah, my yard's big enough. It's not a Dorothea Puente yard, that's for sure. My yard's enormous. Enormous. All right, let's see what else Matt has to say, because I like the way he explains it to people. I mean,
yeah, I got to skedaddle. I got work at 10. You have a good one. Bye, guys.
Thanks, me, Tim. See you later.
See ya.
All right, let's see what else Matt says, just so it's more clear for you guys.
Misdemeanor OUI charge is that you have the top trial lawyer in the state prosecuting this case, and he did it brilliantly. And if he can't get a conviction, nobody's going to. It doesn't matter. It's just the facts are just too. It's just going to breed too much dispute among jurors, no matter who they are, no matter where they are, and you're never going to be able to find 12 people to agree on anything. So why keep going for years upon years upon years? You don't want to. And I think it's saying it's a dangerous precedent that all you have to do is have a lot of money, and then you could just take the jury pool and turn it into a conspiracy, and you could just keep getting hung juries until they just give up.
Yep.
Yes. They trade in integrity for clicks, and that's the truth. And they think that that's going to stay with them. The people who left them and went to somebody else who are talking about truth, they're going to remember that. And those same people.
Let's hope so.
I was on the prosecutor's podcast, Legal Briefs, last week. And I think I posted it on Twitter, but you can listen to it when you get a chance. Is too many. The next step is there is the Brian Koppenberger case, the quadruple homicide out of Idaho. What are those content creators going to do? That evidence is 10 times more concrete than even this case was. And this is very strong. Are you going to also have to argue conspiracy? And it's like, that's probably what they have to. Like the people who were telling me about how Richard Delphi was framed are the same people telling me Karen Reed's framed.
Richard Allen
And the
from
same
Delphi.
Cottenberger was framed. And that Luigi
Kohlberger.
Mangione was justified in murdering the guy in cold blood.
I'll check.
Um,
There might be. Framingham's an
you
old
got
prison,
hit
my
very
friends.
hard for killing someone via vehicle. I agree. I wish after the second hung jury, the judge would just step in and rule a verdict. That unfortunately, it's not how it works. You're entitled to a jury trial in this case, and as long as double jeopardy, it doesn't attach, the case goes forward. So double jeopardy, just so you know, it's not just. Oh, so I think this is. Well, I'll wrap it into the verdict form. Double jeopardy just doesn't mean if you've been tried and acquitted. That's not the only case double jeopardy attaches. It also attaches when you've been tried and convicted of a crime. So if you've been, like I said last week, Ashley Judd, double jeopardy. You've been convicted of murder and you can't be tried and convicted of it again. That's not how, doesn't work that way. But also the one thing that most people don't know, and a lot of these YouTubers who don't practice criminal law and just pander don't know, it also applies to a situation where you're convicted of a lesser. So let's go back to motor vehicle manslaughter. You saw that has not guilty as number one, and then there's 4 charges underneath. Those 4 charges, number 2 is the most serious, motor vehicle manslaughter, and the 3 beneath them are lesser included offenses. If you get convicted of a lesser included offense on that charge, so if the jury checks box 4, motor vehicle homicide, that precludes a retrial of involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle manslaughter, because those, by not acquitting, by not convicting them of those charges, you are by that fact also acquitting them. So acquitting her, I should say. So if you click motor vehicle homicide, you are essentially saying not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, not guilty of motor vehicle manslaughter. That's important. And most people, you don't hear that. So that's why people are like, what is this on verdict form? And people talk about misdemeanor OUI. It's like, David Yenny asked for the lessers, and you get all the lessers in that case. You don't get to pick and choose which ones. And the Commonwealth is smart enough, Hank Brennan's smart enough to know that there's more than enough evidence to get a conviction. And the image of being able to rob the defendant of that vindication interview on the courthouse is a real strong image. I mean, like she may not be held in this courtroom for this crime, but she is certainly going to go to jail. And she's certainly going to be on probation and the whole 9 yards. And I think the victim's family knows if Hank Brennan can't get it, nobody's getting that conviction. And that's really unfortunate that the defendant, with using a blogger and this army of social media trolls, created this jury pool that's completely infected. Because think about it, you turn on the news anywhere. You can't go anywhere without that case. What about this conspiracy to harass witnesses? I thought they brought it to a grand jury and they declined. I think, if my memory serves me. I fear the ramifications of a hung jury in this community, continued harassment. Yeah. That's if they come back hung across the board, it's tough not to retry again. Because then you're not just going to allow these witnesses to, you can't incentivize a defendant to do what they're doing and essentially enable them. And you think about what happened with the blogger, where his case was tried and he was acquitted by the judge, which was a smart move on his part, simply because the jury would have convicted him in 20 seconds. But if they're no longer witnesses in the case, then it creates a gray area for potential harassment. I hope there's no more harassment when this case is over, but I'm not naive enough to believe it's not going to happen.
Yep.
If they notify the verdict is in, she's guilty of something, there's no way she's getting acquitted. It depends on the timing. I can't see. So this is important, actually doing deliberations. There were people who said we were going to have a verdict on Friday, one of which I had to privately message and be like, you said the same thing last year. And they responded with the fire emoji because they did. And I called them out for it. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's going to take 10 seconds. It's like,
It never takes 10
do
seconds.
you practice criminal law? This is a 31-day trial. This isn't a, this wasn't a 2-day, this wasn't a 2-hour DUI trial. This was a murder case.
They only got an hour and 45 minutes. If they had
so
gotten more time, maybe.
What I know about this is probably if we don't have a verdict today. So if they spend a good 7-8 hours deliberating, and there's a verdict, my window, knowing criminal cases like I do in high profile ones, I think the window for a guilty verdict is either later today or early tomorrow. Meaning that if they come in and say 10 a.m. tomorrow, so June 17th, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., that's when I would feel that would be kind of a guilty verdict situation, because what juries like to do is that at the end of the day of deliberations where they think they're close to it, they go home, they sleep on it, and then they come back and they're like, how do you feel now? And usually they're like, I'm still in the same place I was yesterday. Guilty, 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 or not guilty. But after that, if we go into past day 3, then again, we're in hung jury territory. And then at best, it's a compromise verdict. But after Tuesday, it's unlikely you're going to get an acquittal.
28 hours,
if an acquittal is to happen, most likely, probably 75% chance, it needs to happen before lunch or early afternoon at the latest. After that, I just think people are not going to, the jury is like, well, there's too much evidence. And the first time, yes, the understanding is they didn't have her phone evidence the first time with the jury, grand jury for witness intimidation, but we go back and get it. The problem with the grand jury is that if you go and you don't have everything for the same charges, double jeopardy actually attaches in a grand jury. It ends. So if you've ever seen the show Defending Jacob, where they're doing like it's like an overarching grand jury. Grand jury is if they decide no bill, case is over with. You can't charge it. So let's take a look. Most YouTubers are not practicing attorneys. No, they're not. And the ones that are, I saw one spent Father's Day talking about how no jurisdiction in Florida would have brought this case. No state attorney. I'm like, I was like,
stop it.
No, I have other things to do with my life than to be like, this guy's an idiot. And now he's just beyond pandering to say that, because a cop is dead. So if I had a Sarasota sheriff's deputy was hit by someone and all the evidence pointing towards her, including the digital,
that's so absurd.
The digital evidence, the forensic evidence, the physical evidence, they would never be able, that relationship between the state attorney's office and that sheriff's office would never be the same.
No.
I look for the jurors to be quicker because how long this trial, people want to go back to the lives is long. So that is the people on this. That's an interesting point. The people on this jury know what the ramifications are of this. They know that before they even were on this jury, they probably saw facts about this case. They saw it being posted. They didn't form an opinion, so they said, they definitely saw that. So they know what's going to happen with this case. If they were to convict, they know that of murder. They probably know the defendant's doing life. But I feel that, so this is something I thought of during Hank Brennan's closing. I don't even know if he realized what he was arguing. Is he talked about they broke up in the car. They had a fight. They got out. And her in anger backed up and blasted him. And then went home and made those angry phone calls. That was what the attorneys say isn't evidence. But if you accept that, an argument could be made to the jury that it was a heat of passion, which it wasn't, but a jury couldn't understand as much. So the evidence of second-degree murder actually lends more towards a motor vehicle manslaughter charge because it's a heat of passion. So it's possible that I picked up on that. I don't know if the jury will. They might, hearing that, get their that might be enough for them to kind of eliminate the second-degree murder, even though they don't need intent to kill.
Nope.
That's murder one, and people are trying to screw up intent, and it's like,
Yep. No intent needed.
that's not required.
Nope.
Just creating a situation that she knew could
Not here.
lead to serious bodily injury or death. Backing up your car, hitting them with it. That's
Thank
creating
you,
that injury.
Matt. Been saying this for
What
a
happens
long
if
time.
there's one holdout can then came to the jury to review? So this is interesting. So
No.
usually when they do deliberations, the alternate is excused. Like here in
Depends.
Florida,
if
we
she was
pick 6 jurors for a
with it.
felony,
We charge
12
something
for
else.
a death penalty case, and then there's 1 or 2 alternates, depending on the charge.
No, so she'd be federally
And
charged.
when
not state
deliberations
charged.
start, that alternate jury is excused.
That would be different.
But here they're hanging out in the courtroom because if they come back and one of the jury's like, hey, we need to talk to the judge. This juror very clearly was not truthful and is secretly an FKR person, and they're not refusing to deliberate. An argument can be made that individual could be bounced from the jury pool.
Yep.
So I don't know if they will. That would definitely create like a humongous appealable issue, but it's also very possible. That the cousin is on the jury. Yeah, I know. To vote.
Yeah, it'd have to be convicted.
Yeah,
for double
I
jeopardy
pray there
like
isn't a
that,
plan. Somebody
or
on
acquitted.
X says their cousin on the jury and they decided a month ago to vote. No. God. Oh, you gotta love Twitter. Do you think the jury is looking at social media or no? No, they can't, because the judge asks them every time, and if the answer is yes, they're gone.
Grand jury
Because
can
they're
go
seeing
again.
things they're not supposed to, and they're seeing
For a different
opinions, and anytime a juror says that it doesn't affect their ability to be
18
fair and
months.
impartial, the truth
18
is it always does. So when you're actually trying a case, and a lot of these YouTubers who are like directed verdict or talking over testimony, they don't actually try cases anymore. And they don't know that when somebody says, I think I can be fair and impartial, the answer is, I want to believe I can be fair and impartial, but I'm not going to be.
Right.
So I believe it was forwarded to the court somewhere. Yes. If she gets convicted, no, she's not going. The judge is not going to allow her to stay out pending appeal. That she gets treated like any other defendant. This is not a white collar case in federal court. This is, if she's convicted of motor vehicle manslaughter, she's treated like any other defendant. She doesn't get special treatment because she's Karen Reed. It's very simple. She'd be remanding pending sentencing if she were convicted of that.
You can go again with a jury, with a grand
The
jury.
only situation where she would get convicted and walk out is if the judge didn't give her any jail time on the misdemeanor, if she got convicted misdemeanor OUI and got no jail time. Other than that, it's remanded pending sentencing. Anything else would be ridiculous and completely against precedent. What else? So deliberations. I'll discuss deliberations real quickly. If I'm the foreperson, this is what I do. I start the case with, was she intoxicated? That's the most fundamental thing.
Yes.
Because it deals. You can start with the charge 2 and go from there. Was she intoxicated? Yes. Going around. Yes. All right. So now she's intoxicated. So that's misdemeanor OUI. All right. Now here's where it gets dicey. Was there a collision? Did Officer O'Keefe's vehicle, what did Karen Reed's vehicle strike Officer O'Keefe, leading to his death? Because we know it leads to his death. So did the vehicle strike it? And if the jury is, the foreperson is like, my notes say they had shards of the taillight embedded in his clothing. My note says that the hair found on the taillight is Officer O'Keefe's. And the people are like, oh, it could be the nephews. Oh my God, don't be ridiculous. How did they get that? That's ridiculous. What did they go to the kid in the middle of the night, take it off his head? No, it's Officer O'Keefe's head. The problem is you think, what I've realized is almost people watching this case who don't believe the conspiracy almost gaslight themselves. Like, if these people can believe it, are these 12 jurors also not going to? Do you think AJ gave a reasonable death? AJ's argument started good. And then it just looked like it was written by the defendant. Once it went off on the conspiracy rant and this, that, and the other thing, I was like, okay, this is stupid.
Yeah.
If she gets convicted on the lesser, she'll get 2 to 5, 2.5 to 5. So if she gets misdemeanor OUI, so let's just recap because not everybody was here when I stated it earlier, and I think I'll do a few more questions. I do need to get to a court soon, federal court. If she gets convicted of misdemeanor OUI, it's punishable by up to 2.5 years in jail, county time, whatever you want to consider it, House of Corrections. That's misdemeanor OUI. Motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI and liquor and negligence is a 2.5-year minimum mandatory. So she gets convicted of that, she has to do 2.5 years, and that's punished by up to 15. And I think that the judge would give her probably around 10 years. I said 10 to 15, but probably 10 years for that. Motor vehicle manslaughter is a 5-year minimum mandatory, punished by up to 20 years. And she get convicted of that, I'm pretty safely assuming she'd get double digits.
Yeah.
And of course, murder 2 is life with the possibility of parole. Heard Unetti arguing over the form.
It's gonna get hot.
Well, maybe David Unetti was watching the stream on Saturday and they just realized, but what do they want to put? Not guilty? No, that's not how it works. You don't get to have not guilty on 20 pages. Are you not guilty of this charge and every charge on the page? It's very simple. And if she's not, because that's what they is, because then they can argue, oh, they don't know what they're doing. Because you know what David Unetti and the defense is thinking. If they acquit on one of the charges, that they could say that they acquitted for all of them and create an appellate issue. It's bullshit. Excuse my language. Yes, John O'Keefe's life is worth more than 2 to 5 years. Absolutely. And that's the unfortunate reality is no matter what sentence is imposed, it's never going to bring Officer O'Keefe back. It's never going to fill that void in Peggy O'Keefe's life, no matter what. It's just, that's how the law is created. And that's the unfortunate reality. Argument that he was in the house. Oh my God. When Alan Jackson tried to argue the glass was from the house, I was like,
bro, really?
You had a relatively strong closing argument. And then you go full. He went into the house even though there's no evidence of it. So, and the glass that the defendant herself stated was hers in the video, you try to say was inside the house? If the jury's paying attention to that, that was the biggest mistake Alan Jackson made. Because if he's saying that tells them that they have no idea. Didn't say she was buzzed. Yes. Yeah, and she wouldn't take that at highway. Again, misdemeanor OU, unless there is some person, some FKR who will never convict of anything, not even jaywalking, she will get convicted of something. I think the hair is from the arm, just in my opinion. Yeah.
Exactly.
Whatever the hair is, the DNA matches John O'Keefe. And it was like 1 in 80 octillion or something. It's his. It's not the nephew's. It's his. What happened to the defense witness who saw? There was no defense witness who saw John O'Keefe enter the residence. That was promised an opening to try to keep the jury's attention, and it never happened. And the jury picked up on it. So if he doesn't go into the house, his phone doesn't go into the house. His Apple Watch data, there's not one witness. So how does he get beat in the basement? How does he get beat in the garage now? He doesn't. He was hit by the car.
Matt, spewing all the stuff I've been saying.
The jury needs to focus on the data and evidence. Is
freaking right.
Exactly. And that's what when I said last week during closing, when I talked about closings in a stream, is data, the forensic data, the physical evidence,
2 hours,
and
51 minutes.
Like the digital evidence. That's what needed to be focused on. That's what Hank Brennan did. And it's like evidence, evidence, evidence.
Yep.
If she walks, I'm going to... And this is what I say with any kind of verdict. The verdict, she should be convicted of something based on the evidence. But
correct.
What I know is juries are unpredictable.
They are very.
Every trial attorney, real trial attorney, will lose cases they thought they were going to win and win cases they thought they were going to lose.
That's right.
You don't know. You don't know what they found persuasive. You don't know what they're going to focus on. They're doing what they think is right. And based on the evidence, I think she has to be convicted of something. Yeah. I don't know if they get to murder 2. I think that Hank Brennan still made a very strong argument for murder 2, But I
Sure
think a
did.
part of me thinks that it was to soften the jury up to finding her guilty of a lesser. Like, all right,
There's no reason
who thinks murder too? And it's like, yeah, 4 or 5 of us, and 4 or 5, and the rest of us are like, motor vehicle manslaughter. They go back and forth, and then it's like, let's just do motor vehicle manslaughter. I'm good with that. Let's move on. If that happens, the Commonwealth will take that. So if you're the Commonwealth, you'll take anything motor vehicle homicide or greater. Even if they hung on 1 and 3, they're not going to retry. If they get her for motor vehicle homicide, that's going to be more than enough for them. Yeah. And it's just not going to be worth the nonsense that goes along with this case.
Correct.
The timeline and data is just too tight for any possibility. Exactly. And that's what that's what the jury's going to be looking at. It's like, how do we
30 seconds? Where?
How do you frame somebody with a black box that they didn't even have in the first trial? We give Shannon Burgess about his LinkedIn profile and this, that, and the other thing.
So
but
stupid.
He was the one who found it. He gave the data. He's the one who tracked it. Ways. It's just, there's too much. And yeah, so what you're going to be hearing is if she does convicted, free Karen Read, people are going to lose it. YouTube people are immediately going to be appeal, Bev, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, shut up. This is due process. The evidence, this should have been the verdict in the first trial.
Right?
But unfortunately, there were people on the jury who were just never going to convict no matter what. So I think I'm going to do a couple more.
I waited around for a little while, did the thing with the.
I can see them splitting the baby too. If we're into the end of the day, if we get to lunch tomorrow without a verdict, I have to think we're in compromise verdict or hung jury territory.
Correct.
So if you're the defense, you want a verdict before 2 p.m. because if you believe that it was just this conspiracy, you don't need to talk about it. It was Karen's choice to not drive. Yeah. And that was a devastating piece of evidence. Not once does she call 911. She tries to find him on his own. Not, my boyfriend didn't come home. It's a blizzard. He could have got into a car accident on his way home. Why didn't she?
Right.
She knew who she was.
Exactly.
And that the jury is just going to be like,
bingo, Matt.
So when they're trying to rip Jen
McCabe, and let's make something very clear here, William. Supporting the family does not require standing outside and making mockery of the person who died's life. Okay? Let's make that abundantly clear here. They have support from all over the world, and they know it. They don't need people waving pom-poms to know that they have support from all over the world. We don't need to make a mockery of a man's death to support the family and to know that she's going to jail. It does, but I have to have faith that Hank Brennan, he helped pick that jury, weeded those people out. If you remember in the first trial, many of those jurors were excused before trial ever even finished. That didn't happen this time. It has nothing to do with the crowds of aunties are way too small. That's just a bold-faced lie. It's because many people are, I don't know, at work. They're caregivers for their family, including children or parents, that they can't stand outside of the courthouse. They give support from where they are. Support does not require you standing outside of the courthouse and making a mockery of a man's death. They have strong support all over the world. There are thousands of people, thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that support that family and this verdict of being guilty. The small amount of people who are very loud on social media or the people who flew out just to see the verdict, those aren't the actual supports of Karen, and they will dissipate and disappear as soon as she gets put in jail. Let's make no mistake about that whatsoever. Yeah, just the way Victoria George disappeared. I love you, Elma. I freaking love you. That freaking right. I actually grew up every summer at the Plymouth waterfront. My family had a cottage in Kingston and Rocky Nook that my grandmother, well, my grandparents had one, and my great aunt and uncle had one across the street. in Rocky Nook. So I grew up every summer in Kingston and Plymouth. It's beautiful down there. They will be in turtle suits. There is such a thing. Right? Social media has been around for a very long time and people still go to jail. You know? It also takes the fact that there's no free Karen Reed people on that jury and that they were very, very well looked at and that they kept a good eye on these people to make sure of it. Right? She just poof, disappeared. Bye-bye. No more. I mean, we noticed. They didn't. We did. Well, that's the thing. Any one of them can get bounced at any point. So if they are already doing that kind of stuff in the deliberation room, they can be bounced right out of that deliberation room and replaced by a different juror. Yeah, it took a while to pick the jury, and you have to know that Hank definitely used his strikes against anybody he even thought would be like that. My bet is she doesn't walk at all and that she gets remanded into custody. And that she's convicted. You as a jury, if you're sitting there in a jury room, how could anybody sit there and say she wasn't drunk, right? That's one of the charges. Was she drunk? And that carries at least about 2.5 years, which the judge could give her a year, but that's still remanded to jail. That's still a guilty verdict on a charge. Make no mistake about that. I don't think that entire jury could sit in there and say she wasn't drunk. That's just one charge. You move up from that, like Matt said. Once you establish that she was drunk, okay, you're past OUI, right? Misdemeanor OUI, and you're up into the manslaughter territory. So, did the car hit him and cause his death? Was she drunk? Did she back that car up drunk and hit John? I think it's pretty clear that she did. But at the very least, even if she gets the OUI, she's still doing jail time. She's still doing jail time. Still remanded. I think it was actually 10-2 was the ultimate, is what we heard. Some people say 9-3. Some people say 10-2. The numbers have been, skewed a little. I got 10-2. That is what my sources gave me, was 10-2. Other people say it was 9-3. But it was still very little people voting to not convict versus many people voting to convict. In the first trial, where they didn't have the data that Burgess brought in, where they didn't have Karen Reed's clips, think about what the jury's looking at right now, guys. Think about what they're looking at. We're on a verdict watch of 2 hours and 59 minutes, 57, 58, 59 seconds. So now we're in 3 hours. 3 freaking hours already, right now. I don't think she'll walk. I just don't. And I will celebrate no matter what it is. Whatever guilty charge she gets, or morning guilty charges, I have a champagne bottle ready to go, my friends. I will not spray it all over my tech, but I have it to go. Right? Bet she's, unless it's toilet wine. Unless it's toilet wine, my friends. Good morning, Lynn. Good morning. I know I'm behind on these comments. I'm getting into it. It's changed now online. Apparently, they're saying she wasn't drunk. Of course, because they don't want that lesser charge, right? She herself proved she was drunk. It doesn't have to be in by tomorrow by lunch. I think tomorrow by the end of the day-ish, between today and tomorrow at the end of the day, I think you're looking at a guilty verdict. Anything past that, I think Matt's right. You're sort of into hung jury or compromised. So that means if 2 people are voting not guilty and most of them are voting guilty, that those people finally compromise, say guilty, and you get a guilty verdict. So that's it, one or the other, I think a lot of times Matt says the same things that I've been saying for I don't even know how long now, And I'm like, vindication, at least an attorney, one that actually practices, knows what the hell he's talking about. He's an attorney here in Massachusetts. He knows what he's talking about. Exactly. They have proof she was drunk. All they have to do is, and they have proof she's above the legal limit. They have her retrograde. They have the results of the retrograde. So they have proof she was way above the legal limit, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Yeah, I got some pictures I can't share. The ones that are hilarious that Ashley sent me. They're freaking funny. Right? Go back to La La Land. Yeah, well, that's not going to happen in this case because OUI laws here in Massachusetts are extremely strict. Extremely strict. This isn't one of those, states that just slap you on the hand. They don't do that here. They still carry jail time. And even the lesser charge carries up to 2.5 years, I believe. I think it's 2.5 years. Yeah, we just bounced them. Thank you, Alma, for your super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If any of you would like to donate to the channel, we could use the help. We are just a small channel and we depend on donations from you guys to keep us running. We have options like the ones on the screen: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We also have a link for those of you. I'll pin it. Hold on. I will pin it and put it in the chat. For those of you who would like to donate just via credit or debit, those are the best options because anything that goes to YouTube, as you guys know, they get a cut of it. And it takes over a month to get to the actual creator itself. So these are always the best options, are the most direct to the channel, especially being this little. I'm going to pin this to the top of the chat so you guys can find it if you need it. And of course, as always, we do still have super chats and super stickers and memberships. And if you are a member, we are going to do a members only live this week. It's going to be Thursday afternoon, night-ish time. At least my time, Eastern Standard Time. That I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid of them doing something violent or crazy, but I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. That's for sure. Right? It doesn't have to be murder too. Manslaughter, OUI manslaughter, I'm just fine with that, Again, they have a lot around the same elements. This is Matt. We're going to finish watching it real quick because there's only like a few minutes left of what he's saying, but he's explaining kind of what I've already explained, but quicker.
Kerry Robinson, Jen McCabe, they're the ones that actually called 911. Karen Reed didn't. She's like, oh, she was giving him CPR. What about before then? I'm still upset over the Casey Anthony. All right, I can tell you this. I knew she was going to be acquitted before the verdict came down. The reason is this: the medical, and people are like, oh, the medical examiner. All right, in the Casey Anthony case,
Yes.
The medical examiner could not determine cause of death.
Yes,
in that case, it was important because they were arguing an intentional murder. So it had to be homicide. If they couldn't determine homicide, that's reasonable doubt. So it's either homicide or accidental. That's why she was acquitted. This case is not the same because homicide and accident are interchangeable because he was hit by a car. That medical examiner doesn't know if it was on purpose, doesn't know it's on accident.
Nope.
That's important.
Yep.
The state didn't have a strong case with Kingston, but they have strong evidence in this case. Yeah. That's what the defense wants you to do. They want to say so much, spend your logic. Exactly. That was the whole theme. And I think we're going to end here. Leave your common sense at the door. I will say I did love when Hank Brennan. I literally almost, I think I spit out my drink when he said, look the other way. I was like,
I know, I did too.
Oh my God, this is just ruthless. And it is. It's like, look the other way from your common sense and logic. Look the other way from, and that's okay. We'll get to this Casey Anthony thing will be the last one because Jose Baez can help answer that. Look the other way with the digital forensic. Look the other way for the physical evidence. And that was just devastating. Yes. So in the Casey Anthony trial, the other thing was the state did not introduce the phone data, which had Casey Anthony's phone pinging in the exact same area. Jose Baez in his book, when he says, we're waiting the whole time to be hammered with that because that's what's going to sink our case. And they never introduce it.
What? Oh, what a fuck.
So that prosecutor who tried that case had to resign because if you're a prosecutor and you can't win the big case, you probably aren't going to be trusted to be a prosecutor in the future. But I got to get to federal court. We are in jury deliberations waiting. I will be intermittently on Twitter throughout the day. I may do a show. at 5 or
Thanks, Matt.
tomorrow, depending on what's going on. But I'll let you guys know. Thank you very much.
Great job, Matt. Great job. Now, you guys want to see what Framingham looks like? Nah. Now, this was from an article in 2020 that said it was closing. It's not closing. Let's just make that abundantly clear real quick. I mean, did it have to be original? Did it have to be? He's right. I mean, what better way to have them listen? I think it's at Twisted Tragedies 3. There's a fake account out there of me. Make no mistake. They make fake ones all the time. I don't post much. I mean, I do, but not a lot on Twitter. But it's a good way to contact me if you need. It's my picture is a picture of John O'Keefe right now and his badge, and it's at Twisted Tragedy 3. So I'll put it in the chat for you guys. That is the only account that is mine. The only one. So any other ones that are impersonating me, block, report. That is the only one. But I'll show you guys what Framingham looks like. Okay. This is the jail that Karen will be moonlighting in. All right, hold on. Let's see if I can make it bigger for you guys here. I don't know if I don't think I can. God damn it. Why can't I make it bigger? Frickin' A. Well, let me make it bigger. But let's see if I can go back. Nope, I can't. Damn it. Son of a biznitch. See if it's bigger if I do this. Hold on. Let me see this. Because these are all pictures of Framingham State Prison. It's an old prison. That's not it. That foosball table has nothing to do with Framingham. But it is an old prison. Okay. This is essentially what it looks like. These chairs over here on the side that you see through the railing. Those are in front of an old fashioned big TV. And it's a big complex. I'll tell you that much. But it is very, very old. It is extremely old. She's not going to be, living in the lap of luxury. Here's one. Here's a cell in Framingham. This is exactly what it looks like. There's a desk and there's a toilet over here. And then there's these beanbag sort of bunk bed looking things. Most likely she will have a top bunk because she doesn't. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But this is what these are the conditions. That cell right there is exactly what every cell in Framingham looks like, except for the cells that are all the way to this end, I believe. I went there one time to speak. You have to go through a ton of security. It doesn't look like the prison I worked at. I worked at a men's prison for the criminally insane. And our cells were a little bit different than that. We also have cameras in every cell. They don't have that there. There's not cameras in every cell in Framingham, unless it is the psych unit, which they do have cameras there. But it's an old prison. Like very old. I can't make it bigger. It won't let me make it bigger. I wish I could. Yeah, it will not let me make it bigger, unfortunately. But that's what it looks like. This cell in the corner here, this is what she will be living in. Okay. Well, she's not. So there's a separate charge for like murder, like crime of passion sort of thing. It's called something different in every state. But there's a separate charge for that here. And that's not what they charged her with. They could have charged her with that, but they didn't. I think, yeah, the time lapse as well. But yeah, that's what it is. It's a 9x9 cell with a toilet, a sink, and a desk. And actually, they have these big metal boxes that each person gets to put all their commissary in, which is your soups. Hi, Aries Sun Princess. Hello. Come over from X and hop onto YouTube. That's where the live chat is. You will love it. You will love it. Because there isn't much of a live chat over on X, but there is over here on YouTube. So come on over here to YouTube. You can just search Twisted Tragedies and it should pop up for you. Well, no, that's that. Okay, if you get past tomorrow, after like when court ends tomorrow, you get past there, and you're definitely into like hung jury, compromised. Like people are gonna have to compromise to get a verdict, one way or another. So, yes, Hank made it extremely clear that intent is not required. You hear a lot of these YouTube lawyers spewing their nonsensical bullshit. You know, these law tubers that have been lying to FKR for so long and pandering, just like Matt said. Like, you can check the box of all those things he said: hacking, email, regular mail, text messages, phone calls, like the whole shebang. Now, times that by 10, okay, and get that daily. And that's what I've been dealing with since 2023, continuing until this day. Okay. I deal with a lot of harassment to get on here and say what I know to be the truth. And I do it because Peggy O'Keefe deserves it. Paul O'Keefe deserves it. The Alberts deserve it. I don't know the McCabe's, but they deserve it as well. These people didn't deserve what happened to them. And it just as well could have been any of us. You answer that phone, you're a good person. You go out looking for a friend who's missing, his girlfriend's screaming, and this ends up being your life. Can you imagine? Can any of you imagine that? I mean, just thinking about it makes me tear up. All of you should be following Matt. He's great. He's echoes things I've been saying since 2023 when it comes to this case. You know, you all should definitely be following Matt. He has his own YouTube. He has Twitter as well. So yeah, I mean, I don't think she walks away without a guilty charge on something. Like I said the other day, Friday, I think she gets guilty on something. There just is no chance, really, that you don't get a guilty. Matt Timpanic. I'll write his last name in here because it might be hard for some of you. He is an attorney here in our state, in Massachusetts, and actually knows what the hell's going on. If you don't follow the Prosecutors Pod, you should be following the Prosecutors Pod. I've reached out to them. I've spoken with them. I thank them for their coverage because they weren't afraid. Uh-oh. WCVB is reporting. Let me look at the courtroom. Hold on. Nothing's going on right now. 3 hours, 14 minutes. Says WCVB is reporting in the courtroom hallways. The chief of the court officers calls for all the officers to gather in a courtroom for a meeting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did you read the banner? The two actor ladies are holding across the street from the courthouse. Karen is my hero. Jen lied. Except that that's been completely debunked. You know? When she walks, can Hank Brennan represent the families in civil court? Hank Brennan can represent anybody he wants in any court that he wants. And she won't be walking. I'll tell you that much. She won't be walking. But if you choose to believe that, sure. Sure. Hank Brennan can do whatever he wants after this. He can represent anybody he wants. Well, that's half the problem, right? Right. They could be taking lunch orders. They could be having a meeting about the chaos that's going to erupt possibly outside of that courthouse at some point. New ruling. Defendant's motion to amend verdict slipped after review of the motion is denied. Shock and horror, folks. The jury already has it. There's no reason it shouldn't be denied. Shocker. Didn't I just say that? Didn't I literally just say that? You know, eventually this will all be over. And all of these people that spent thousands of dollars helping Karen Reed, they literally over the weekend, did another like run of money. Like, hey, we need more money. Karen Reed needs more money. Problem with that is, what the hell does she need money for? What does she need money for? Her attorneys are working for free. They claimed to a global audience. Okay. It's a very vintage prison. They wanted to amend the jury forms. They're already with the jury. So no, I wouldn't allow that if I was the judge either. They're already with the jury. I'm not going to be like, hey, give me all those slips back and we're going to give you new ones because the defense said so. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They did, and the judge didn't allow it this time. And I'm actually proud of her for standing her ground on that 100%, you know? Well, they're going to play games till the very end. I think they know that this is not going well for them. Let me get this off the screen real quick. We'll go back to the courtroom. It really just makes me sick. It literally makes me sick to my stomach for these people. Like, they're still over at Chris Albert's pizza shop. Still every weekend trying to say like, "Oh, until you resign from the select board, we're going to stay out here." Like, why? For what? You're wasting your own time. People who support that family are going to continue to support that family no matter how much you stand out there. So you're wasting your own goddamn time. I suspect they're prepping for safety, because I mean, reality is that that verdict could come in any moment between today and tomorrow. We're just kind of waiting, and if that means that they need to get things in order for a verdict to make sure that nothing crazy happens in or outside of the court, they're going to, which means having probably more COs in the courtroom, getting ready to take her into custody if they have to. I really wish that they would use John's handcuffs. I really wish that they would use John's handcuffs. Like, if I had one say in all of this, it would be that they use John's handcuffs to bring her into custody. If I had to say, you know? Well, I feel like they oversighted a lot in this trial. The defense over exaggerated their own ability, and they did what you never want to do when it comes to lawyering, which is underestimate your opponent. Don't underestimate Hank Brennan. The minute that they heard the name Hank Brennan, they should have been prepping for what they were going to have to deal with. You know? No, she said no. She said no. That's why I said earlier, like, what? They already have them. Why would you change it now? And of course, the judge said, no, we're not doing it. I did. I said it as soon as the stupid thing was filed. Once again, I know nothing though, right? FKR says, I'm just an idiot that knows nothing about anything, including law, because I'm not a lawyer. So how could I possibly know anything that a lawyer knows? I'm not a lawyer. You're right. I'm not a lawyer, but I studied it for a really long time. I know these laws like the back of my hand. It's how I've been able to be a volunteer advocate for 18 years and help people through the system. All sorts of things, landlord, tenant, civil, show them where to go, who to get help from, the entities that can help them if they're low income and can't afford it. I use knowledge to help people. I might not have money to help people, but I have knowledge and I will use it. Hey, that's your opinion, but I think you're on the wrong channel for that opinion. Just saying. Yeah, or when they transport her to Framingham, which most of the time they actually stop. If they have other inmates, what they do is you get in the party bus, which is what I call the party bus, which is the van. And they usually have other people that are going to other jails. And so you get in one side as the woman, they probably have you. There's 3 cages in those vans, one on this side, one on this side, and one in the very back. Usually there's not that many women. So they go into the back of the party van. How do I know this? Once again, I worked at a prison. We did transport to and from court and other places. And so the women get in this part of the van and most of the men get in the other 2 cages. And then you have to stop on your way to Framingham in places like Dedham, where the sewer turtle spent some time and probably will spend some more, in Dedham. And he gets in that cage and you get in another cage in Dedham as you wait to be transported to Framingham, and they give you some food. They give the women some food. They take the men and they get them into Dedham. You wait in a cell in Dedham as a woman, and then they bring you back out to the van, put you back in the van, and drive your behind to Framingham. So you normally don't even get to the prison until 11, 12, 1 in the morning, and then you have to be processed. You don't even get onto that unit into your cell until 3, 4 in the morning. You might get that phone call right before that to your family or friends or whoever. We give you one phone call to around 2, 3 in the morning-ish, after we make you take a shower, bend over and cough, strip search you. You sit on a chair. We have a chair that you have to put your head on, this it looks like a little table, right? And it's a big chair. And you sit in the chair just like you'd sit in any other chair. And there's a table here and a table here. You have to put your head on the table like this. It does like an x-ray to make sure you're not hiding anything. And you put your head this side on the table. It does an x-ray. And to make sure you're not hiding anything in your body or your mouth, or that you don't have any jewelry that they need to take out. I do think Mr. Reed might have a freaking heart attack, though. Somebody should have, like, EMS on board there. Well, you know what? I have it on my screen, so I promise you, if the court comes back, we will be the first people to know. So just ignore people writing that stuff in chat, because there's zero chance that I wouldn't have it on my screen before a verdict is read. So have no fear, Agent 99. I have you. I got your back. Guardrails. I put the pink mob away and set the guardrails. The measures will just be more force, realistically, just more force. Hey, Donald, that's usually what it is more force. I mean, of all of this hoopla, this circus, wouldn't it just be amazing? Just use John's handcuffs. Slap those goddamn handcuffs on her. Let her get those new metal bracelets. Brought to you by John O'Keefe himself from above, my friend. Yeah, but that's what they're gonna do, unfortunately. They're just gonna. Oh yeah, they're gonna say a million things about a million people. Hello, they've been hammering away at me and everybody else on planet Earth since 2023. Again, there's only a few of us, very few channels out there willing to deal with that kind of harassment. That's why so many of the other channels don't. Or they just don't talk about this case, because it comes with a lot. It's a lot of weight to hold as one human, I'll tell you that much. If I didn't have people like Ashley and Lindsay and Jess, if I didn't have people like Freak or B Tim or any of you, Anna or Scorpio, like if I didn't have you guys, it's a lot of weight to hold on your own. All the harassment that I deal with, all the shit that I deal with. If I didn't have people to call and say, hey, like, this is what happened today. How ridiculous these people are. Sometimes we just laugh and point. We're like, wow, you're pathetic. Other times it's like, you have to be a really awful human being to say some of the things these people say. Like, they go way over. Like, once you start bringing my terminally ill kid into it, then we have a serious issue. Just like Kevin, at one point in all this was a while ago, but at one point in all of this, they came for my terminally ill kid and tried to say something along the lines of, she's not terminally ill. The kid's been terminally ill since the day she was born. She has a rare disease less than 200 people on planet Earth have. And anybody who has ever met my child knows this. She has a G-tube that goes in her belly that gives her feeds at night. Like, anybody. So that was quickly dispelled. Quickly. But just like they say Kevin's faking cancer when it's very abundantly clear he is not and never has. They just do these things to hurt people. But you come for my terminally ill kid, and we have a bigger problem. We have a much bigger problem, because as ill as my child is, she's a fighter. She learned that from her mother. She's a fighter, and she figures it out. She figures it out. And I will tell you, she's a staunch supporter of her mother. She pulls no punches. That kid. She's had a hard life that nobody deserves to have. No one. Can you imagine at the age of 20 not being able to lift your head? Can you imagine going blind from the time you were 8 on in one eye and then the other? Can you imagine your fingers being curled in like a 90-year-old man and you can't move them because your bones have fused? And the same for your neck, so it's in the downward position. Can you imagine losing all of your hair? Can you imagine going through chemo and IVIGs, constant poking and prodding and experimental drugs? Can you imagine being told by the doctors you now have scleroderma and that could make your life expectancy down to 2 to 5 years? That it's not only tightening your skin and causing extreme pain, but it's also doing the same, putting this fatty tissue and doing it to your organs. Because my child has dealt with that and more, and she perseveres through it all. The kid needs bone marrow and can't even get the bone marrow transplant until they do the surgery on her neck because she can't be intubated because she can't lay back flat to be intubated. They always do hers twilight, which is half awake and half asleep, and it's miserable. No one should have to go through the things that she has, yet she figures it out. When she can't use her hands like a normal person, she has now figured out how to text. Okay? I wouldn't have even done how to text, because if she brings her phone close enough to her face and turns it a little bit, she can see a tiny bit real close to her face. She's got the thing on her phone for iPhone that tells you everything your phone's doing. And you can tell it to do things. But she's learned how to take her side of her hand, just the side of her hand right here, and use it to text. This kid figures it out. And if anybody has taught me anything in this world, it is my daughter. She has taught me how to be strong, how to not complain, how to figure it out no matter what. And there's no one on planet Earth that could teach me more than she has. So when there are days that are tough and hard that I deal with, I suck it up. I freaking suck it up. There are plenty of days where I just want to break down and cry and lose it, curl up in a ball and just stay that way. And I don't, because I suck it up, because if my kid can deal with everything she has dealt with, who the fuck am I to complain? Who the hell am I to complain when this is what she deals with on a daily basis? I am nobody to complain. And even for Kevin, the pain that he deals with on a daily basis, I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. So for those people that think they're going to break you by throwing ridiculous insults and nonsensical bullshit, there is nothing that can break me other than losing my child, and I live with that fear every day of my life. So I say bring it, because the only thing that's going to break me is that I have dealt with a lot in my life. This is the least of it. The only thing that will make me crumble is that. I am extremely proud of my daughter. She rides horses blind, guys. This kid has figured out everything. You know, disability or not, pain or not, she figures it out. We spend long weeks, months in the hospital, back out for a week, back in. And she figures it out every time. And it's never good news. She doesn't curl up in a ball. She doesn't cry. She doesn't give up. She sucks it up like a champ, and she moves forward. I am damn proud of my daughter, and I will always be. She's a rock. She's a rock. So I laugh when you bring the trolls on, because there is nothing on this planet Earth that I haven't been through that could break me other than that. Other than that. You are all equally as important. And unlike some other channels, like the Sewer Turtle, I give a shit about the people who watch me. I give a shit about the people who spend their time, who come here and interact with each other and have amazing, funny things to say. Great insight, super intelligent life experience, because it brings more value to the stream itself. It brings more value, and I think a lot of creators are missing out on that value by ignoring the people in their chat. Well, you might want to take them, Ash. Jeez. We send all our love to Kevin, because I know what he's going through. My grandfather died of pancreatic cancer. My 89-year-old grandmother is in her third bout of cancer. And my biological father is on death's door. So believe me when I say there is nothing that is going to break me other than that. No, he's covered it. Actually, I've talked to him quite a few times. I have great respect for him. He has covered it quite a few times. He dealt with a lot of harassment, I would say, over the winter time from these people, just by talking about it. So she is a champion. She's my champion. Ash actually kindly brought me when I needed to go to my daughter's apartment and change her bandages one day, and Ash kindly brought me over there so I could change her open wound bandages. Oh my God, it's the evaporator coil. That is, ooh, you have to wait to get that piece. Oh God. See if you can get an aftermarket part of the coil, the evaporator coil. They always say that because they want you to replace the entirety of the thing, but you can still get that part. Believe me, they just want you to replace the whole thing. That's their way of selling you on replacing the whole thing. I'll help you find it if you can't find it yourself. I actually had that problem in an old apartment because I don't have central air here. I wish I did. That would be great. Yeah, there was a thing where they wanted to keep medication away from her. That her dad had said to the police department when she was being sectioned that day. I mean, I don't think they're going to make just a whole nother documentary if she's found guilty. They probably just add it into whatever stuff they already have. He's a great channel. And if you guys aren't following him, that's someone you should follow as well. I always say that. I have great respect for some of these people. Mel's always been super kind to me and super nice. And I like his coverage on other stuff. So he's a winner in my book. Listen, the people that I've met behind the scenes, I say there's a lot of people that I would not have met if it wasn't for this case. So even though I have dealt with insurmountable amounts of harassment, I've met some really amazing people, some really awesome people that I would have never met otherwise. And I'm grateful for every single one of them. Karen from True Crime and Wine, she's a really good friend of mine. Julie Ginto, really good people. Really good people. I would not have known some of you if it wasn't for this case. And so for that, I am grateful because I think it has, and in a way of people fighting for this justice, has brought people together. And I can appreciate that for sure. Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. Yeah, that apparently the argument was about alcohol. Not that she was getting them donuts, but that that she was drinking, that she had drank and drove the kids, you know? Oh, Papa Vane, absolutely. No, I'm lucky to have her as my kid. I'm lucky. I'm the lucky one. That kid is intelligent, smart, funny, sarcastic, like her mother. And she doesn't let anything push her down. If it pushes her down, she gets back up. And she wipes it off. And she continues on. She's not afraid to ask for my help if she needs it. I will say she is a mommy and daddy's girl because she's got no problem calling mommy or daddy. As a matter of fact, yesterday, she just moved into her own apartment and, you know, she has to have a full-time caregiver. So we kind of switch off. And yesterday for Father's Day, she texted her dad and said, "Dad, happy Father's Day. But could you come over and help me fix my broken cabinet door? Please, Dad." So she's got no problem asking for help. She has service dogs, but the dogs can't fix a door. They can open them, they can close them, they can pick things up, they can open refrigerators, close refrigerators, open doors, closing doors, but they can't fix cabinets. Her service animals cannot fix cabinets. I taught her how to not let anybody push her over or be a pushover. I taught her how to be kind. I taught her how to be strong. I taught her how to not let her disability stop her. The example I used to say to her was, there are people with no legs that run marathons. This is not going to stop you. This will not stop you. When she was little, she used to not like to wear bikinis because she's got the G tube. If any of you work in medical, you guys know what that is. It's inserted. It's like surgically put into your stomach, and there's a tube, like an IV tube that connects to it at night that gives you feedings, food, nutrients. And the problem is that her body burns off twice as much as what she can bring in. And what we recently found out with her disease is that her body actually wasn't even absorbing the nutrients. So they've had to put a filter onto the G tube to get her body to absorb the nutrients. So now she has that at night. She can eat. She eats all day. But like I said, it burns off twice as much as what she can bring in, no matter how much she eats. So she has a G tube at night. And so the G tube is there in her stomach 24/7, closed, usually until she at night. But she didn't want to wear bikinis because it was showing. And I said to her, if people are looking, honey, it's because they don't know what it is. They've never seen it before. It's something different. Take that opportunity to educate them. Tell them what it is. Like, they're kids, kids don't know that it's something they've never seen. They don't have one. They don't know what it is. So they might be looking or staring. And after I had that conversation with her, she was never afraid to wear a bikini ever again. Ever again. Ever again. And she did what I taught her, which was to tell people what it is. Then they're like, oh, cool. She never had a problem again. And the best you can do as a parent is to teach your kid how to get up when they get thrown down, how to pick themselves up and shake themselves off and keep it moving. Manslaughter, yes. Murder, no. I mean, it's a good guess. Manslaughter is still a charge I can be found guilty on. I'd be totally okay with the manslaughter. I know. You know how I am with asking for help. I'm good for other people. I'm good for helping other people and, asking for them. But for me, you know how I am. It's a little bit different. It was a motion where they wanted to change the verdict slip. Again, the defense and the judge said no. If they don't find the coil, I'll help you find one that goes to your AC so that they don't try to boat you into getting a new AC, because that's what they're doing. They're like, oh, well, that's not made anymore. So they can still get one. Aw, we love you. We love all of you. I'm glad you found us too. It takes a long while for people to find us, actually. This is why I say make sure you share it with people and let people know we exist, because we do have a really great community here of people. When I don't see one of you, like I was about to ask about Grave this morning, I was like, hey, where's Sunken Grave? And then he pops in. So, for me, I notice when you guys aren't there, I want to make sure everybody's okay. Obviously, I don't expect everybody to be here every single day, but if I don't see you, I start to worry. I'm like a little mama hen, I worry. Listen, we all, including my daughter, I kid you not when I say, like, my daughter might be terminally ill. She might have a lot of health issues, but I'm telling you, when I say she's sassy, she's super sassy. Like, for instance, she's morbid. But the way she gets through things sometimes is with comedy. And so I remember asking her, I think it was Christmas. It was either Christmas or her birthday, because they're both around the same time. Like, oh, hey, what do you want for Christmas? Your birthday. And she looked at me and she smirked and she said, I don't know, a will to live. And I looked at her and I was like, what? And she just started freaking laughing, just dying laughing. Like, it was the funniest thing she had ever said in her life. And to me, it was like a shock. Like, what? Morbid. That's morbid, right? But for her, it's the way she gets through things. Comedy, right? And so, inappropriate or not, we all use comedy to get through it sometimes, including my daughter. And I will tell you, she's a sassy one. She is a sassy one. She gets it from me for sure. She's sarcastic. She's a goof. I haven't talked to Roberta in a while. I probably should reach out. But I have talked to Roberta quite a few times. Yep. I like Roberta's stuff. I pray for John's family and for all the witnesses every single day. Every single day. I know that the Alberts know we're all here for them if they need anything, because I happen to be friends with some of them and they're wonderful people. Of course he is. Of course he is. Just attacking everyone, Okay, see? See? Okay, cool. So you probably have seen a couple people with a G-tube then, if you're in OT. That's great. Oh, yeah, I played it yesterday. So I'm like, I don't want to play it again. I already played it yesterday, I mean, it gets better every time. It wasn't that they got alcohol from her. It's that Karen smelled like alcohol when she drove them to Dunkin' Donuts. That was the problem. Nah. You know what, B. Harley? Sometimes people don't get me either. So I'm with you, my friend. I'm with you, my friend. It kind of is, right? Like a battle between what's right and what's wrong. WCVB reporting on denied motion. Defense wanted to add not guilty boxes to each of the lesser offenses, including the second charges, vehicular manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol. They asked for that yesterday and it was denied. So I don't even know why they're still asking. The judge said no yesterday for that. You know? Oh, that's okay, Lynn. We're always here, and you can always just listen in. You don't have to be in chat if you're not feeling well. You just pop some headphones on. And I have a ton of viewers that are at work and can't always be in chat, so they just listen. And then afterwards, they'll send me a message, be like, "Hey, great show today. You know, I was at work. I have you in my headphones." So I know there's a ton of people that actually just listen because they can't be a part of chat, but they listen to my texts. Are we going to get breaks for breaks with them? So I think they'll have a lunch break, but it's up to the jury whether they decide to, eat their lunch and continue to deliberate or just eat their lunch. They get it in the deliberation room. That's how that works. In case anybody was wondering. That's a great question, Ren. Oh, okay. So the sewer turtle's angry. Okay, hold on. All right, let's see. He says this is Zora from Sandpaper. She's doing the Netflix doc with Gretchen Voss. We, Compelling Pictures, negotiated with her about working together on a doc because we have exclusivity agreements with Hurt Dots, of course, Boston Defender, me, and the Reed family. They can't do a good doc without any of us in it. As of right now, they've interviewed, and I'm not going to use this word, Kate. He, of course, uses a different word. The McAlberts, the Alberts and McCabe's, and Lindsay. He's the only fake victim. I'm going to point this out here. He is a perpetual fake victim. So for him to call anybody else the fake victim is the most deplorable, disgusting, and hypocritical thing I've ever heard in my life when he uses fake evidence to try to hurt his, for people who speak out against him. Let's throw it that way, How many sidebars? I love you, Jack. Yeah, they get their food delivered. I know I'm behind in the comments, you guys. I apologize. No, there's no issue. The judge gave them the slips the way they always have been. Hey, welcome. Oh, you would. She gets along with everyone, anyone. She's a goof. What's being said on another channel? Did I miss that? What's being said? Oh, that's what's being said on another channel about No, they were talking this morning about something that they made a mistake on. But as far as I know, the judge said no. So, probably Alan Jackson. I think we need to get child seating for the sewer turtle. Right? They probably have lifts in their shoes. I've met Gretchen Voss. She was nice the time I met her. She was very respectful. I saw her the first time I was doing the counter protests last year. No, they're not upside down. They're the way they always are, and the defense wanted to change them again. That's half the problem. I was like, you're not going to change them again. So he says they're out and about looking for Karen Reed supporters to interview. Please don't fall for this. She's going to cut up what you say and try to make Free Karen Reed sound like a mindless mob. Well, it is a mindless mob, sir. You can't make them sound like that. That's exactly what they sound like. She told Jeff from Compelling Pictures that she believes Jennifer McCabe is innocent and I'm the villain of the story. Shocker, because you are, sir. Please don't try to be famous by agreeing to interview with this woman. She is the enemy. Tell her to fuck off. What I find funny about that is that's his dog whistle. And he's mad they're not making it about Karen being innocent and being a giant conspiracy. He's mad that he is not the star like he thought he would be. So now he's doing the same thing that he did when he attacked the Roccos way back when, because Nick Rocco was on Court TV. Well, you shouldn't be on it because I can't be on it. That's his, girly tantrum that he throws. Listen, I applaud anybody on this side who gets on any program and speaks up for what's right. I don't care who it is. We shouldn't be hitting each other down and saying, well, I can't, so you can't. We should be lifting each other up, no matter who it is, as long as they're doing something good and they don't have nefarious,
things that they're trying to do, then we should be helping each other out, not knocking each other down, you know? TV's Darvo's he does Darvo hard than anybody else in the world. In fact, he switches between attacker and victim so much. He does a superposition of the two. Well, that's exactly what he does. He's the victim. Everyone else is bad. Come on, man. You know? Oh my God, he'd cry like a baby, right? He would literally cry like a he has cried like a baby. We're talking about the man who sat there and went, "Oh, I'd be so I would be so emasculated if I had to go in and say I was afraid of these people. These people had to go in and say they were afraid of Turtle Boy. How emasculating. How emasculating to go in front of a court twice and say you're afraid of two women when you're really not. Isn't that a little emasculating? So Turtle, because isn't that pretty sure that's what you did? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you did that. You did that. And then your girlfriend got up in front of the entire world and said that you were going to cry. You were very upset. You were going to cry. How emasculating, right? How emasculating. I have never met a bigger hypocrite or a bigger projector a day in my goddamn life. Okay? He would go right to the police and cry like a baby. And brief explanation as to why this turtle turned. Well, he's not well known. Let's make something clear about that. Most people outside of the state of Massachusetts have no idea who he is, and for good reason. It's really because he started this farce of the Free Karen Read, what is called a movement, which is really a cult. And he didn't. What half the problem is he likes to say he's an investigative journalist and that he quote broke this story. The problem with that is that's just a lie. He didn't break anything. He didn't investigate anything. Karen from day one fed him the information first through Natalie, then straight from him to her, and then him to the audience of his YouTube show. So he didn't investigate a goddamn thing. He didn't break anything. As a matter of fact, I believe it was channel 4 or 5 that first played this story like a day after it had happened, that John was hit and it was a police officer and potentially his girlfriend hit him after dropping him off at a party. I remember because I watched that news thing when it happened. So he didn't break anything. He didn't investigate anything. He was fed bullshit by Karen herself, and then he fed that to his audience. Things like, oh, there was tail light under the snow, on top of the snow, not under the snow, on top of the snow. As we know, we have video and evidence, pictures and video that show that it was not indeed on top of the snow. It was under the snow. Things like there was snow underneath John, which again, completely false. We have the pictures and video. It is dirt underneath where John was. So we're talking about things that he fed to his audience in the beginning so that they would buy into this conspiracy. Okay. Things like the sirens were on and the Alberts still didn't come outside. They did not use sirens that night. They did not use sirens. They don't usually use sirens in the middle of the night here in Massachusetts. I don't know about other states, but usually they don't use them here at night like that. Unless they need to get to a Boston hospital on the highway. They don't usually in residential neighborhoods do that. So he fed them so much bullshit, right? Then when the actual pieces of evidence came out to show that it was bullshit, what happened? Did he correct it? Did he say, oh, I was wrong on that? Or Karen was wrong on that because she's the one who fed him the information, right? No. You know what he did? He just stopped talking about it. The missing library footage that was never missing. Never missing. Okay? Missing shoe that was never missing. The missing belt that was never missing. All of these things that these people believed led to this conspiracy and were all so shady and part of this conspiracy never actually existed at all. And so he fed nonsense to thousands of people. And those people fed it to other people. And those people fed it to other people and other people and other people. And then cue in people like LTL and the Glare and all of these idiots. Cue in all the YouTubers that hopped on top of them and then on top of them and then on top of them, who just kept feeding Karen's BS to droves of people with no actual evidence any of it is true, and half of it just being baseless bullshit and speculation to begin with. They sold their house for $50,000 loss. That was one of the big ones in the beginning. Come to find out, that's not true at all. They actually made like $250,000 on the sale of that house. from what it was worth. They lowered it about $50,000 to sell. My grandmother's house was worth $500,000. She sold it for $50,000 less to sell it. She just wanted to be done with it. My grandfather had died of pancreatic cancer. It had a big yard. She just wanted to downsize. She wanted to be done with it. And this was when the housing market was amazing. It was great. This was pre 2006 meltdown, shutdown, pre depression style stuff. So it was before the market bubbled out. So it was good selling conditions. And yeah, so they lowered it and they sold it. We also know that they had already started talks to sell that house before John died. The whole, they got rid of the dog and they buried it in the pool. Problem with that is the Alberts don't have a pool. There are still people in this world that think that behind 34 Fairview, there's a pool that was filled in. The problem with that is it isn't. His parents, the Alberts' parents who live in Canton somewhere else, filled in their pool. Why? Because it was decrepit and it would have cost 30 grand to fix it. How do I know this? A, I'm friends with them. And B, my husband built pools for 10 years. Literally. So what they needed done would have cost them more than just filling it in. It would have, and it would have cost them more than just to build a whole brand new pool. So the choice was to fill it in for much cheaper and just get rid of it because there was you couldn't fix it. So it's either you build a brand new one for 30 grand or fix the old one for around 30 grand or fill it in. So they just filled it in. They just filled it in. We're still talking about, the dog's very much alive, lives on a farm. They changed the dog's name. The dog lives in Vermont. Dog's alive and well. All of these things that they fed to people that made people believe in the conspiracy were not true to begin with. And there was a ton of evidence to show that, but why should the family go out of their way to show people evidence, people they don't even know, because these people want to believe in a conspiracy? They don't owe anybody anything. They owe nothing to anyone. That was up to the judge, Thomas, unfortunately. That was up to the judge. That's on the judge. She could have removed him at any point. She can ask anybody to go outside of her courtroom for any time, But he's still, what do you think he's going to do after this? He's not a true crime channel. He's a go after people who are in the depths of an addiction or homeless or, in their worst parts of their life. Meanwhile, his entire life is a dumpster fire of cheating and lying, making up evidence, literal making up evidence to try to get back at people he doesn't like, trying to have people charged, running to police stations. I kid you not when I say this. He literally runs to police stations with made up evidence and will come back and come back and come back and come back and like harass the cops until he thinks they're going to do what he wants. I kid you not. I kid you not. He's got to be shitting himself about what they're finding in his devices right now because he knows how many crimes are in those devices. We're talking blackmail and lots of it. Lots of it. Blackmail, threats, wiretapping, and God knows what else. Anybody who follows him at this point, he needs a booster seat at restaurants. He kind of does. I'm taller than him and I'm 5'4". Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Oh no. Your poor neighbor. He's the older gentleman, right? Oh. Yeah, you're not going to hear, they don't use sirens. It's usually just the lights. And like, if you're like me, I use blackout curtains. I don't know about how many of you guys. I use blackout curtains because the sun rises like where my room is. And so if I don't use blackout curtains, then at 5 a.m, I'm getting pinged in the eyeball with light and it's waking me up. So I draw my curtains at night and then I open them back up in the morning. I don't use those in this room, as you can see, because this is just an extra playroom / office. So I don't use blackout curtains in any room that isn't being slept in, or like I use them in the living room and the bedrooms. I don't use them in the kitchen either, but I just use them in the living room and the bedrooms. So if there was sirens outside of if there was lights outside of my house at 4 a.m, I would never know because I use blackout curtains. I would have no idea unless it woke me up with noise. And even then, At least my oldest, you could scream in her ear and she is not waking up. Some people are heavy sleepers, some people are light sleepers. My husband's a light sleeper, so anything wakes him up. Me getting out of bed to pee wakes him up. But other people are heavier sleepers. All my kids are heavy sleepers. You'd have to. I mean, my oldest, you can scream and she still doesn't wake up. So I don't know. But my youngest, you'd have to scream and shake the bed to wake her up. So, and yeah, so Jessie has a dog. Did the dog move? Did the dog bark? Did the bark? No. And yeah, she does have a very vocal dog. So it's not what he does now, but it's what he did for a very, very long time. He built and maintained pools. Did a lot of pool building. So a lot of people call us every year and are like, hey, can he come open my pool or fix my pool or well, that's how they're going to mention him, the blogger, because that's all that he is. He's a sad little man who thinks that by disparaging other people, it'll make him feel better. And it might for just about 30 seconds. And that's why he continues to do it. Oh, yeah, it's exactly what he'll do. Is return to Ratchet Madness. Might want to insert his name there. Thank you, Jezebel. I appreciate that. The like button is very helpful. I know I'm like really behind in these comments, at least 3 minutes. I apologize. Well, that's their thing, right? Like, that's his thing, is to attack women. It's 98% women that he attacks. Let's make that very clear. Why? Because he knows attacking men is probably not a smart idea. I'm surprised one of them hasn't beat his ass yet. I mean, hey. Hey, Cookie. Nice to see you. Guilty on all charges is right. South Carolina. Ooh, I'll have to visit you one time. I'm hoping to maybe visit my grandmother who has cancer in Florida by the fall. If I could save enough money to do so, that would be great. And I always drive. My husband doesn't like flying. And obviously we go through North and South Carolina. So I honestly feel like someone's helping him. I kid you not when I say this. Lynn, I honestly feel like someone behind the scenes is helping him. It is the only explanation I can come to about the weird things that I've seen happen that would have put anyone else in jail, especially in my state already, in Massachusetts. Anyone else would have been sitting in a prison cell by now. There's someone helping him somewhere. And I know who isn't, because I've been doing this digging for a while, which just leaves who is. We're into the 4th hour, folks. It's about to hit 4 hours on the verdict clock. Everything he says about these people is disgusting. Has anybody ever heard him? This is probably going to be used, prosecutor in his case will probably say, not one time did he ever say, please don't harass people. Please do not go and intimidate and harass and email and dox and threaten people. Why? Because he wants them to. It's the dog whistle. Well, you want to know why, Lynn? I'll tell you why. Because even lawyers and officers are too afraid to deal with him because they're afraid their families will be doxxed and harassed. And that speaks volumes. I'm sorry, but if you're a doxer or a harasser, that's what you do, okay? You're a sad person. But if you're a lawyer or a prosecutor or a police officer, these are the people you lock up, right? You can't use the excuse like, I don't want to touch that because I don't want my family harassed, so I don't want to have anything to do. That's your job. You asked to do this. You asked to do this. If you own the company, you do. I guess if you own the company, you probably do make quite a bit of bank. Well, that's another thing. The theory would be that blackmail, because it's what he does. This is something he's been doing for years, long before this trial ever existed. Long before. Yeah, see? Some people do. They wake up to everything, and some people don't, It's supposed to take this long, Becca. This is a good thing. They're taking their time going through the pieces of evidence. And there's a lot. Remember, there was only over like 200 exhibits. So that's a lot of stuff that they can look at, argue about, you know. I love my blackout curtains. I love them. I love them. I freaking love them. Absolutely love them. Oh, there's a story. There's some stories I haven't even told you guys yet. And when I do tell them, you're going to be like, "What? What?" Yeah, we have that post because he can delete everything he wants, but screenshots, my friends, so we already have it. I have it right here in my phone. It's been sent to me at least a dozen times by now. But there is a story, Lynn, and I intend to tell it when this is over. I intend to tell it because it needs to be told. It needs to be told. Sounds about right, RP. Sounds about right. But yes, we do. We have that deleted post, MYB. Once again, he shoots himself in the foot. Why do you think he deleted it? Any guesses? Ooh, emails? I like emails. I love it. I mean, don't get me wrong. We're in Massachusetts. A lot of us have trash mouths, to be fair. Well, I'll tell you, the FBI doesn't want him. I can at least rule that part out. The FBI doesn't want him. He's too much of a liability. My sources tell me he's way too much of a liability. They wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. So, well, and that's what people are afraid of. And unfortunately for me, it's like, if you're an officer, right? It's like, do I have to go back to school, wait the 6 years, actually be an attorney, vote to be like, hey, I'll take the case as a special prosecutor and do it my goddamn self? Because at this point, that's what it looks like. People are afraid. We have the screenshot. Yeah, we have it. See? So yeah, if he works nights and he want to be sleeping during the day, I worked nights for a very long time. Over a decade, I worked nights. So I totally tell him I get it. That's half the problem, Lynn. That's what we've been screaming for 2 years. Where's the justice for the victims? So it just, nothing happens because, Exactly. Ashley's still waiting for that justice. When does that come for these people? Well, I know the people involved in some of these documentaries and whatnot. So they're not like super higher people or anything like that. My main concern really is what kind of help he was given to get through not being jailed for this long, especially with all of the crimes he has committed. Although I do know that they're currently going through his devices. He had to give up the passwords about a month ago. So, I mean, if there is any crimes in that device that ties him to these crimes, they can charge him. And that includes blackmail, wiretapping. I can only imagine what else. The ones I know exist for a fact are blackmail, wiretapping, and like threats and dog whistle threats. That's criminal harassment you could be charged with. You could be charged with stalking, cyber stalking, could be a federal crime. You never know. But at least those exist. I don't know what more after that, but probably quite a bit. Ew. The only person I have any respect for on Court TV is Julie Grant. We give our love to Julie Grant. Julie's been the only one willing to step up and say what's clearly true and out in front of us all instead of pandering. And for that, I have great respect for Julie. Her story's pretty bad. Wait until she gets up here and tells it. It's pretty bad. A lot of you know it already, but he is, in my opinion. I agree with you, Jack. I agree. I couldn't figure out a way to do a call-in thing. I know you guys asked for it. I did say I'd look into it. I looked into it last night. I have to download a bunch of stuff to do it. So I didn't have time to get that all set up for today. But if it goes past today, I might have time to do it for tomorrow. go on big and put that fan on small side. Which fan? My little fan? My little pink fan? Which fan? Which fan? Oh, that fan on the screen? Oop. Hold on a second, guys. Drop something. You know you're getting old when you bend over and you have to go when you do it. Right? Call an animal control. He does false stories. That's what he does. I haven't watched her any of her coverage on Sebastian Rogers at all. Usually only get a short segment of her in the morning because I'm usually here with you guys, so I have to like rewatch it sometimes, and I only watch like the first portion, probably like 45 minutes ish. But I've talked to Julie privately before, and she's a really nice person, and she's usually willing to listen to anyone who has anything to say to her if you're kind and not an asshole and not a troll, you know. So, oh yeah. Ah, you know what? I prefer them on the big screen, to be honest. I don't even think I can't. Nope. Oh, yeah, I guess I could. I mean, my hair's all frizzy. You know, I'm not having a good hair day. I prefer them on the bigger screen, in my opinion. But hey, also, I cried a little, so I might have messed up some of my, blue in memory of John eyeshadow here. I might have. I might have. Gotcha, Cookie. I gotcha. Any similarities to the O.J. Simpson case? I wouldn't necessarily say there was similarities to that case. You know, it's what he does. It's what he does. And Lynn, that same thing has been done to quite a few people. Quite a few people. Fake manufactured evidence, having one of his minions send it to him to say you did, or vice versa. Thank you, Becca. I usually do a pretty good job. I've actually been hired to do proms and things like that. Oh, I hate my streaks of gray. I hate them. I'm only in my 30s, god damn it. I could thank my mom, you know. Although I have thought about doing like an entirety of like sort of like a, you know how they have this whole like gray, my hair's black. That's what color my hair is. So I thought about doing like a gray sort of streaks in it, which would probably bode better for trying to cover some of my gray. Um, Silver Fox it is, my friend. She is the kryptonite. I mean, he likes to say that he's never lost a case, which is just a bold-faced lie, as we know. He has lost quite a few. you know, people got to stick together. I don't hate the idea of in my 30s already, but it's only in the front. It's literally from like here down, only in the front. If I put my hair down, you really can't see much of it. But I have thick hair, so having it down is a lot. It's on the back of my neck. It makes me hot and stuff, so I usually wear it up because of that. But I do, if we get past today, I am going to wear my blue highlights in my hair tomorrow if we get past today and there's no verdict. Yeah, he keeps saying that, you know? I'm the only one live? Seriously? That might explain the numbers right now. There's a lot of people on X watching us. So we're in the 900 range. Usually we're somewhere in like the 500 at any given point, and now we're in the 900 range. So I definitely earned them, that's for sure. I definitely earned them. Oh, hey, Red Racer. I love that you got a membership the other day. When I was reading the names, I was like, "Ooh, Red Racer got one. Always in the bushes, always listening." Kevin's going, someone said. So I'm not the only one, I guess. I mean, I get it. People probably don't want to sit here all day with that verdict clock on, but I feel like it's too much of a risk to, because in order to go live, right? I can't just push a button and go. I mean, you can, but you still have to have a thumbnail. You have to have a title. So, like, by the time I got all that ready and hit the button, the verdict would already be read. So I said, screw it. I might as well just stay live. I do have a bottle of champagne in the fridge. I kid you not. If any of those verdicts are read guilty, I'm going to pop that thing. But I did say to my husband, I said, how am I going to open this without you home? He's like, it's fine. You just push it with your, because I always have him open it. Anytime I've ever bought, I have him open it. He's like, you just push it with your thumb. And I'm like, do you want me to open it so it's like ready to go and you can just push it? I go, no, my luck would be you open it enough so that it's almost ready to pop off and it'll just pop off in the fridge or something. No, it's actually a good sign that they're at this point 4 hours, because if there was nothing to talk about at all, right, they would already come back not guilty. Okay. So this clock here at 4 hours is more indicative of something that could be guilty, but on which charge, of them sort of just trying to figure out which one. Because if it was not guilty, I think we would have at this point seen a not guilty. So I think it's got to be that they're having some at least talks about which one, you know. I do. I think Hank did a phenomenal, amazing job in his closing. I could watch it a billion times, over and over and over and over, because he did. I mean, Lally, was given, like I said, a Herculean task. There was no chance that poor Lally was going to be able to like do that all on his own. But even Lally got more than 3/4 of that jury to want to vote guilty. Okay. So if you go back to the first trial and think they didn't have the black box data, they didn't have the clips of Karen, they didn't have Hank, you know? Oh, that's a good question. It's a good question, Mama Bree. It's a good question. It's a very good question. I mean, what are the odds that something like that happens, What are the odds? All right. Everybody do me a favor. If you already haven't, there's so many of you here. I want y'all to do me a favor and hit that like button if you already haven't hit the like button. Appreciate that if you did. Also, wait, what? Sorry, I was just checking something. Oh my God, I love it. Warning. This is what Ashley sent me an email. It says something that the sewer turtle should put on his channel. It says, warning, I'm an idiot. Do what I do at your own risk. Don't take my advice unless you're really super desperate. This isn't necessarily educational as it is more for entertainment. That's exactly the warning he should have on his channel. Because anybody who listens to him, especially on legal takes, makes no sense to me whatsoever. But yes, do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you can. We rely on the kindness of all of you to keep our channel running on a weekly basis. We would really appreciate it. We have memberships. We do have super stickers and super chats, but the best way to donate to the channel are these ways that we have. We have a link that is pinned to the top of the chat, and that is for credit or debit. If you want to donate to the channel, we also have things like Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Revolut for those of you who are out of country. The link also works if you're out of country as well. But those are the options that we do have, and we appreciate the support because we can't get by without the kindness of all of you and without your help. We're still a little fish in a very large YouTube pond, and so we would like to continue bringing you this kind of content. Long after the Karen Reed trial ends, I plan on covering the Idaho 4 and many other trials, but that is depending on if we can get there, right? So any little bit always helps. I do not read people's full government names. We like to keep those a secret. It's usually only your screen name or first name so that no one knows who you are. If you are donating on a place like Venmo, nobody can see it but me. I have my entire Venmo locked, including my friends list. So don't worry. No one can see it. No one can see my PayPal. No one can see my Revolut. Cash App is the only thing I am uncertain of. I have locked everything that I could possibly lock. But if you have yours set to private, mine are set to private. So okay, let's see. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. So sorry. Jesse put some pictures in our Discord. If you're not on our Discord, that's another place that you should pop into. If you don't have it, it is an app. You can also do it online, but the app is better on your phone. And it's a place where all of us go when we're not live to talk about this, other cases, our pets, recipes, all sorts of stuff. And there's also an option where we can voice chat each other. So there is a place and it's called Twisted's Treehouse of Horrors where anybody, not just me, anybody, any of you, say you're talking to someone, you guys are writing back and forth, and one's trying to cook dinner, and you're like, hey, let's pop into voice chat because I can't keep typing while I'm trying to cook dinner. 2 of you, 3 of you, or 100 of you can pop into that chat and voice talk to each other. That's why I like Discord, because there's so many different options between the threads where you can just type back and forth, the voice chat, and we can even, in some instances, and I plan on doing this when we have enough members to do it, we can live view things in Discord together. I think a bingo game is going to happen in there soon. I think I have to make up the bingo cards virtually to be able to get them to you guys, but I think that's something that we're going to play soon. So I said I was watching Court TV and looking at all the pink. First of all, I can almost guarantee Karen hates that color. Well, she said she only picked it because she thinks it's pretty, but she doesn't wear it, which tells you she clearly doesn't even like the color pink. She just wanted something to contrast and be bright. And second, we can see it as a breast cancer awareness is being brought to attention. We like field trips, Jesse. We love field trips. I still think she's going to go full Superman business, you know? Full business. You know? Full business. I'm surprised Grant's not live. I can't be the only one. Grant's not live at all. I don't know where to even look on his screen. That's the part that I don't like. It's too busy. Too busy for me. Right? She's about to like the color orange. She's about to. Eric Weem's leg is the one that washed ashore near Taylor Swift's house. No foul play suspected. Supports him killing himself in the river. Sounds like. That's sad. That's really sad. Yeah, and some of you prefer to support the channel in a way that are wish lists. We have an Amazon and a Walmart one, and they are in the description of the video. They're also on the main channel of the video. I mean, the main channel of the show on YouTube. We know that they hired people from Crowds on Demand last time, so wouldn't really shock me that they did it again, you know? So we know that they spent money on paid protesters last time, you know? I will text you if they come back. Don't worry. I love our Discord. Oh, thank you, Anna. I love you. So basically, you paid for my coffee this morning. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. It is creepy, but we expected it, you know? Yeah, well, you never know. You never know, you know? I don't ever knock anybody for needing government help. I've been there, you know, at one point. And it would be nice to get it now. I mean, even people who are lower income like myself, I don't get food stamps, which would be helpful to me. You know, food is expensive as hell. And so I have to cut my grocery bill and get less because it's way too expensive for me to afford it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with needing, you know, that kind of assistance. But I think a lot of these people are out there spending their money, and some of them on fixed incomes. It's really sad, you know? Thank you, House of Beaver, for your $5 donation, my friend. I appreciate it. Hey, Lieutenant Dan's Legs made it into the Discord. Welcome, Lieutenant Dan's Legs. Don't be anxious, Potluck. We can do this together. Hold my hand now. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Okay, that's how you deal with breathing when you have anxiety or PTSD. Anna had to remind me the other day. It's the first thing, in through the nose, out through the mouth. All right. Oh yeah, we have a pets. We have pets. We can share everything. I love good recipes. So tell me, especially things that I can make quick for dinner. Share me all the recipes, all of them. Yeah, that disclaimer was pretty perfect for him. He might need to post that right on his forehead. They need a guy across the street with a sign, wear pink if you think she's guilty. Oh my God. That would be great. That would be great. So I actually have done my family tree, and some of them on my mother's side actually are French Canadian, and went from the Azores in Portugal up to Canada. I did the DNA thing a while ago. My mother's adopted, and I did not, especially because my daughter's disease, it only goes as far back for medical from me and then my mother. That's it. So I wanted to know more. I wanted to know if there was anything that could have ran in the family, any other genetic disorders, things like diabetes, cancer. I wanted to know if there were things that I should be looking out for not just me, but my daughter, anything that could explain, a mutation of genetics that could have caused her disease. And so I did the DNA. My husband got me the kit, and I actually found my mother grew up with one sibling, another adopted sibling. And she went from having one sibling to having, let me say it's 12, two of which were adopted out and discovered each other. I don't think they've ever met in person yet. But they've talked, whether it's online or on the phone or whatever. And that was pretty cool, and I did find out diabetes runs in the family, things that I did not know before to look out for. Nothing for my daughter's disease, unfortunately, but it was cool because it does show you every little bit of your DNA, where it comes from, where they went. And it was very cool to learn some of that stuff for sure. I did the 23andMe one. Yeah, I don't. I can't. I don't. I can't. I can't do it. Right? I think that there's no doubt in my mind she'll be found guilty on something. It's just what? It isn't working. It isn't working. Sometimes if you don't have the app and you click on it, it won't let you. You gotta download. I would suggest downloading the app first before you click on it. I've had that happen for other people. We can make a new one. It might just be expired after like 2 weeks or something. It expires. We can make another one if it's not working for you. I think Freak should be able to make one. He's an admin. I got to add some other mods and admins into the Discord as well. We'll have to see. There's that. Okay. Freak made a fresh one for you guys. Thank you, Freak. You're always on top of it. Perfect. Well, that's part of the problem. Is sometimes he says things that are not true and says them as fact, and I have a very large problem with that, especially because all of the things that I have dealt with when it comes to misinformation and lies that have hurt people. And so I cannot. I can't support that kind of stuff. You have to be very careful when you're giving information to people, that you're not giving false information or misleading information. You can't just say it so you sound smart. You can't just say it to say it. You have to make sure that what you're giving people is at least semi good information. You can't just say it and then wish it into the world. If you don't understand something, then don't give the information on it. Some people will just give the information trying to make it sound like they're smart, or it sounds like they know what they're talking about when they really don't. And that can hurt people. I've learned a lot, Oh, thank you, Lynn, for your $25 donation. That really helps. I appreciate that very, very much. Like I said earlier, some of you weren't here, but we are going to do a members only live stream, I think Thursday night, evening, I should say evening. I'm still under my same name on Discord, but it's a channel. So you could be under your own name, but I'm under Twisted Tragedies, but there are actual channels. So my Discord is its own channel in Discord, if that makes sense. So you wouldn't just be looking for just me. You would be looking for the channel itself. That's why we have the link, because it brings you right to it. MYB said, when Jackson sat down after his closing, it's all over her face. Karen was pissed. And Nettie asked her for a pen, and it looked like she wanted to throw it at him. She probably did. Yeah, some people use the same names on YouTube as Discord, so we know who they are. If you change your name on Discord to something else that it's not here, it's best to just tell people like, hey, it's so and so that we know it's you, because otherwise we don't correlate the names to who, if you use a different name, to who you are. In for a count of 7, out for a count of 11, and repeat. Ugh, girl, listen, I totally get it. Nowadays, they want you to pass all of those things for your car, and it's like, okay, well, do you have the money to give me to make sure that you can give me that little sticker? You know, I don't have a car anymore. This is the longest I've ever been without a car, and it's really difficult, especially with things like medical appointments and issues and, you know, stuff like that. It's really hard to not have a car, but, you know, they're really expensive. Even used cars nowadays, and I just can't afford it. Can't afford to buy one. Yeah, I get it. I agree with you. It's one thing if you need the help. Like, I don't even get Social Security and I'm disabled. I refuse to have to be one of those people that has to rely on Social Security, you know? Like, I'm hoping that the treatments that I'm getting will help. And that I don't have to rely on something like that. You know, this is my source of income at the moment, other than what my husband makes, obviously, but this is my source of income. So you are brave, my friend. You are brave. Ooh, crock pot recipes. I like crock pot recipes. I just got a crock pot, actually. Somebody gave me one, and I was super excited about it. Ugh. I mean, that would be fake crying. Karen, I don't think I've seen her cry. That's you? I love that. I love that name. I love it. That was a great pick for a name. I love it. I love it. Lieutenant Dan. Hi, Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. That's awesome. That is awesome. I think she might have had her last weekend, and I would love for them to just slap on John's cuffs and call it a day. Okay, we got a new one going. I think Freak got a new one for us. Jury has been deliberating for 4 hours. Yeah, we know. Where's the clock? Where did they go with the clock? Because mine got messed up, and I don't think I can't. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. I'm trying to get our own clock because let's see. Boop, 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 boop. All right, let's see. Show shortcuts. Start. No, we want to split, reset, start. Export. No. Timer. Let's see. Edit. Let's see. 4 hours. Damn it. So I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm still Twisted Tragedies in Discord. Yeah, it's about which one, in my opinion. It's which one are they going to find her? Ranted reversed over the Discord link. Maybe. Maybe. Seasoned people, you know. Yeah, no, to me, he's the sewer turtle. That's what we call him here on this channel, is the sewer turtle. I've coined that because he lurks in the sewer with shit, just like him, you know? Oof. Girl, I have CPTSD. I freaking hear you. I hear you. The lawyer stuff will drain any bank account, that's for sure, you know? Pulled pork, delicious. Yeah, they took down the clock. Like, why? Now I don't know exactly how much time, even if I try to set my own, but I'm trying to figure out how to set my own from 4 hours and some minutes and keep it going. I have seen that video of them making dinner. But again, that's something they raffled off, right? They raffled that off. That was something they raffled off. Like, hey, dinner with Karen Reed's attorneys, y'all. Like, what? That's crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense. We have online stopwatches, but I want a watch that I can, or a stopwatch that I can start at a specific time and keep going, because they shut theirs off, and because I think they're trying to fix the whole thing where it goes past 60 minutes. I'll allow you to set a start time or schedule a timer to begin. Let's see. Allows scheduling a timer to start a specific time and date. No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. No, no, nope. Let's see. A looping or repeating countdown timer. I don't want that. What the hell? Let's see. Cleared. Hold on. Let's see. Accidentally cleared. You can restore it. Oh, no. I don't want to do that either. Retrieve. Nope. God damn it. I don't think anybody can. Free ammo? Yeah, exactly. Win a chance for that. Like, no. No. Lieutenant Dan was great. It's a great movie. It was a great movie. I can't stand you. I can't stand you. Right? Does work as well. We know we're at 4 hours and some minutes, but I mean, I can't start one. At least I can't. It doesn't look like I can start one where I want to start it, if that makes sense. Let's see. The stopwatch that's going, but even that, it's not what we want it to be. We want it at over 4 hours, you know? Twitter's melting. Oh, because that's what they said last time. Remember, an immediate not guilty verdict is what they said last time, that's what they would get. And as we know, that's not true. I'm actually looking. Let me see. Oh, I forgot. I used up my 10 free memberships that I can give people. So I have no other ones I can give. I was thinking about the members only live that we're going to do Thursday night or evening. Say evening here. So just know that we do have membership tiers for those of you who don't know. We've had people who have gifted memberships to some of you, which I thought was really cool. But if you're not a member, implore you. I think our cheapest membership is $4 a month. So if you're not a member, and the highest one, I think is 20. But if you're not a member, it's a great way to support the channel monthly, and also a great way to get some content that, oh, that was nice, Ash. Carrie received a gifted membership by Ashley. She shook the bushes, but it's a good way to be a member and get member only content ahead of time. And we're going to do some members only stuff because that's the perk of being a member, right? So I can't do anything from the second and third tier because we don't have any of you. We only have the first tier and the last tier. So there are no second and third tier ones. Thank you, Jack. Kelly Livingston gets one. Thank you, Jack. So if you're not a member, there are memberships, so you can buy one. It's, like I said, a great way to support the channel, once a month. And you can choose from 4 different tiers of the membership. So we're gonna do that on Thursday. So if you haven't already, get your membership. Again, you can choose from 4 different tiers on the memberships. You should be able to see them if you click on the little $ there in chat. It should be with the super chats or the super stickers, and it should say memberships, I believe. And if you don't see it there, you can always go to the main page of Twisted Tragedies on YouTube, and it should all be there, along with all the other options to donate. All the links and things like that should all be there, including the wish list. All those things are there. And speaking of which, hold on one second. Oh no, we don't want to knock over things. That would be bad. Speaking of wish list, my wish list is set up so that most of you can add something yourself, or if you pick something off the wish list, something small or cheap, you can also add other things, like surprise things that I don't have on there. And I got this little surprise guy yesterday. It was actually there Saturday and I didn't know. Thank you to Scorpio. It is a lip gloss. I love lip gloss. And it smells amazing, like dessert. Okay. I kid you not. It has a little tint to it, but it smells amazing. It's called Gloss Metrics. I can smell it. Ooh, it smells so good. It's vanilla latte lip glaze, and it smells so good. So thank you, Scorpio. I appreciate it. Having a surprise is always nice. So it was nice to get a little gift. Did anyone read that comment to you about how he's like Jesus? Oh yeah, that's like numero uno when it comes to culting, guys, is they're calling themselves things like Jesus or Jesus told them to. It's not the first time he's said something like that, or that Jesus told him to. That's the sign of a person. Okay. I will be covering the Idaho 4 RP. I was actually just asking people the other day which ones they wanted. Ooh, let's try that. Which ones they wanted to cover, if there was like a specific one that people wanted. Hold on, I'm looking up the timer thing. Start at 4 hours, right? Does anybody know what the minutes are by any chance on this? Does anybody else have a timer going? Does like Court TV have a timer going? If anybody else knows what the minutes are on this, so I can start this other clock. Let me move it over here, by the way. 4:45-ish. Is that what we're at? Okay, hold on. Let's see. What is this thing? This is an ad. I don't want an ad. Go away, ad. Okay. 4:45. Oops. See if it works like this. Okay. So can it just start? Okay, it's going. All right. I put it up 4 minutes and 46 seconds and starting. So that's what we got going. Perfect. Perfect. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. Yeah, I mean, they're sick people. I mean, it could be that she doesn't get murder too, and that she gets guilty on manslaughter, which I would be okay with, you know? Yeah, I mean, I think they're gonna say that no matter what happens. Let's be clear about that. No matter what happens, they're still gonna scream that she's innocent when, as we know, that's not true. You know what I mean? That's what they're gonna do no matter what. No matter what. Again, thank you, Ashley, for gifting a membership. That was really nice of you. It's Beyond the Pale. I don't have a link or anything, but it did happen because I read it the day of. It's probably lunchtime for the jury. No, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock is always lunch for the court. I don't know if they'll change that for. Wait, is it 4:28 or 4:45? I set it at 4:46, so I'm hoping it's not. Thank you, Jack, again for gifting a membership. That was really nice of you guys. But I asked people. I once shook a bush, and I'll be damned if Turtleboy didn't fall out. Obviously, we know the best ways of donating to the channel, the ones that go most direct to me instead of going through YouTube, so they can take their 30 to 60% cut and then take over a month to actually pay the creators. So, for instance, anything that my channel makes in the month of June, I will not get until the end of July, if that makes sense. So it's like a month behind. And because we were only remonetized at the end of May, what we'll get for June on like the 21st is just that 1 week. So it's been a little difficult because of that. Oh, Ed has a song. I love Ed. We love Ed. We love Ed. Only on laptop or computers. Oh, that's right. I don't know how it shows up, the memberships. I don't know how they show up on phones. I know on Androids they do show up, but I'm not sure how that works on iPhones. iPhone's a little tricky. I don't have an iPhone. But I know sometimes you guys have to use like the browser instead of the app when it comes to YouTube to see them. It's weird like that. I don't know. You can't eat it like candy. Although this one smells and tastes like a cupcake. I kid you not. I kid you not. Ed is the best. And you should be on Discord, Grave. We have a great Discord. He is. At least I thought he was at the courthouse. No? John's not at the courthouse? I thought he was. It smells like it doesn't smell like coffee. It smells like a vanilla cupcake. Yeah, it's like smells like a vanilla cupcake. Like it's really vanilla. Oh, it smells so good though. Like so good. The pow pow. I lost count after 69. That was weird how their clock kept going over 60. And I'm like, why is it counting? That would be another hour. Like, what's happening? And I'll do it again. Poor Ed. Poor Ed. Thank you, B. Harley. He is our very own eye in the sky. That's right. Right, yeah, I lost that count too. You were born to fly. Hi, Kim. With my pant size. I can't stand you guys. It's so funny. The clock counter is fine for me because it kind of gives me like a timing of where we're at, and what's in the realm of possibility on said timer, right? Right. Start thinking about the celebration for the verdict. If you don't have your champagne, you better run to the store. I wasn't so the attack minions came and attacked my channel, and they technically didn't. They did and they didn't. They paused what they call paused my monetization after the mob kept reporting for nothing. And so after that happens, you can appeal, but you only get like 4 minutes to give a video and appeal and show them like how you make your thumbnails, how you do this, how you do that. And then you can't actually show them everything you do within 4 minutes. So I did that. And then they were like, no, that's not good enough. You got to wait. So I had to wait 6 months in order to reapply for the monetization. And of course, when I reapplied, they were like, yeah, no kidding, because it should have never been paused to begin with. And it was unfortunate that it was. But once again, when you get attacked by a mob of maniacs, things like that happen. And so That is what happened, unfortunately. Oh, that's sad. Listen, I lost my fiance in a house fire in 2008, and that was really hard for me. So believe me, I get it, Anna. When I say I have CPTSD, folks, I mean it. Like the things that I have lived through are amazing. I remember our therapist telling me, like, how are you not in uh a loony bin at this point in your life? Like all of the things that you've had to deal with, like that was really hard. One of the worst phone calls I got, on top of my best friend and the hospital calling me when she was in her coma. I was her emergency contact. So they called me. I had to call her family. That was really hard. So when they said yesterday, like those phone calls are not phone calls you want, like, Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts getting the phone call to go help look for John. I know by experience, those are not phone calls that you want. I've had the hospital call me to tell me that they wouldn't tell me what was going on. I had to actually go down there. So of course I, grab all my stuff and I run out the door. And this was, in 2014 when my best friend passed. So I get in the car and I drive down to the hospital, which was about 15 or so, 20 minutes away from my house. And I get in there and I'm like, listen, I'm the emergency contact. You guys called me. I need to know what the hell is going on. I obviously knew it was bad because if she can't call me herself, then it's bad. So they still made me wait, sitting in that waiting room for like at least 15 minutes before they would tell me what's going on. And I'm like, listen, there's a reason that she signed that paper with my name on it. I want to know what the hell is going on right now. And so, I sat with her for 6 days, begged her to come out of the coma. She didn't. Um, they did tests. They said she was brain dead, and her family pulled the plug. Um, that phone call, I will never forget. I'll never forget where I was sitting. I'll never forget what I was doing right before that, what I did right after that. I'll never forget. I will never forget the phone call I got when my fiance died in the house fire. I'll never forget them telling me to pull over because I was coming home from work in Maine. It was 7 in the morning and I'm driving through New Hampshire and they're like, you need to pull over. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pulled over. And I didn't. And I remember them telling me and me aimlessly just getting off the highway. Not even at that point, I just got off the highway and just aimlessly drove. I didn't know where I was in New Hampshire at that point. But I'll never forget. Back then we had Nextelling his phone and it going through and Nextelling his phone and it going through and just no answer, no answer, no answer before I got that phone call. I'll never forget thinking, what if I stayed home that night and I didn't go work up in Maine? What if I had just stayed home? What if I had come home early? Would it have happened still? The what ifs, and I know that this family is doing the what ifs. I know that the O'Keefes are probably like, what if he was never with Karen Reed? What if they all just stayed home that night? Those what ifs don't just disappear. Even though it has nothing to do with you and it's not your fault, survivor's guilt is a real thing. It's a real thing. And those questions you'll never stop asking yourself. I'm almost 39. My dad died when I was 21. And I still ask myself, why? Why? Why did my dad feel like he needed to take his own life? Why did he feel like he needed to take it in the way that he took it? The most painful way, the longest way you could die, by hanging. The medical examiner, I'll never forget, told me it would take minutes for someone to die like that. So these are questions, unfortunately, when something like this happens, that you'll never forget. And you start asking the what ifs, and it's natural to go through a lot of these what if scenarios. What if I knew X, Y, or Z ahead of time? What if I could have stopped this? What if I, and unfortunately, rationally that there's nothing you could have done. That rationally, there's not a damn thing that you actually could have done to change anything. But when it comes to losing people in traumatic ways like that, your brain still goes through the options of, what if I had done X, Y, and Z? What if I had known X, Y, and Z? What if this person had done X, Y, and Z? Your brain still goes there. You can't stop it. So I know what Peggy and Paul are going through. I know what the Alberts and the McCabe's have thought. I've been there, you know, right? You'll never forget those types of phone calls. They're not phone calls that you ever want. They're just not. You'll never forget them as long as you live. It's like yesterday. I could tell you exactly what happened that day. I can tell you exactly what was said on the phone. I can tell you exactly how I reacted. I'll never forget either one of those phone calls. My dad's wasn't a phone call, it was my mom telling me. And when they came to get me for the phone, they were like, "Your mother's on the phone." And I was like, "You mean my grandmother?" Because my grandmother's the one who basically raised me. And I was a foster kid for a while, and that was no fun, I promise you. But my grandparents did most of the raising when it came to me. And so I'm like, "You mean my grandmother?" And they're like, "No, your mother." And I'm like, "No, I think you're confused. You mean my grandmother?" And you're like, "No, it's your mother on the phone." And I knew in that moment something was very, very wrong. And my mother just said, uh, "Dad had an accident." I said, "An accident? What does that mean? Is he okay?" And my mom said, "No." And I said, "What happened?" And she's like, "I don't want to tell you." That's what she said to me. She said, "I don't want to tell you." And I said, "Well, you have to tell me. You can't not tell me. You have to tell me." And that's when she told me. So I'll never forget any of those phone calls, where I was, what I was doing right before, what I did right after, you know. That's awful. That's terrible potluck. See, like the what ifs, they stay with you. They stay with you for a long time. Like a lot of people deal with trauma in a lot of different ways, but there's some things that everyone's going to do. And those what ifs, those ones, brain hemorrhage, that's awful. I had a cousin that had a brain hemorrhage while she was swimming nonetheless, and she passed. But it's a real thing. Yeah, survivor's guilt is a real thing, and it lives with you every day. I agree, Lynn. My dad took his own life the day before my brother's birthday. So my brother's birthday will never ever be the same, and it hasn't ever been the same. My brother's birthday is May 16th. My dad took his life May 15th. And now I have a biological dad that's knocking on death's door. So that's the thing. What if Karen just stayed home? What if John just stayed home? You know, you don't ever get over it. You don't ever get over it. And hearing a lot of that stuff brings a lot of those emotions back, The cross examination, I bet did bring it back for you, Anna. There's not something that you get over, right? Losing someone that you love or you care about is not something you get over. My stepdad did not have to step up the way he did. He didn't have to say, "Hey, I'm going to take this kid in as my own. I'm going to adopt this kid, and I'm going to teach this kid how to ride her bike and tie her shoes and be a good person, and I'm going to bring her to the shop and show her how to do mechanics." My dad didn't have to do any of that. He didn't have to do any of it. I was not his responsibility. I was not his blood. Yet he did. And he did everything a dad should do. He used to read me Dr. Seuss bedtime stories, me and my brother. Dr. Seuss was my dad's favorite. So Dr. Seuss bedtime stories. The Sneetches was one of his favorite books. I have bought each one of my kids that book specifically and read it to them. My dad did everything that a dad should do, and then some. And my dad never introduced me as, "This is my stepdaughter, my oldest stepdaughter." My dad say, "This is my oldest daughter," and so on and so forth. And so, I am glad I had my dad for as long as I did. It makes me sad. My sisters are 7 and 9 years younger, the ones that my dad has with my mother, and they didn't get him for as long as I did. And sometimes I feel guilty over that because that is their blood dad. But nonetheless, when me and my sister talk about my dad, it's always dad. Why? Because that's who he was to me, dad. He was never anybody but dad. And when my dad died, I got this tattoo on my arm. and it says Daddy on the inside, and it is a cross with wings and the rosary beads. And I didn't know my biological dad until I was an adult. Did not know him until I was a grown adult. And even my biological dad said that he very well appreciated everything that my dad did because my biological dad wasn't there. My stepdad stepped up, and he will always be my daddy forever and always. And so it doesn't get easier losing someone that helped raise you and taught you how to ride your bike and tie your shoes and fix a car. And my dad made us go-karts, built us go-karts, brought us places, he read us bedtime stories, and he was the greatest bonus dad anyone could ever ask for. And not having him at my wedding, not having him at the birth of my children, all of those things were really, really hard. Really, really hard. But I tell my children stories of their papa. And my oldest remembers my dad. But I tell them stories to keep those memories alive. But something you never get over. The O'Keefes are not just going to move on and that's going to be the end of it, you know? His memory will live in all of them. And it's something that you live with every single day. You think about it every single day. It's not something you just forget or just goes away. Losing people that you love, losing people that you care about, whether it's your dad, your best friend, your fiance in a house fire, or all of the above. It's not something that just magically dissipates and disappears. If I could bring them all back and hop in a time machine, I'd do it right now. I'd do it right now. Yeah, see, that's sad, Alba. That's sad. I mean, my dad wrote 2 notes. I've never had the courage to read them. Both. I've read parts of one of them, but never both of them fully. I don't have the courage, honestly. I don't. I just think it'll be sadder if I do, you know. Yeah, that is it, it is, and it's surreal, you know. That's why I'm so when I tell you guys you're not alone, and if there's something you're dealing with, don't hesitate to reach out, whether it's email or text message or any of the above. I'll always answer. I'll always answer. And anybody who's emailed me or DM'd me will tell you I always answer. It might take me a minute. I'm usually pretty quick. Usually it's within minutes or maybe an hour or two. But if it takes longer than that, know that I do answer. I always answer. And I don't want anybody to suffer alone. I mean, if she's human, she has to, but there are things where narcissists or psychopaths, they don't have the capacity to care. They don't have that sort of empathy or sympathy chip in them to give a shit. So they might think about it, but it might not affect them in the way that it would a normal human being, you know? And that's something that everyone is going to feel in that family is what if they just stayed home? What if John didn't get out of the car? What if they didn't go to Fairview? What if they just left the bar and went home? Feeling powerless is something, it's a very strong emotion, and it is a trauma, and it does feel powerless. But what you do have power over is the way that you pick up the pieces and move on. It's the way that you decide to pick yourself up off of the floor and continue on. And it's the way that you do that in a way that honors the people that you no longer have in your life that you cannot ever bring back, and I used to say this all the time, and it's attempt to be a better person today than you were yesterday. We're all human. Nobody's perfect. There is no such thing. And we all fuck up and do things we're not proud of. But if you attempt to be a better person today than you were yesterday, that's a win in my book. Right? That's a win. Let's hope so, J-Rock. Let's hope so. He probably is still screaming with the gloves on. Think he talks to himself in his sleep, unless he does. screaming and yelling in his sleep. Closure is not a thing. I hate that word. I hate that word. I hate that word with a deep-rooted passion because I don't think there is such a thing. A maid's uniform. I feel like I am a maid. You know how it goes when you have kids. You're a maid. Hey, Benny. I know, I'm sorry. I don't want to make you cry. But closure isn't a word. In my opinion, that word sucks. There's no such thing. There is no such thing as closure. There's a such thing as knowing what happened and moving on in your life, but moving on from the person that you've lost or the people that you've lost, you don't move on. You don't. They always sit with you. They stay with you. They're not going anywhere. Like, I don't wake up every morning and just start whistling like the Seven Dwarves. Like, it's going to be a beautiful day. The first thing in the morning that I do is I thank God that I'm alive. Okay. And then I think about the people who don't get to spend the day with me, including my dad, my best friend, my fiance who passed away in the house fire. My husband still brings me to his grave once a year, and I replace the rosary beads that I leave there every year with a new set of rosary beads. It's hard for me to go there a lot. It's painful, but I go at least once a year. Just talk to him. And I do the same at my grandparents' grave. I go to talk to them. My dad was cremated. He's not in a grave. I have my dad actually in a necklace, which I need. But the necklace itself broke. And so it's a cross and has a set of drums on it because my dad was a musician and his main thing was playing drums. And his ashes are inside. But I need a new chain for it. The chain broke. My daughter somehow got her hand underneath it. When she went to pull her hand out, it snapped the chain and the chain broke. So only reason why I'm not currently wearing it right now. You know? I'm not good with AI, at least not for videos. You know what I mean? But I don't think closure is a thing that actually exists. You know? Edibles? Peggy's a strong lady. You know, she's a rock star. Her and Paul. Peggy at least knew how to raise her sons in the right way. You know, they were decent, and Paul still loved them, decent human beings. And so John's sister, you know, who passed of cancer. I have a clock going myself right here. Actually, I just don't want to pull it. So we're at 5 hours and 9 minutes. I'll look and see if Lauren Crime has it. I mean, wait, are we on Lauren Crime or Court? Okay, well, Court TV. Hold on. Let's see if Court TV has it.
Was a theme for the defense in this case and the other one.
And no doubt it is top of mind for these jurors because it was such a theme for the defense. And the woman who really brought that evidence to light was Dr. Marie Russell, the defense expert. Let's take a look back together as we watch both inside and outside of the courthouse live. We will take you there if there's a verdict, but let's look back at Dr. Russell's testimony.
Oh God, yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about Dr. Russell.
Were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
I can't hear you.
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting complex grouping at the elbow. These are all at the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog. So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
Yeah, pattern methodology.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface, or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, here.
Yes, too early.
Up here. And the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition, did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Yes.
Yeah. Hilarious.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Yes.
Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes.
I
from a
love
dog.
you. But this lady's hilarious. The credibility is
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I'm going to shut it off.
I don't understand the
Okay.
question.
Are you familiar with the medical term pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Yes.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I would characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can leave that up for just a moment, because we're going to come right back to it. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
That's okay. Incomplete bite.
Okay. Do you see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
Idiot. She was an idiot.
That was Dr. Russell, who testified in the first trial as well. And it was one of those things that got, the defense is hoping the jury is thinking about right now as they continue to deliberate over the 5-hour mark. David Gelman's watching along with us in New Jersey. David, good to see you. What's your take?
We would know right away.
What?
They go back
5 hours, 15 minutes, not that long in a case this extensive, but give us some insight. What do you think is happening in that room?
Well, Ted, first of all, I'm sorry I didn't get the memo about the orange today, or else I would have worn my orange tie as well. To match
we'll put you on the text thread if you want.
Yeah, next time, please do. Come on. So, it's really interesting. And I was listening to you and Julie's.
Let me mute that guy for a second. I actually want to hear what he has to say. Hold on. Let me unmute him for a second, and then I'll talk. Hold on.
Taking a vote. Or are they going to go just straight to the evidence? And, either way, I don't think it's the wrong way to start, personally. And I always find it interesting after a trial is done to speak with the jury and find out what happened in that back room. Because, look, remember, attorneys, judges, nobody's allowed in that back room. That's a sacred room. Only the jury is allowed there.
Can you still not hear me if I mute this? No? Or stop this? You guys still can't hear me?
And who knows?
Can you guys still hear me if I stop that? I know it is very appropriate with the orange. Am I muted still? Or can you guys hear me? You can hear me? Okay. All right. I know that one's loud. I have my mic turned down for a reason because it's like really, really. I want to hear what this guy has to say just because I'm intrigued for a second. Hold on.
Talking about potentially a mistrial. I just can't see that happening on this time around. Mm-hmm. The jury knows that, look, this is the second time this case is being presented. I think they think to themselves, hey, we have a duty to come to some type of verdict, guilty or not guilty, whatever it may be. I don't think there's going to be a mistrial this time, though. Mm-hmm. So I'm very interested to see what happens.
I don't either.
And I'd love to see, any notes that come out to the judge. I would expect that we're probably going to get to that stage maybe later on today, if not early tomorrow. We haven't already. But, and that'll kind of give us some clues to where the jury is heading. If they want to look at another piece of evidence or if they want clarification. So I think we're kind of right in the thick of things here, and it's probably to be expected of everything right now where we're at.
I think that's an interesting prediction, David, that it's unlikely to be a mistrial because they understand and they do know from just the testimony throughout this case that this is the second trial, that it's been a year, and maybe they will feel that way.
That helps Karen Reed, because if you think about a juror who is on the fence, who is thinking, no, I think, or not on the fence, if someone who thinks that Karen Reed is guilty, that person is easier swung than the one that says, she's not guilty. I'm not going to just cave because we want a resolution, because I don't want to live with it. I don't want to live with that lady going to prison and me thinking about it.
I can see that, absolutely. Yeah. But I also think perhaps that if they know there's been a mistrial, they may say, look, we can't do it either. And it's happened before, the juries couldn't come to it. But I like your prediction, and I think a resolution either way, David, is really going to be better for all parties involved.
Couldn't agree more, Julie. Couldn't agree more.
Let's get to our break. When we come back, we're going to talk more about this defense case. We're going to check in on what's happening outside and inside.
I want to know why they keep, like, we're going to talk more about the defense case. Why? Why aren't you going to talk about the prosecution side? No notes yet. If there's any notes to the court, everyone will go back to the courtroom, including us, and the judge will read them aloud. And then she'll tell us what the answer to them will be. So if there's any questions that they actually give to the judge, we will all know about it. That's for sure. They're allowed to deliberate during lunchtime. WCVB said that it was going to be lunchtime between 12:30 and 1 for the court staff, but the jurors are told that they can eat their lunch and continue to deliberate, or they can just eat their lunch, you know? In my opinion, a vote for not guilty would have already popped. So I just don't see that happening. I don't think that's an option anymore. You know, the whole, oh, she's going to be found not guilty and acquitted thing. I think we've surpassed that at this point. We're, into 5 hours and 22 minutes on my clock, 23 minutes. I think that time has fallen. Usually lunch at the court is 1 to 2. But WCVB reported that they came in for 12:30 to 1 or 12:30 to 1:30, whatever it was, for the court staff. And the jury was told you can deliberate through lunch or you can just eat your lunch, I wouldn't be concerned if they didn't decide today. Tomorrow's a good window as well. For a case this long, I think, once again, anything between 6 and 9 hours is not bad at all, or 6 and 12 hours is not bad. You're talking a full day today would be around 6-ish hours, and then they had an hour and some change. So that's 7 and some change. So that would still be within, sorry, my leg's itchy, still within the window of where I would guess. This is a completely different trial this time around than it was. There's a lot of things they did not have in the first trial that they had in this trial. So yes, no notes yet. If one is incoming, we'll know about it. There'll be movement. You'll see Karen come back. The family will come back. Everybody will go into the courtroom, almost as if that's why it's so hard to tell. Is it a question? Is it they have a verdict? Because everybody still comes back for that. So I think, the window for not guilty, in my opinion, is about closing at this point. Exactly. No matter what happens, Hank did the best job that anyone could do. Anyone could do. Anyone at all. Anyone. 10 minutes notice isn't, I think it's about 10 or 15. Usually it's 5, but the judge said she could work it out where they could go sit at Yannetti's office. He has an office about 10 minutes away from there. And he asked, can we just go to my office? Obviously, that means that they didn't rent out the hall next door this time. I mean, that's half of my problem with Court TV. Only reason why the only person I watch is Julie Grant. It's not, I'm not concerned, not in the least bit right now at all. We're only 5 hours, 25 minutes into deliberations right now. So, I mean, I'm thinking if we get something by the end of the day, that would be great. But I think that window for not guilty is closing as of this moment. Unfortunately, we're not gonna until they stop, Lynn, until they stop. until the court closes for the day, my friend. I'm here usually for cases, any court cases that are in the court. I'm here from right before the court starts until they end, usually a little bit after they end for a few minutes of commentary. And then I go on my way. I'm starving though. I'm going to tell you guys that much. I don't know. If they're close, you have to remember, if they're close to a verdict, at some point, if they say, hey, we're close, could we stay longer? They will. The judge will allow them to. So apparently that's the outside of the courthouse right now. What I'm seeing, from what I can see, is this where you see them sitting on the stairs. This isn't the courthouse. This is across the street. This is the registry of deeds, it looks like, from what I can see, or maybe even the district court. Maybe it's the district court. This is the district court, I think. Either way, yeah, this isn't even the registry of deeds. This is I can tell by the pillars. This is the district court. So the superior court is across, and oh, they're just switching back and forth between the fan and that. Yeah, because Law and Crime has the fan. It says jury has been deliberating for 5 hours. Yeah, I'm overtime. I try to, make it from start to finish here. Hence why I rely on you guys and your kindness to keep the channel running, because I am here so long, and my job doesn't stop when I'm not streaming anymore. Most of you know that. Most of you who know me personally know that when I'm done streaming, the case coverage itself and the things that I do don't just stop when I hit the button to stop live streaming for the day. I make sure that I try to check, all my emails. I connect with my sources and get information for you guys. I try to make sure that I respond to everybody via email, DM, social media, whatever the case may be. And, phone calls that I have to make or take from victims or sources. So, I don't just push the button and go, which I think is just lazy of people to do if that's what they do, But again, I guess I have that option if they're just raking in a pretty penny by lying to people and pandering. They can afford to just press the button and go and not put any forethought into it because they're just feeding people BS, Yeah, you got to wait for everyone to get there, all that happy horse shit, Well, they can't be screaming. So if anybody's caught like screaming or yelling, they'll be removed or arrested. There are things in place that they can't do because we know that they could hear them last time. I will tell you that I can see from here. Hold on, let me just get a deeper look here. I do notice some faces that I know. A lot of these look like people who, as you can see, just came for the verdict. A lot of these people look like I've never seen some of these people before, which means they just came for the verdict. They came for the cameras, Oh, that would be a good person to play Hank, Michael Fassbender. Yeah, I mean, depends on what it is. 4 usually, but if they want to stay late, it could be 5:30. That's up to the jury, though. Couple be a good time frame for a guilty plea. Yes. My opinion in an acquittal time frame is slowly but closing right now. Slowly closing. We have to remember they have to go over the evidence. They have to actually look at that. They can't just skip all that and be like, okay, we're not looking at any evidence. Vote. They have to decide. And I think the argument in that deliberation room, I'd love to be a fly on that wall, would be more about which charge to convict her on. Not that she's not going to be convicted, but which one? OUI manslaughter, murder 2, which one? And that might be where the argument comes in the deliberation room, in my opinion. I'm hungry. I'm not going to lie. I'm hungry. Nothing much. Nothing. They're still deliberating. They're still waiting. They're just re-showing some stuff from Dr. Russell's hilarious testimony. I don't see it. Again, the camera's only at one angle. I don't see. They're only showing this one shot right here of people. So I have no idea. But even if they're not, once again, we don't have to be out there to support the family. They know that we support them. They know that if there is anything they need, they can reach out, that we have their back. They watch, they see you guys' comments. That might be a good idea. If you guys would like to show your love to the witnesses, to the family, a good idea would be to put a comment that they can read and that they can see. They do watch, they watch. And it's a great way to show them that you give a shit and that you support them, whether it be Peggy and Paul or the Alberts or the McCabe's or all of them, because remember, they've been through hell. Of course, the accused have been through hell, but all of these people have been through hell. All of them. Never seen that lady before a day in my life. Never seen that lady before a day in my life. That, you know what I mean? So it depends, Michael. The answer to that is this. Usually, if you're going to get a not guilty, it's pretty quick. But also to go with that, it's usually pretty quick if it's a no-brainer guilty. Although it's much faster if it's... So the problem is this is a case with a lot of pieces of evidence in it. So this is why I said anywhere between, 3 and 9 or 10 or 12 hours would be the window that I would guess a guilty on. I think the last trial was 28 hours and they were hung. They were sent back 2 or 3 times. The window for not guilty has almost closed, in my opinion. I think we're into which one she's going to be found guilty of at this point. You go anything past today's Tuesday, or Monday, sorry. Anything past Tuesday night into Wednesday. So anything I'd say Wednesday past lunch would be something that you're looking either at a hung jury or that there's a holdout somewhere for something that they can't agree on and someone has to compromise to get to a verdict. I think anything between now, after lunchtime, right now, would be lunchtime. So anything between now and tomorrow afternoonish, I would say would certainly, in my opinion, be guilty. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they come to a decision early on and they actually just hang out inside the room for hours because they don't want to come. They don't want to come out within a couple minutes. But also, it depends on the size of the case and all the evidence. It's a good theory. 2 p.m. today. That'd be a good one. Day, that's okay. That's Joe Pesci. Oh my God. He should never get that honor. Just saying. You do though, Jay, mailman or not. Don't say you don't know shit. Everyone knows shit. Everyone does. Everyone. It was 28 hours in the first trial. 28 hours, I believe. 28 hours total for the first trial to be a mistrial. And they were sent back three times, I believe. We could play a funny real quick. Let's see. What do we got here? Let's play this just for shits and giggles, shall we? Because it feels like this is one long, wait a second. One long sidebar for sure. we got to give them a little bit of time. Those convoluted instructions, you know. Well, that's it. When they're ready, they will tell us. That's for sure. I mean, that's my best guess. Yeah, it was like 44 minutes or something for her last one. But again, that was a much shorter case in this time around than what we're dealing with here, you know? Well, they did last time with the verdict sheet. The defense wanted to change it. The judge changed it for them, and it didn't work out well for them. So she knew better this time and was like, nope, not changing it, you know? There's a rumor verdict. Well, if there was a verdict, we would know. I'm looking at the courtroom. Nothing has changed. Nothing has moved. I mean, they were doing that yesterday too. You know, verdict, rumor. Nothing's happening yet. We're still on a verdict watch. We're just waiting. I'm looking at the inside of the courtroom. It's still Fanny the Fan. We can listen in and see what they're saying real quick.
At the end of the day, a verdict in this case. A reminder, the first time around, they couldn't come to a verdict. So we'll have much more of the case against Karen Reed throughout this day. And if there is a question, and of course, if there's a verdict, we'll have it.
We are staying there in Massachusetts all day. This is where we will be until there is some finality. But we are going to check in on another big trial we have been following for weeks now.
Great.
New York is where we are headed.
Great. You guys do that. Okay. So yeah, we're basically just guessing, you know, waiting at this point. I don't know. I don't think that's I don't know if that show ever made it to the States or not. You can watch it on YouTube though. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. All right. This is what I'm going to do. I know that I'm going to get a copyright strike for this. I played this at the beginning of the trial, and it's only fitting that we play it for John now. Because of the music, it's going to give my channel a copyright strike, and I don't care. I mean, I do care because, like, you can't get too many of those or you get shut down, but this is worth it in my opinion. And so I am going to play something on behalf of John. And if you're a crier, you might want to get your tissues out. For John, I will take the hit 100 times over. Obviously, I don't want my channel shut down, so I won't play it too many times. I've played it once at the very beginning of trial in you know, memory of John, and I'm going to do it again. I think it's only fitting right now. Okay. Get your tissues out, folks.
Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven.
So then we take marshmallow, right? And we find a stick. Maybe we can use the Oh,
see. Would you hold my hand if I saw you in heaven? Would you help me stand if I saw you in heaven? I'll find my way through night and day, 'cause I know I just can't stay here in heaven. Time can bring you down, time can bend your knees. Time can break your heart, have you begging please, begging please. I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven.
So then we take marshmallow, right? And we find stick. Maybe we can use the. Oh.
Told you get your tissues out. It's a hard one. But all that noise outside the courthouse seems to forget that this man is the one who paid the ultimate price for it. His family paid the ultimate price for it. And it's unfair. It's awful. It's terrible. And no family should have to deal with what this family has dealt with. No children should have to deal with those children dealt with. No one. John is the only victim in this case. John lost his life. Those children lost their caretaker times 3. Times 3. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. And everyone seems to forget that that's what this is about. John, his life that was taken from him, someone that was taken from their family and from children. And those kids that have lost 3 caretakers, including both of their parents and then their uncle that took care of them for 8 years. No one deserves their murder trial to be turned into a nonsensical party. And that's what this has been turned into, is an FKR party. I feel no sympathy for the Reed family. I do not feel bad for them at all. Ultimately, their daughter takes no responsibility for the life that she took and the people that she's hurt. And as a matter of fact, she continues to try to phone that responsibility onto other people. Had she taken the 18 months they offered her in the beginning, she'd already be out, and she wouldn't have made a mockery of this at all. You know? He cut his hours, by the way, as a cop. Took a different job, more like a desk job, so that he could be home for the kids. You know, because you can't be working shifts like that, and you have 2 children at home to take care of. So John went in there to the BPD and said, hey, I need something more of a desk job. Now that doesn't help a career go up when it comes to the PD. It's more of a job that no one else wants. And John took it for those kids. He was not a selfish person. He was a giving person, a kind person, a funny person, and he would help anyone. And I hope to God that in this moment that jury helps him, because I know he's up there watching down and hoping to get the result that best supports justice for his family who have been through hell and back, for his friends who were just witnesses and people who answered the phone to go out and help, who have been through hell because of it. I did not make this video. Someone on Twitter made this video, and they made it beautifully. I am sick of them showing the same old photos of John like they just did on here. Doesn't show who he was, you know, just showing the same 2 photos. I think that beautifully shows who John was and how awful this is. Unfortunately, Hank wouldn't have been able to play something like that because it was put together from different and stuff like that. I think you'd make the whole courtroom cry, but that wouldn't have been allowed. The judge wouldn't allow that because it creates like a sympathy, right? And so you're not supposed to play things like that because it could, you know, you can put a picture, which is why Hank took a picture. Most of them will show a picture. Oh, this fucking guy. I can't. Let's see what he says real quick.
Outside of the courthouse.
Julia, Ted, nice to see you both. So yeah, we are fully in this verdict watch, today being the first full day of a verdict watch. On Friday, when the jury got the case, they deliberated for roughly 2 hours before going home for the long weekend. Right now, there is a number of people assembling outside the courthouse, waiting for any word of any question or verdict in this case, the retrial of Karen Reed. Inside, we know that there were some heated arguments after some motions. A last-minute motion by the defense was filed to add more not guilties to the lengthy verdict form. That was, of course, denied by Judge Beverly Canoni, saying that the current verdict form is consistent with Mass state law. Outside the courthouse, also after that decision was rendered, we saw this defendant greet her supporters and also answer a couple questions. Take a listen.
Oh, God. Please stop.
Yeah, they're going.
They have a gag order.
This weekend. What did you do for the weekend? Now that you don't have to prepare anymore.
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
You want more boxes added to that verdict slip, the lesser included.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves were confusing, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again, and apparently we'll just move forward and we don't.
Where am I walking?
Overall feelings heading into today, Karen? I feel well. I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
Yeah. You're right. They will do the right thing.
Defendant Karen Reed there facing 3 major charges here: second-degree murder, manslaughter while under the influence and leaving the scene, as long as a lot of other lesser charges. Again, she was asking for that verdict form to be changed because currently there is only 1 not guilty on the top of the form. Her team had issue with this after the first trial, as we all remember as well.
Absolutely. Talk about, if you would, Matt, the jury makeup.
Yeah, the jury makeup. So they were selected by old rotary balls that were pulled out, and the 6 alternates were selected.
Yeah.
Again, this has been a lengthy process for this jury that has been here in the booth listening to case evidence for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Jury selection took 3 weeks on top of that. 18 people were selected to hear all the case evidence originally, and we didn't lose anybody like we did last year. So there was 9 men and 9 women that heard all the case evidence. Ultimately, the deliberating jury is now 7 women and 5 men. The 4-person was selected by Judge Beverly Canoni. That's what we saw last year. That's how it's done in this particular courtroom. And that's a man that was in seat number 1. But we're hearing right now that lunch was just delivered to this jury. Still trying to find out whether or not they deliberate through lunch. I'll send it back to you guys.
Matt Johnson, thanks so much for those details. And of course, we know you'll let us know if there is a verdict or a question inside of that courthouse. For now, we are going to turn our attention as we wait, as we stand by, not knowing what's going to happen now after 5 hours and 47 minutes so far. We're going to look at the investigation. And there was an important witness on the stand. We talked about Michael Proctor and how he did not come into the courtroom, but the prosecution
Yeah, we're not gonna because they didn't call him. So the only reason I have this one on is because I have the timer, and Law and Crime took their timer down, I think, because it was counting over 60 minutes and kept going, and obviously 60 minutes is an hour. Maybe they couldn't figure out how to fix it, but everybody asked for the counter, so that's why that one's on. I will cry like a baby. Let's make no mistakes about that. Victim impact statements, I will be a puddle. And, I don't care if I get the strike, which I will. I got it the last time too on YouTube because it's important to show the person that John was and the life that was lost. And the jury holds the key to justice in this case, and I hope and I pray that for John they do what's right and what's just. I'll take that strike every goddamn time if it comes to showing and telling the truth and a life that was lost. That man is a human life that we can't bring back. Karen can't unreverse her car after she lied and said she never reversed the car. Then they ask her again this year. She says the data is the data, which shows she reversed that vehicle. So I don't know how anybody buys her bullshit at this point. You know? His mock. Yeah, well. I'm sorry, but I find, in my opinion, that she'll be found guilty. You know? Right. Like, this is about John, not about Karen. This is about John. Right. If you think she's innocent, let's go see you do exactly what she did, and we'll see how that works out for you. Like, if you're going to tell me that they didn't meet their burden, that tells me one of two things: that you have not watched the entirety of the trial and that you've been living in an echo chamber of cult nonsense for this entirety of this time. We deal with dissenting opinions, but most people know not to say something so silly as the prosecution hasn't met their burden. Which burden didn't they meet? With the timeline of events, with the data from her car and the data from John's phone. That car backs up with Karen Reed in it, driving it at almost 24 miles an hour at 74.5% acceleration, which Karen herself admits to in her defense is not disputing, not even one bit. They're not disputing she was the one driving. They're not disputing the car backed up at 24 miles an hour. They're not disputing any of that. You know why? Because they can't. It's in the data. They cannot. That's the reason why they're not disputing it. Seconds later, John's phone stops moving forever, with the temperature battery lowering and lowering. There is grass and dirt underneath John. Not snow, as if he was thrown out there 3 hours later, but dirt and grass, which means he had been laying there since about 12:30 something until they found him at 6 in the morning. So what exactly of the pieces of evidence don't you think met the burden? Because you know what there isn't? Not a single shred of evidence that there was some grand conspiracy. Contradicting statements from Karen herself. She pulled a piece of glass out of his nose and it spurted blood. Well, when would that be? It wouldn't have been at 6 in the morning. Carrie is the one who was there uncovering his face with her right there. And you can't spurt blood if you're not breathing and you're not alive. And at 6 in the morning, John was already gone. He was not alive. His heart was not beating, had no pulse. He was not alive. So that means one of two things. Karen lied about that piece of glass, or she checked on him right after she hit him. Which one do you think it is? Common sense is the best user in this case. Common sense is not hard. If you stick your fingers in your ears and go la 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 against anything that shows that she's guilty and just say, well, that's a conspiracy, or this is shady, so you can't believe any of the evidence. That's nonsensical. That's not reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is not any doubt from speculation. That's not how it works. Not how it works at all. No, they didn't. It had nothing to do with the juror form. They cried that they could be confused about the juror form. No jury ever in that courthouse has ever been confused about the form. But this jury or the last jury are the only ones that are going to be confused about the same form that's used every time? Come on. Come on. Come on now. You know, like, come on. It's the way, that's the same sheet that has been used time and time again. Time and time again. There are always consequences for mistakes and criminal behavior in life. Many decent people who make such errors do crime stand up and take the responsibility and consequences, not her. Mountain of reasonable doubt isn't a different opinion. It's silly nonsense from a paid social media campaign. Well, that's the thing, Good Glow, is by telling you there's actual evidence that you're ignoring, it's not attacking. We're telling you. You still can't hear me? Hold on. Can you guys not hear me? I feel like you guys can hear me, right? Yes, 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 yes. Yes. I know I'm behind in the comments, but well, it's 6 minutes, but no questions yet, Katie. No questions. Well, that's the thing, right? When you're fed a bunch of BS constantly, things that are not even true, not by a long shot, then yeah, I can see how you could believe it. But you have to come to the realization that her defense is not even arguing she wasn't the one driving that car. Why are they not arguing she wasn't the one driving that car and that backed it up? Because she did, and because it's in the data of her black box of her vehicle. Exactly. He was not a buffalo on a prairie, you know? It's just that simple. She said she will not get not guilty, which means she'll be found guilty. That's what Shannon said. Not found not guilty. You guys got to read again. Exactly, Tracy. I have to. It's really that simple. Is she's already admitted to being drunk. The OUI itself would still carry jail time. I don't even pay attention to those polls because they're all skewed, you know? Yeah, Shannon was saying that she's not going to get a not guilty. I think you guys read that wrong. I had to read it twice too, but not going to get a not guilty. Not is going to get a not guilty. You know? The truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. You can't change it. Not even her own team is arguing that. So that's the part that gets me, is why interview these people? For what reason? For what? They're just going to spew nonsensical BS. Proctor, butt dials, solo cups. You know how ridiculous that sounds? You know? Come on. I mean, that's just insane. What? The fact that they say things like, well, why isn't there any anti-free Karen Reed people out there? Because we don't need to be outside of a courthouse making a mockery of a man's life. Did I not just show you the man himself? That man does not deserve this case to be the way it is. He deserves justice for his death. That's what he deserves. He does not deserve this nonsensical BS. I will not contribute to that bullshit. I will not. The family knows you're all here. They see your comments. They read your comments. They watch the live streams. Okay. So if there's something that you want to say to the witnesses, the people who have been harassed into oblivion, or the family, this is a good place to put your comment. And I'll put it on the screen. They'll read it, you know? I can't with Vinny. It's like again, it's attention. See me, you know? It's the standard form that they always use. No other jury has ever been confused, you know? Okay, you can't hear me. Good. Okay. The motion that was denied this morning was they wanted to change the verdict form again for a second time. And the judge said no. Yeah, that's why I muted it. Law to a reasonable doubt is if there wasn't a camera filming the entire crime. Yeah, no kidding. Then Karen can't be found guilty. That's exactly what they try to use for reasonable doubt. There's reasonable doubt because we don't like what Proctor said in text messages. That's not reasonable doubt. It's not reasonable doubt, folks. That's not reasonable doubt. You know? No, it's okay. Well, that's the thing. All they have to do is look at the timeline and the pieces of evidence. The pieces of evidence that the cult likes to say doesn't exist, like taillight pieces in his clothes, and the fact that Karen was drunk, the fact that her car backed up, the fact that his phone stops moving forever seconds after she backs that car up at 24 miles an hour at 74.5% acceleration and increasing when that text stream data ends. He doesn't move again until after 6 when he's found. There's also, again, dirt and ground found underneath him, not snow. Couldn't have been thrown out there 2 or 3 hours later since his phone never moves and it's with him in his pocket. And since there's dirt underneath him, not snow underneath him, as if you threw him out there on top of snow, there is dirt underneath him, no snow. For years, these people said, oh, there was inches of snow underneath him. And I argued with them. No, there is not. It was the ground underneath him. Why do they keep arguing that? Because if there's ground underneath him, that busts their whole theory. It busts their entire theory if you say that, right? So they can't have that. They cannot have that. Sorry, guys, hold on a second. I was looking for my charger here. All the evidence is in front of them. I didn't hit that body with my car. That thing that she said really, really got to me. All the evidence is right in front of the jury. All they have to do is look at it. That's it. What did the defense give the jury to look at to debunk anything? Nothing. No tech evidence to debunk it. What did they give them? ARCA video to show that an arm could break a taillight and not have lower body injuries. Thanks, ARCA. Appreciate that. Like, what? That doesn't make sense. It's always ambush with them. That's something that that's something that's going to haunt them after this. Let's make no mistake about that. We do stand with you. They know this. They know that we love them. They know that we support them. They know that we have their back. And if they need anything, they can always reach out. Believe you when I say they appreciate everything. All of you guys' comments to them, they read it. They see it. They appreciate the support because these people make their life miserable. No, she drove straight out. So what she did was when she first pulled up to Fairview, she went past where she was supposed to, turned around, came back the other way through a different street, and then pulled up in front of the house. She pulled up from where the mailbox was to where the other house was between 32 and 34 Fairview. Then she backed the car up, hits John, and then pulled straight forward out and went out the street straight forward. The 3-point turn happened before with John still in the car, as she turned around to get in front of the house. John was still in the car when she did the 3-point turn. That is the courthouse. That's the steps. Nobody's on it. Right? Butt dials. Yeah, she called her parents at 1 a.m. 20-something minutes later. 20-something minutes later, she decided she was going to call John's phone and say, nobody knows where you are. Nobody knows where you are. Well, remember, there is deleted cam footage from the Ring camera. Her pulling back into John's house that night after hitting him. That video is gone. The video of her and Carrie Jen looking at the taillight where Karen points it out to them. Gone. Completely gone. There are other videos that are just missing. Gone from Ring. Now, if you're Karen and people are like, oh, Karen didn't, the cops deleted them. Why would the cops delete things that would incriminate Karen Reed? Karen is the only one with a motive or a means to delete those. Let's make that very clear. Taillight in his shirt, right? Yeah, exactly. That magically appeared there. It appeared. Alleged, yeah. Who doesn't say alleged? So ridiculous, It was definitely defense coaching. I'm not saying that defense teams don't, they usually talk to their witnesses about what's going to be asked and what their responses are going to be. That's normal. That's standard. But once they're already giving their testimony, you're not allowed to talk to them about it once they're already in the middle of giving testimony. Once they've been sworn in as a witness, you cannot, in the middle of their testimony, whether they, stop at 4 o'clock and have to come back the next day, you cannot talk to them and say, well, you need to say this, or you need to bring this up. You can't do that. And we clearly know that they did. And they weren't supposed to. This mirrored image thing, this is something they scream about. Oh, it was altered. No, actually, altered would be reversing it because it was recorded as a mirror image. This is a mirror image. I'm recording this as a mirrored image right now. Right this very minute. I am a mirrored image to you. That's how it records. I'd have to revert it back if that's what I want. You know? Yeah, saying happy birthday to your 10-year-old on the stand, it's weird. Weird. Oh, absolutely. Of course they will, Benny. That's what they do. You know? We might. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, people. It's only 1 o'clock. You know? Starving like a hostage, but yes, it's only 1 o'clock. Justice needs to happen. Well, the jury didn't even hear most of the nonsensical BS theory. You know? He was so inappropriate. So inappropriate, in my opinion. You know? This is a great comment, Becky. She said, at John O'Keefe's family, we're here praying for the jury to see the truth. We're with you in your grief over the wonderful man you raised and sending love and support from Texas. Thank you, Becky. That was really nice. John DePetro was trolling Dina. John. They've harassed him just like me, you know. They just can't leave him alone. Well, that's not true, Kathy. They have to look at evidence, and the argument of it should be which one they can agree on. So maybe some of them agree murder 2, and some of them are like, no, I can't get to murder 2. I want vehicular homicide, manslaughter. You know, they could all be like, no, I don't agree to that, but I agree to this. So the problem is then taking the evidence and coming to the conclusion of where you can all agree on which charge to vote guilty on. And so we're only, let's see, where is it? 5 hours, 6 hours, 4 minutes. For a trial this long, I've always said anywhere between the 3 to 12 hour window is a good window for a guilty verdict, in my opinion. So I don't think this is long at all for deliberations in a trial that has this many exhibits and pieces of evidence at all. I think it's actually a decent, I mean, they can't be done in 2 minutes. You got to think, if they thought it was not guilty, they'd already be done. They'd be done. If it was not guilty across the board, it'd be done. Clown Jackson's opening statements, he proved nothing to them after he sat there and said, eyewitness, blah, blah, blah. None of that. None of it. Justice John's family from Rhode Island. I always forget that you're close by to me. Not same, not too far. Ashley's in Rhode Island too. Takes her about, I don't know, 20 minutes, 25 minutes to get to my house. We can only guess, my friends. We can only guess, you know? Yeah, nobody knows where you are. 20 minutes later, nobody knows. You know that you just dropped him off supposedly at the house so he'd go and have a party. A year later, you say you saw him walk up to the door and touch the door, stick his head in the door. So why say that? But then 20 minutes later, you're calling saying nobody knows where you are? Make that make sense. Why are you saying nobody knows where you are then? You know where he is. Clearly, she had known at that point what she had done, and that's 20 minutes later. And so at that point, she's setting it up as nobody knows where he went. Somebody's just going to find him. And she's like, oh my God, what happened? Horrible accident. He was hit by a plow. That must be it. She had to come up with some sort of, you know, excuse for what she thought would be damage to him. So she thought, obviously, by saying he got hit by a plow, that he would have more damage to the body than he actually did. So the plow was the best thing that she could come up with, especially since it was snowing, that he must have been hit by a plow. I agree, JMS. If that's the case, then every person on planet Earth is going to try to pull this stunt. At least the ones that have money, you know? That's why you're Benny from Boston, Benny. Believe me, I've lived in Rhode Island and Boston for that matter. I've lived in both. Now I'm kind of in the middle. I hope Canton PD is ready to protect D&E once there's a guilty plea. The mob will go right there. They better not, because I'll have you come get me and I will go there. I kid you not. I will not put up with that. I will not. I will not. I will go straight to D&E. Not playing that game. Her morning, afternoon, incessant calls and texts of the day they went. Yes, they're in evidence. Yep. That's right. Self-snitching, dry snitching, whatever you want to call it, that's exactly what she's done. And they are in evidence. The jury can look at all of that. That was really nice, Becky. When the Reeds left John's driveway, also gone. Oh, that's right. Yep, that one's gone too. I forgot about that. Hello? Hello? Abso-freaking-lutely. 2, I believe. 2. Let's hope so, Patty. Fingers crossed. I would take anything for today, but it may be tomorrow. But that's still a good window, in my opinion. You know? Exactly. You want them to go through the evidence, guys. You want them. You want them to, and there's a lot of it in this case. A lot. Yeah, if it was guilty across the, if it was not guilty across the board, well, you have to think about it. Again, they have lesser includeds. So that's the thing with the guilty verdict is it's not just easy to be like guilty, 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 because some people might think that she's guilty of murder too, and some people might think she's guilty of manslaughter. So you still have to be unanimous. So that means either the people who think murder too need to get on the side of manslaughter, or the people on manslaughter need to get on the side of to get unanimous. So that's where it kind of gets a little sticky with all the lesser includeds is if it was not guilty, this, in my opinion, would have been done already. So in my mind, at least in my opinion, if I'm the jury, I'm arguing out which one I find more appropriate. Murder 2, manslaughter, what? We all know she was drunk. She admitted to it. You know? Yeah, he doesn't go after men because he knows what he would be dealing with, you know? Trial was 9 weeks or 32 days. So a long time, you know? Oh yeah, they don't care whether it's in front of kids or not. They don't give a shit. Christina Rex advised lunches from 1:30 to 2:30 and no updates during it. That's weird because WCVB reported earlier that it was going for this court staff. It was going to be 12:30. They were doing it. Exactly. There are too many options for guilty for it to be decided. They have lesser includeds that they'd have to. So I think that might be what they're sitting on, dealing with right now. You know? I mean, hey, you just need to sprinkle them, right? When you're a proctor, apparently. Proctor who never went to the scene, the sprinkled taillight fairy, even though he was never at Fairview, he magically got them there in his time machine. She was talking about and showing it. That video is missing from John's ring cam. You know? Never mind the fact that we have that taillight broken at 4 whatever in the morning when she leaves the house, 5, whatever it is, and it's gone. You know? I think she could have, Joan. Either that or she got out right after it happened and looked at him, because I feel like that piece of glass that she keeps talking about plucking out of his nose, that maybe she did pluck it out, but it had to have been when he was alive. Could not have been at 6 in the morning because Carrie was there, and we know that Carrie knows it didn't happen, so that can't be it. So that means she either went back or got out of the car right after it happened and saw him. You know? Oh, I believe he'll do exactly that, Ash. Exactly that. It's Chris Albert's pizza place, and that's the place they like to harass. Benny Blogger for the B. That's right, my friend. She has dyed her hair a couple times. You know? What do you think, Joy? You're an attorney. What do you think? What's your opinion? It is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. But that's why they can have their identity sealed, and anybody who does it would be in trouble. No, they don't get to just watch the ID documentary doc, but they do get to show all the clips that Hank showed from those documentaries. They have all of those. And I think those are important to look at for sure. How will they read it? Lesser charges first. So you mean the slip? So the slip should be murder 2, and then the lesser includeds underneath that. And then it would be OUI, leaving the scene of an accident, and then any lesser. So it would be the 3 charges and then the lesser includeds underneath them. Yeah, the selected, clips were in there. And it was from not just the ID documentary, but her one from Gretchen Voss, which was just the audio versions, and then from Dateline or whatever else you use. I mean, it's a possibility, but I just don't personally think that that's it, Right? Exactly. If you need my help, let me know, because I will happily stand outside of your house and make sure that nobody F's with you. No matter what way it goes, the jury shouldn't be harassed. That's just ridiculous. I think, in my opinion, JMS, that's what they're stuck on, Well, I don't think it's that as much as it is that there are so many lesser includeds that they have to look at and decide on. And for 12 people, they're probably not all on the same page about which lesser included they agree on. So that's probably, in my opinion, what they would be talking about, And that very well could be exactly what it is, Well, that's it. I think it's just some giant game, It had to have been a lot. He had to have been alive when she plucked it out if he spurted blood. People who are passed away do not spurt blood. Their heart is not pumping. So, oh, I can't. Oh, I can't. This is why I can't do X, J-Rock. I just can't. It's like such a cesspool, and I would spend all my time just arguing with a bunch of idiots. I've done it before, and it's like, it's not worth it. Me and B. Harley, I think it was you, B. Harley, right? Or was it you, Ren, that said, like, you did it already? Like, it's not worth your time. It's really not. They're going to say nonsensical, stupid things over and over and over, even when the evidence is right in front of them to debunk that. Right. And then the weird thing that she said, living here in Massachusetts, I'm from Norfolk County. So that's the county that she's being tried in. That's where I grew up, Norfolk County. And so knowing what the snow is like here, for her to say something like, it was a weird shaped lump in those elements at that time, that was really strange to me, because when it snows here, there are oftentimes weird shaped lumps in the snow. It's usually a chair or a kid's play place or a tarp or a rake, or, you know what I mean? One of a million things that it could be in someone's yard. Lawn gnomes, all sorts of things. You see weird, or sometimes it's just a snowdrift. Weird shaped lumps are not weird to see when it's snowing out, not by a long shot. So I found that to be really strange, the way she said that, She'll never plead out. Life, life, the most time she can get, life, absolute life. That's how much. Life. So she tried to brick one of her phones when she locked out the police. That was the second time around, though. Because it would be repetitive, I think. Why put in hers and his if they say the same thing? You know what I mean? I don't know why they chose not to use both, but that would be my guess, is you don't really need both if they both show the same thing. It would just be repetitive, Me too. I agree with Benny. That's so weird. That is weird, Ellen. That is weird. Well, that's the thing, right? Even at 6 in the morning when they found him, it was still dark out. It was still dark. So again, she knew right where he was, though. Oh, God. The bots. That was such a weird statement. A buffalo on a prairie. No, he's a person. Right. Doghouse, toys, all sorts of stuff. My day-old account. You just gotta woosah, Anna, or like make it so that nobody can like reply unless they're on your friends list, unless you're following them and they're following you. I don't even look at the responses. I comment something and then I don't even respond because it's not worth my time to look at it. if I go into my notifications and it's names that I've never seen before, I just don't even attempt to look at it, honestly. Oh, you know how they work, Mama Bree. Oh, thank you, Becky. Becky sends $10. I appreciate that, Becky. That really means a lot. Oh, John also sent $10 earlier. Oh, no, sorry. That was Jack. Jack says nerves. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you, Jack. That was early. I didn't see about that until now. If anybody else would like to donate to the channel, there is 879 of you currently watching this stream. I know a lot of you are, over on X. Why don't, if you're not banned and you're not a troll, why don't you come over from X onto YouTube and get in the live chat, because you can have quite a bit of conversation about it. If you haven't hit the like button, the 879 of you watching, I would appreciate it if you would hit the like button, even come over from X and just boop that like button on my channel, or subscribe if you haven't. I'd really appreciate that. If you can donate to the channel, these are the ways you can do it that are most supportive of the channel and that get directly to us the quickest. And these are the ways that help the most. There's a donation link pinned in the chat, on the live chat on YouTube right now. It's also in the description of the video. It's in the description on the main part of the channel on YouTube. And we have these options as well, which is the easy ones like Cash App and Venmo and PayPal and Revolut for those of you out of country. That link also works for people who are out of country. We only survive if we get donations from people like you guys. If you're not a member already, get your membership. We're going to do a members only live, the first one, on Thursday afternoon/evening. So get your membership now if you don't have one. It's $4 a month for the lowest tier. I think it's 20 for the highest, somewhere around there. There's 4 different tiers we have. Get your membership. You can also gift memberships to other people if that's something that you like to do. You can do that in the chat, actually, from most devices. I don't know about iPhones. Okay. I can't speak for iPhones, but you can do it from the computer. I know you can do it from Androids. The iPhone thing is a little, I don't have an iPhone, and I know some people can't find the memberships on an iPhone, but if you have a computer, it's there. Thank you, Becky. I appreciate that so much, and I appreciate your support. We're just a little channel, and so we don't get a ton of donations, and so we're just trying to keep going. We've been covering this case since 2023. We have dealt with the FKR mob. I get the daily harassment still from these people, and I can tell you that at least the Alberts, I've not met the McCabe's, but the Alberts, they see you guys' comments, they appreciate it, they send their love. The O'Keefes, they watch as well. They appreciate the support that you guys give and the love that you give, because that's what gets them through this shit, is knowing that there are actual real life humans that are not idiots, that can actually figure this out and know that they're suffering. They're suffering because people have made, as you can see by this picture, their loved one, their son, their brother's death a circus. I mean, look at these people. For what reason? What reason do you have? John was a person, a human. We played the tribute earlier. You could see what kind of person John was just in the little video clips that we played earlier in the tribute. And I will take that strike of my channel every damn time if it has to do with a victim. It's unacceptable that this has gotten to where we're at. So we think she shut it off at some point on her health data, because it just magically poofed on Karen's health data. I don't know about her phone, but I know she had a watch, I believe, that was, the health data was off. Yeah, they wouldn't report it even until after, because the court staff has to be back from their lunch as well. Pickle? Who's a pickle? What's a pickle? Oh, Ellen? Ellen's my friend. LOL. Yeah, or a bush it could have been. That's what Hank said, like, or it could have been a bush. You equate that to a body? That's strange. You know, we named it last trial. That's Fanny the fan. Yep, we named the fan last trial. We also, this is what it looks like outside the courthouse. This is what it looked like last year.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Insane. Yeah, because that's how crazy they are. This is how crazy they are. Even if you did say she has a personality disorder, in my opinion, that's what I think. It's your damn opinion. It's not a diagnosis. That's outside the realm of nurses can't. It's so stupid. They're also allowed to have an opinion. My grandmother was an RN, so I thank you for being a nurse. It's hard work. You know, I worked with a lot of nurses when I worked at the prison, and, you know, they were not treated nicely sometimes. But again, I dealt with the criminally insane, so it's a little different. But they are dumbasses. You can definitely say that again. I have a friend that lives in Texas. It's on my bucket list for me to visit Texas because I have a friend that lives there. Thank you, Becky. We appreciate it. Joy said, it drives me crazy the way the law tubers and Freakier almost limit their moron comments to there's no evidence or what evidence. Geez, I don't have a half a day to explain it to you. Fool. I always tell them, like, it's not my job to do your research. I have said it over and over and over and over on my channel since 2023. We've had these discussions over and over and over, right? Like, come on. We've talked about it almost every single day, what the evidence is. So anybody to say there's no evidence, you're willingly putting your fingers in your ears and going la 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 to not see it, or saying crazy things like, well, she's factually innocent. Give me one fact that shows that she's innocent. One piece of evidence that you can't. It doesn't exist. Give me one piece of evidence that shows that someone else besides her committed this crime. You can't. It does not exist. You know, that is correct, Becky, my friend. We know this. And we're only one of, I think, 4 or 5 total channels that cover this because it comes with a lot of harassment. At this point, I had this speech earlier in my show. If you ever have time, go back and watch some of the stuff you missed earlier. And I explained exactly why they can bring on their nonsensical BS because there is nothing that's going to break me. I've been through enough in my life to know, you know, what could possibly affect me in that way. And until the day comes that I lose another person that I care about who passes away, there isn't anything that's going to break me. There's going to be nothing that can break me. I have been through a lot of BS. This is the least of it when you deal with people with nonsensical BS. Yeah, we named her the last trial. We did. Sorry, I'm trying to. Oh. Oh my God. My aunt is telling me one of her friends that I know went to that courthouse today. Like, no, don't do it. You don't have a membership yet? I figured you had already. My views? What? On today? On today's stream? Oh, well, that's the people watching currently. But funny enough, it actually doesn't count on YouTube because the people who are watching from X, I can see the total number above my head, but it doesn't record it on YouTube because if they're watching from X and not YouTube, it only records on X and not YouTube, which is kind of the shitty part of it. But hey, right? They are horrible. They are horrible. Becky says FKR is horrible. Shout out to McCabe's, Alberts, and O'Keefe's. I have no problem with people believing that maybe there's reasonable doubt. My friend Tracy thinks that they're probably going to find her guilty, but that she has a couple issues with the investigation and stuff, which I totally get. I understand, but I don't consider her an FKR because FKR are the people that do this. They're also the people that harass people's normal lives just because they don't agree. That's cult mentality. That's mob mentality. And my friend Tracy does not have mob mentality. She's a very smart person. She does not have that kind of mob mentality. iPad and iPhone? All right. Here's another way to try, Joy. When you go to You know my little circle that says my name in it, right? If you click on that and it goes to my like YouTube page itself, right? Again, I don't have an iPhone, so this is just my best of what I'm looking at here. But it should look almost the same on a phone wise. This is what mine does, at least. So when you go, let's see, and you click on my little circle that says Twisted Tragedies in it, right? It should go to something that looks like this. It should say Twisted Tragedies at the top there, and it will say home, videos, live, podcast, playlists, posts, membership. So they're all, you have to scroll over. See this, right? These things right here. I know they're in black, so it's hard to see, but it's above the live stream we're on today. And the front page of it. This is the main page of my thing. And if you click on the, it'll say, you know, live, podcast, playlist, posts, membership. If you click on membership, it should say if you're a member or not, right? And if you're not, it should, there's a little 3 buttons next to it. Oh, wait. Loyalty badges, member only, live chats, early access, view all. Let's see if this goes to it. Member only live chats, blah, 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 blah. Members, your membership unlocks a world of benefits if you're a member. I don't know. I'm myself, so it won't let me click on it because I'm a Twisted Chief because I'm me. But it should be right there under that. It should be right here. If you can, you can't really see. I know you can't, but that's where it would allow you to. I'm already one because I'm me, but that's where it would allow you to. If and an iPad or an iPhone, it should be that you can see this almost the same thing, and it'll say home, videos, live, podcast, playlist, posts, membership. And you'd click on the membership. And it should be a spot to purchase your membership. That's right. Freak says if it doesn't show up, to try desktop mode in Safari or try from a regular computer. What evidence is there she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? So you watch quite a bit or watch the whole thing, Anna? Because there's a ton of evidence, including the data from Karen's car, which again, the defense is not disputing that Karen herself backed that car up at 24 miles an hour at 74.5% acceleration and increasing when the text stream data stopped. That's a black box from her car, okay? And that seconds later, John's phone stops moving forever in the spot that he is later then found at 6 a.m. Underneath him is the ground, dirt, not snow. It had just started sticking to the ground at the time that this happened, so around 12:30. If he was thrown out there hours later, there'd be snow underneath him, number one. Number two, there was small pieces of taillight fragments found in John's clothing. Trooper Proctor never went to 34 Fairview. So how did he plant taillight pieces? He never went to 34 Fairview. The CERT team was out there finding pieces of the taillight when Karen's car was being brought into the Sallyport at the Canton PD. So unless they are magicians that can jump in time machines, nobody planted a taillight. We have pictures of that taillight at 5 a.m. and again at 8 a.m. from a dash cam video of another police cruiser that show it in the exact same condition as it is when they take the car after 4 or 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. I think it is, 3:34 at Karen's parents' house. So the taillight is broken from 5 a.m. on. She wakes Denise up at 4 something, which means it was already broken. Okay? Already broken. Already broken. John's phone stops moving forever when they find him after 6 and they start giving him, CPR and they move him. Karen tries to pull the phone out of his pocket, can't get it. So then when they move him, it ends up underneath him. Carrie picks it up when the EMTs move him and put him in the ambulance. And once Carrie picks it up and puts it in her pocket, the next reading of that phone is now that the phone is moving around and the temperature on the phone battery has gone up. The temperature on that phone battery from 12:32 all the way till 6 in the morning never increases. It only decreases. So it goes down and down and down and down until he is found. And that phone starts moving. Then that battery temperature goes back up, proving he had been laying there the entire time. His phone never moves, and it's on him. He has it in his back pocket. He never moves after 12:32. So, unless a magician themselves bippity boppitied him into outer space and back in 30 seconds and beat him up, that's the explanation. Karen hit him with that car and left him there. And the evidence, the black box, the data from his phone, the data from her car, the battery temperature, his health data show that. It shows that. I think they're realizing this isn't a not guilty across the board for them. If you think that the Commonwealth experts are embarrassing, then you have literally been living in the cult for too long. The Commonwealth experts were embarrassing. Dr. Russell, the only person who knows how to see a dog bite but has never, ever done it any other time but now, is the smartest person on planet Earth, wasn't an embarrassment. The ARCA guys that had communications on the Signal app and deleted them, all of them, are not an embarrassment. Ooh. Come on now. Come on now. That's utterly ridiculous. It is the pink clown cult. The only fan. Yeah, we've heard that from people before. The only fan. We named her Fanny in the first trial, you know? She's our friend now. Fanny. I mean, come on. I rest my case. Massachusetts finest. I do want to. I do. I'm telling you, it's on my bucket list. It is on my bucket list of places I would love to visit. Bottom line, all the data says that there was a collision and that Karen Reed is guilty. So sorry. I'm sorry for you. Sorry for you. Oh, are they already? Oh, that's sad. Thank you, Willow. Justice for Jonathan's family. Thank you for your $4.99 super chat.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, like, I suspect that if they were to, like Matt stated, the attorney that you watched earlier, if they believed that the evidence was all fabricated and it was a grand conspiracy, they would have acquitted her by now. I think, like, before lunch, they probably would have acquitted her. That's what I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think what's happening right now is they are debating. I think the majority think she's guilty of most of the charges. And I think they're debating on which charges. I feel like if this will probably not be a ruling today. I don't think it's going to be a ruling today. Like there's not going to not ruling, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
A verdict.
Verdict.
I think probably we're looking at tomorrow before lunch. That's most likely the case. And at that time, they probably will send a letter saying if they're having an issue with the jury. But I think, like, if it goes beyond tomorrow, I think it's going to be a hung jury. That's what I think. Which, by the way, will they try her a third time? I don't think so. But will she have to live under the scrutiny of possibly being tried again if she admits to anything in the future, that they get more evidence on her? That's what she's going to have to live with if they do another hung jury. So, you know, and I think she's going to lose civilly. There's no way in God's
no doubt she will. It's
and
the worst burden.
And the worst thing is the civil suit. She's going to have to testify in that civil suit. And guess what? That's going to be used if there is a hung jury.
Absolutely.
That could be used in her criminal proceeding. So she's in a bad situation. Let's say this, she gets another get out of free card hung jury, and she has to testify in her civil cases, then that could be probably used by the prosecution against her, if they ever decide to try her a third time.
Yep, I agree.
But that's if that's the situation. Now, do I think there's going to be a hung jury? You never know. With the Karen Reed group, there could have been someone that snuck into the jury and it just says, I'm not going to convict Karen Reed of nothing, not even being drunk. It's like, yeah, she was 100% drunk. She admitted it. The testing admitted it. Everyone knew she was drunk.
Yep. It's so crazy that that's the least of it, is her being drunk. Like, you know, thank you. I appreciate that, because I don't have Apple, so I'm not good at explaining that. That's how you should be able to do it on an Android or any other devices. That little dollar thing that's like in the chat. You should be able to find your membership there. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it takes years, but I just don't see an acquittal in the future. I don't think Mr. Jackson gave enough of a reason for them to acquit this lady.
I don't either. I don't either. It's weird to me that anybody would think that.
Yeah, but the problem is, Freak, they're not going to settle. They're not suing him. They're not suing Karen Reed for cash. They're suing her to get, to get her to testify.
Truth out there, and to get her to testify so that all of the stuff she says via deposition can be given to the public. Like, oh, here's all her more contradicting statements, and see she's a liar.
They're not going to settle. They would never settle.
No chance.
No chance. So that's the situation. So I honestly think, like, when you I'll tell you something. A person, I mean, I've seen a situation where a father was suing a man that hit his son. Mm-hmm. And he did not give two fucks about a settlement. They offered him a lot of money.
Oh, I'm sure.
And his son died, by the way. And he did not settle. And you're dealing with that scenario where they do not care.
I wouldn't settle either if it was my kid. Just saying, I'm taking that straight to trial, because the burden of proof is lower. And I know that you can win treble damages in the state of Massachusetts, which means ×3.
And the problem is that, there might be some issues with a criminal case with this, some reasonable doubt some people can point to here and there. But with a civil case, it would be an open and shut case. I mean, with this amount of evidence, she's done for. They don't even need to convict her for them to get her guilty. They have more stuff than O.J. Simpson that they had against O.J. So, and they want her to testify. That's, I think, the main reason. And I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked if they would not settle with her and they would just keep on pushing. And of course, it takes years. Unfortunately, when civil cases like this happen, and you look at 2-3 years probably.
Yep.
And this is being looked at as a vehicular case, basically car accident case.
Yep.
So,
and Benny, actually, Karen, she hung up on both Kerry and Jen, and then showed up at Jen's house. But she had hung up on Kerry twice. She said, John's dead. He got hit by a plow. And then she hung up to Kerry. And then on Jen, she called, hung up, then called again. So there was a couple times that she hung up on people and then called again, or showed up at their house. Showed up at Jen's house. And then Kerry had to find her there.
Yeah, I think she was I think she was attempting to get witnesses to try to save her ass at that particular point. I think it was damage control. And
yes, it was.
That's what I think happened. I just don't agree with the I just think that's probably what she was doing. And she's been doing that for a while. I mean, that's why she was on the internet earlier on, looking up people's Facebook pages and seeing who she can get to help her out. I think she's been doing this for years. I think she's used to doing this for years, where she tries to bail herself out, very narcissistic behavior. And I think she's, it worked well for her. And unfortunately, I believe her father is the type of person that, just allows her to get away with, well, as the saying goes, murder.
Murder. Yeah,
in this case.
I mean, I think she's buying her way out of anything, honestly. I honestly think she's used to. If you go back to Aruba, she tried to buy her way out of that situation where she flipped out on the Laura sister,
Yeah.
little sister there. And she
I'm
flipped out because she gave John a hug when she got there. John knew her, and Laura Sullivan. And Karen at the end there tried to like, let me pay for your hotel room. I'm so sorry. Like, she knew what she had done was wrong. She knew she caused a jealous rage scene for no reason whatsoever and made it very uncomfortable for everybody on that trip. And that was her fault and no one else's. And she tried to buy her way out of it. Oh, hey, let me just pay for your stuff and we'll be good. Like, what? No, that's not the way it works at all. Yeah, just writes a check. That's exactly it. She throws lots of money at her problems.
And I think the reason why, like Alec, Alessi and Jackson came on board is because they thought that they would have a good civil case against the state of Massachusetts and make a bunch of money. But I think it's been a cost. I don't think they're going to ever have a good civil suit against Massachusetts. They're pretty fucking screwed because like there's enough here that you could deal with. I mean, I don't know about the whole text messages, private text messages with Proctor. I don't think that's something you could sue for. But for wrongful arrest and stuff like that, I don't think she has a case for that at all. And I think they were hoping for that. And I think like Jackson, Yannetti want this over by now because they say it's cost them millions and millions of dollars. Yeah, it cost them millions of dollars, but it didn't cost Karen Reed millions of dollars.
No, I mean, I remember Jen, I think in the first trial, maybe it was the first trial, where she explained that Karen called her and then hung up and then was outside of her house. But some of this information isn't always public information, guys. Some of the information I have is also private information, So just remember that, I for a long time. Hold on. What am I looking at here?
Roberta said he misled the jury by saying that because it didn't happen. I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's definitely like a little bit misleading, but that could be his thought of the case and how he figures it. You know what I mean? You have to realize also that my guess is, that's his theory of how things occurred, but he could be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it's everyone's at this point. The only people who know for sure 100% of what happened that night are Karen and John, and one cannot speak.
When did the jury last time come back that they were having issues with a letter?
I would say it was probably 20 hours or 24 or somewhere around there.
I mean,
around there, 1920 somewhere.
I mean, you have to realize the jury had the weekend to sit it on and digest things. And then they had today a little bit. And I think they probably, if the longer it goes, the more likely I have a feeling that they are debating on which charge she's hit with. I think they know she's drunk. They probably know that one's already done.
I mean,
now they're figuring.
Like, is he for real right now? Like, guy, really?
Well, Vinny does this because Vinny is, does this for money. It's just that simple. This is how he brings up his ad revenue, his money.
Private information, as in things that the general public doesn't need to know because it's none of your fucking business. That kind of private information. I don't need to prove that it exists. Isn't that funny? You don't have to prove every tiny little thing exists. See how that works?
Mm-hmm.
See how that works?
Man, like, these people look weird.
They have nothing to do today, apparently.
What's with that band on her head? Like, Jesus Christ, lady.
She wears it all the time. So that's one person I have seen before. Wearing it all the time. Is that Dina over there? It's amazing to me. Amazing.
It makes me like wonder what's the future of your state.
B Tim.
I think we're gonna get a little worried here. You know what I mean?
They
I
get
feel
mad because they think that private citizens like the McCabe's and Alberts owe them any fucking information. They don't owe you a goddamn fucking thing. They don't owe you an explanation to anything in their personal lives. They are witnesses in a fucking murder trial. And I don't usually drop F-bombs, but I'm going to drop them right now. Why? Because it's none of your goddamn business. Just because they didn't give you proof of every tiny little thing that happened doesn't mean it didn't happen. Sorry to tell you. And they don't owe any of these people, none of these people, including the trolls, a goddamn fucking thing. They owe you nothing.
well, I mean,
Absolutely nothing.
what I think, if I was in a jury room and I seen this large group of a mob outside, and then I listened to the cross of Lucky, and I listened to the cross of, of what is it? That other officer that lied on the stand,
Oh, Barrows.
Barrows, and about. I would think to myself, yeah, were these witnesses testifying lies because they were worried about this mob of people outside that are bloodthirsty?
Yep. Sounds like
So,
it to me.
so does this help their case with the jury? Because, like, if I'm on the jury, if I'm like the defense, I don't want the jury to think that I'm intimidating witnesses. But if they see shit like this outside, they're going to be like, holy fuck, these people might be intimidated.
They're supposed to get cited if they beep. If they beeped it. So this lady, the one that's trying to talk right now, this is one of the 3 that was at the bathroom when I was at Lindsay's hearing. That was about this like I had to be dragged out of the court. Like, if you run your mouth to someone, do not expect that something is not going to happen. You're expecting that you get to run your mouth and say things and there's no consequences for that. Not where I'm from. Not where I'm from. If you have the balls to run your mouth, you better have the balls to back that shit up. Just saying. I don't want to hear a single word of what these effing people say. It's just absurd.
Well, a lot of these people are quite misinformed and stupid individuals. A lot of them. I mean, like, and I'm not talking about every single free Karen. I think a lot of them are just misinformed. They don't quite understand the facts of the case.
They don't. They go, oh, Google told me. I'm like, yeah, Google doesn't tell you everything. Also, you have to know what to Google to get it.
Google told you everything, that you would listen to Ian Wolfen, who told you that the 227 didn't happen. And now even Jackson has no proof of that. He has no expert. And I actually hope one day he gets sued for this bullshit he did here. I swear to God, I'd laugh my ass off. He got sued and Yannetti got sued and all them scumbags.
Yep.
But unfortunately, I think those snakes are going to get away with not getting hit too badly.
It's really sad. It's like, look at these. Do you know, everybody knows who this fool is, right? This guy here, everybody knows who he is. This nonsensical idiot.
Bro, he needs a looser shirt. That shirt is way too motherfucking tight.
It's a size medium.
Yeah, like, bro, you need a bigger shirt. That shirt is fucking stretching on you, sir. That or take some cardio around the fucking courthouse.
It's a size medium, right? Run around the courthouse a little.
Yeah, like, Jesus Christ.
Vinny thinks he's in a movie. That's half his problem.
Well, Vinny is, you got to realize, he's been doing this for years, and he knows that he's playing both sides. Does he believe in the conspiracy theory? Fuck no.
No, of course not.
But he knows he knows that he has to play on the both sides.
Yep.
That's how it goes. It's just TV for him, and that's pretty much it.
That's exactly it.
You know, so I don't really take.
Oh, he picked me. He picked me. I'm gonna talk on TV. He picked me.
Yeah, like that's why I don't really.
Like again, like it's a fucking joke. Like, this is a murder trial. Let me say it again for those of you in the back that don't seem to understand English. Murder. We'll do the Jackson fingers. Murder trial.
Why are they doing the devil horns?
I don't know. Cool.
I mean, isn't that the sign of like being like the devil horns, like Satan?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it kind of makes sense.
This is how intelligent they are. They don't even realize it.
It kind of makes sense at this point. I mean, if you're gonna simp for a killer, you might as well simp for Satan as well, I guess.
Listen, they wait until you're far away enough before they run their mouths. Why don't you say that shit to my face and see how well that works out for you?
Did the jury ask for lunch break yet? I don't know. Did they ask for lunch break?
They got their lunch break already. Yeah, they already did.
They already got.
I kind of feel bad for the jury, to be honest with you. No matter what happens, they're in a shitty position. They put this bitch in jail. Every single one of these fucking weirdos are gonna be like, "Who's the jury? We gotta harass them.
Yep.
We gotta go after them."
Yep.
Well,
Exactly.
okay,
That's
welcome.
exactly it. They're allowed across the street. They're not in front of the regular courthouse, guys. They're in front of the regular, the Dedham District Courthouse. They're not in front of the Superior. They're not allowed.
Yeah.
No, they already had their lunch break. Yeah, and the upper court's already struck the 1A bullshit down. Like, no, there has to be a buffer zone. You know? Yeah, he calls himself Jesus. Oh, Karen thinks that the devil horns mean I love you. Yeah, that's sad. She'll learn how to fly a kite real soon.
Sometimes I feel like Karen Reed is just intentionally trolling these people to do the things that she knows are stupid. She's like, I can, and it's like a game to her. It's like, I can get these, I can get them to do anything. I can get them to worship Satan next.
Yep, I can get them to say it all and do it all. Isn't it funny, guys? Isn't it funny?
Yeah, like you're doing the devil hordes for like a supposedly you're alleging innocent person. It's just like wild to me, man.
It's I love you in sign language. Usually I went for the whole like this thing. They're not. So if you guys can see from this shot right here across the street, that is the courthouse. That's the Superior Courthouse across the street. That's it right there. Well, he doesn't play it both sides both well, no, because he's leaning FKR because there's that many people throwing money at him on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to realize, like, that's why I don't really get really too mad at like Vinny, because Vinny I know is just
can't stand him.
You know, it's like it's what you expect from someone like that. It's a TV host. He just wants to make money.
But why can't we expect you to tell the goddamn truth? Why can't we expect a little bit, just a little of integrity? Why?
Well, the problem is that you're talking about TV, and there is no integrity in TV. There is no integrity in TV.
Well, friggin' have some. Start having some. Start sticking up for yourself and other people so that you don't allow these stations to make you look like a shitbag.
You know, and I just think, like, in the end of the day, it's just that's what he's doing. But when it comes
They're
to
sitting
like
on the court steps of the other court across the street. They're not sitting on the Superior Court steps. They're not allowed. As you can see, those are all the officers right there. They're showing it right now.
You know what?
Superior Court.
Someone's losing an opportunity to be like have a vendor here to sell fucking peanuts,
right?
To people.
Hot dogs, peanuts,
bro. That would make
pizza,
you a lot of money.
Water, like insane.
Maybe sell like merch with Karen Reed on it and make a bunch more money, like little flags. I swear to God,
the stuff that they have sold already is insane to me. You know. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of these people, and make no mistake about it, a lot of them are middle-aged women. Most of them are middle-aged women. I actually have a great mix of women and men that watch my streams. I get all the analytics on where you guys are all from, where you're watching from, what countries, how many men, how many women, you know.
If you don't use a VPN.
Yeah, I got a pretty good mix on. I would never tell anybody that. Like,
yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you use a VPN, you won't be able to see that. So everyone,
yeah, I have like a 0.1% that says they don't know where.
Yeah.
Yes, welcome, Rosie. Welcome. The jury can't see them. No, they're inside. They cannot see them. They cannot see them. Hearing them, they're not allowed to yell or scream, or they'll be arrested.
A part of me really wants this guilty verdict so we can see the people's reaction outside.
Right?
I swear to God, if they just start freaking the fuck out, you're gonna just record it and just that should be like your played as your intro, like just intro every time, like everyone who's just crying. I swear to God, if that happened.
Oh my God, I would love it. I would love it. That would be amazing if we could just get like the whole like I just laugh and point. Like,
you would have content for days with just reviewing those channels. Days, just every day you just review them. Weeks.
Oh man.
Bro.
All the flipping out.
I mean,
appeals. That's all they're gonna hear.
The jury was something's wrong with the jury. That's
corrupt.
stupid.
The judge and the jury, everyone's corrupt.
Yeah, I mean, what I have
that's another thing. Like Monarch's right. Vinny like accepting super chats on his channel like he needs it or something. Like, but do you see? Okay, do you see the difference, Monarch, between the super chats that show up on Vinny's channel and the ones that will show up, or even regular donations? Like I read every donation I get, no matter who it's from.
I'll just say anonymous. If somebody wants to remain anonymous, they just write ANON or anonymous, and I'll just read it as anonymous. And it'll be constant on the, and that's why he does it, because the same with the free Karen Reed channels. That's what he figured out, and that's why he started the YouTube. Was he saw all the money rolling in from super chats and memberships, super stickers, and regular donations through Venmo, and was like, oh, I want in on this.
Well, he also saw that, you got Lawyer, you got all these people that get like 30,000, 20,000 people live, and he said to himself, hey, I can start my own show and not be so like held by court TV all the time, and have a backup. Which, no, exactly. I mean, I you know what? It is what it is. I'm not really shocked about that. I just think his thumbnails are dog shit. And I think his guests are not that entertaining. But, if you want to watch a geriatric panel, all that's missing is just talking about their hip or something. I don't know.
My hip. Hey, I just teased that my hip pops out.
Remember, Tim Betster is Vinny's best friend. He says that all the time. He's also Molly says.
What did you say?
That Bullhorn Betty and Molly are Vinny's friend.
Oh boy, I like Pink, and I guess I'm middle aged. I'm 38, almost 39, aging myself. But we're talking about just people who are clearly bored with their lives and don't clearly understand most of the evidence or even the data in this case, that it went in one ear and out the other for them to say some of this stuff. Yeah, Randanza. The fact that they threw money at Mark Randanza is probably the funniest thing that came out of this.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But is it like the whole? I heard this, like everyone on Twitter is trying to claim, because they found out that the DUI thing is like 2.5 years minimum or something. Yeah. So why is it? So everyone on like Karen Reed saying she was not drunk at all now.
Oh, their new thing saying she wasn't drunk. She admitted it, and we have video. What do you mean? Like
there's literally a confession that she drank, and also a test. Like at that point,
be driving, and we also have the retrograde, which is her blood alcohol content, which proves she was freaking way almost 3 times over the limit, 2 to 3 times. There is a buffer zone, Penny, but I don't know why they haven't pushed these people back. But I think it's misleading by the shots that they're showing you guys, because it looks like they're sitting on the Superior Courthouse steps. They're not. It's across the street. They're sitting on the district court steps. It's not the same building. They're 2 separate buildings, because one's a Superior Court and one's a district court. And then there's the Registry of Deeds. So they're on the opposite side of the street. They're not allowed right there in front of the court or on the courthouse steps. They're on another courthouse steps. So I think it's a little misleading the way they show it. Defense is 10 minutes away. They're probably coming back maybe for a question. Remember, the jury could have questions. And also, the jury couldn't give a verdict until after 2:30, even if they had it, because that was the official lunch of the court staff. So, yes, only blue for John, and for pink is my favorite color. We all know that. I will never.
No, I have a question.
Ruin pink for me ever.
Do you think after watching all the Karen Reed people outside that we should have a mandatory IQ test before you're allowed on the internet?
Yes.
Like
yes.
You need to pass like a 95 IQ or something to get to the internet.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. You should have an IQ test for a lot of things, including a lot of these positions. People who are nurses who are like, I have never seen raccoon eyes. That's not a thing. And I'm like, you should immediately hand in all your credentials for being a nurse right now.
Yeah, like I knew.
Outside of your scope, you don't get to diagnose. 2, if you've never seen raccoon eyes, then you don't work in a level 1 trauma center. But don't sit there and say that that's not a thing.
Yeah, I remember when
trauma center is where they would deal with those kinds of injuries.
Yeah, I remember when this case first came out, and those guys, I had to look into it, and I found out about raccoon eyes, and I started talking about that. I did some research on it, but it's just interesting to see people that claim to be doctors and educated individuals not understand raccoon eyes.
Right, that's amazing to me. But again, we're talking about the same kind of people who are saying that they, can deal with. Hold on, I'm turning my mic up just a little bit. Freak says it's a little bit. I'm just a little, not too much, just a little. We're dealing with people on LawTube that say they're lawyers that stopped. I mean, somebody $30,000 a month from her channel, Emily D. Baker makes. I wish.
Well, if you made $30,000, you'd be having mozzarella sticks every day.
Right? You have no idea. I've been talking about these mozzarella sticks for like 2 weeks, and I'm betting them
Everyday mozzarella sticks.
I freaking want them. I have not
They
had
can
them, and I want
they can
them.
have some gold leaf on the mozzarella sticks to make them extra fancy. They buy
I
them from
want them
Amazon.
so bad. I want them. I want mozzarella sticks and breadsticks. I swear to God, I will have that for dinner.
You'll be 300 pounds in 2 months because you'll be eating all these
Right?
breadsticks and mozzarella.
Sticks. I haven't had them in a long while. I've been thinking about them for like 2 weeks now, but it's like, do I have the extra 40 or 50? Because I can't just buy for myself. I'd have to buy, for the kids and him.
You're
too.
gonna
It's like,
sneak the mozzarella sticks in the house. All
I
right,
don't
kids.
have it.
You go, okay, kids. You're like, why does this place smell like mozzarella sticks? And you're just like hiding it under your shirt. I don't know. I have no idea.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Munch, munch, munch.
Yeah, just like hide your
No
mozzarella.
clue what you're talking about.
Oh.
Well, B. Harley, here's the thing. Not all, I won't say having a channel is what gets you the harassment. It's not. It's stay away from certain things. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not the kind of person that will give in to a bully. So, I'm not going to say that my husband loved the harassment. He hated it, hated the fact that I had the channel because of that. But once we get over a little bit of a hump there, he's like, wait a second, like, not letting these people bully my family either. Like, he knows his wife. He knows that I'm one of those people that's never just going to give in to bullies ever. And so we just took better precautions on certain things,
Yeah, I think like what people usually get in trouble with is, and it's when you have to debunk conspiracies, and usually the people pushing the conspiracies are batshit crazy, and you deal with batshit crazy people.
Yes.
I dealt with it in, for instance, the Kylie Rodney case was the Creek Squad. They were like, Ichamel was literally being threatened. His kids were being threatened.
He dealt with that in this case too. When he spoke up about it, they started threatening him. Like
this case, when you look at the Dylan Rounds case, there was a bunch of crazy people there. Quentin Simon, they literally stood outside the home, and stood there for about 3 weeks just with bullhorns. It was so bad that they like an autistic kid was like, couldn't get any sleep because they would be up till like 11, 12 o'clock, just bullhorns, babies crying sounds, lights being projected. And it was like just a crazy situation. And it's just, you just see that in the crazy, when you try to debunk crazy conspiracies, you deal with crazy people. And that's why I always tell people to, if you are a content creator and you have a house, and they know your address, so you like your address is out there, go to Google and make them blur your house. You can do that anywhere.
You can do that. Anybody can do that. Yep. You can do that.
Because they will do a live stream and show your house on a live stream. Yep. Make sure, if you are anonymous, attempt to do everything you can to use VPNs and all that stuff, basically. Yep. And also
just take extra precaution. But if you're someone that wants to have a channel, I don't say don't let people deter you. Just do it. Just do it. I'm making a shirt that says I'm in on it. I'm also making a shirt. I'm like in the middle of making them with my Cricut that says I'm a McAlbert. So I'm actually going to put those. I'm going to at some point put those on in my store for the channel.
I mean, look what they did with Yellow Cottage shows. You had the Glare literally saying that he was faking cancer and going at him.
So fucked up. It's so fucked up. I mean, like I said earlier, they literally did that when it came to my child before they realized that 1 million people have seen my child and know my child and know that that's bullshit. So for them to even go that far to say like, oh, she probably doesn't have a terminally ill kid, when everybody on planet Earth who's ever met me or my kid know that. It's not a secret. It's something everyone knows. They had to like stop that real quick as soon as they realized like, oh wait, I said it, but a bunch of people are telling me that I'm wrong.
Also, I'm going to say this: if you are trying to be anonymous and you have Facebook, if you have Facebook, I would probably private that Facebook group and be very careful of joining Facebook groups about cases.
Be super careful. You can also make a fake profile on Facebook and post from that if you really want to be super duper careful. I use my own because once again, I don't give a shit. But
yeah, well, you could probably make an alt account with a Proton email. You could probably get like a burner. No, I'm talking about other people that aren't doxed already. You can get a Proton. Proton's actually good. You have to pay like $4 to use it for like stuff like that, and it's encrypted. It's like in Switzerland. You can even pay with it. Strangely enough, you could pay for the subscription via crypto, or you can mail them cash, like actual cash, if you don't want to use your card.
That's kind of cool. I'm not going to lie. Yes, that would be true. The trauma nurse Texas. But the problem with that is even if she has 10,000 members at $2.99 a month, she doesn't get the full $2.99 a month. I don't even get the full.
Yeah.
It's they get 30%. And if they use
Yeah.
an iPhone, they get 60 and I get 40. So the split isn't always there, but still she has more than 10,000 members, I'm sure, or more people.
Oh, yeah.
Doing, you know, super chats and all that adds up too. So again, YouTube takes a huge cut. That's why I always tell people, if you're going to donate to the channel, these are the best options to do it, or the link that I put
Yeah.
in the chat, because that's stuff that goes directly to me and I don't have to worry about YouTube taking a cut out of it. You know, the super chats, the super stickers, and the memberships, yes, YouTube takes a cut, and it takes a very long time to get to the creator. He is next, Rosie. Say it again with your chest. He's next. Like, he's next. He is next for sure. Well, that's the thing. People think that Karen is pretty. I'm like, do you think the Crypt Keeper is pretty? I'm confused here. Like Mission Impossible? Dun 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 dun. Always. I don't see any chance in hell that the jury will go as far as to find guilty on DUI and go no further. I don't either. I think they go further, but you never know. Juries always surprise you.
I think like I think they got her with the drunk driving, and I think what was very special about Hank, he broke down the charges and explained them in simplistic detail to these people. So
I want to play that again just so everyone can understand what the charges are.
Yeah.
Like,
and I think that was a very smart tactic. And you know, like there's some criticism here and there, like certain details he didn't get right that Roberta Glasspat, you know, was correct.
Like what?
You're talking about like basically the whole calling stuff, you know what I mean?
He did though. She did hang up on Jen.
Yeah, but I think he said something about another reason or something like that. He was implying that she did it to make up a story, but in actuality, I think it was because of something else. I think.
I mean, we can only surmise on that, of course.
She tried blaming Lucky, the snow plow. Yeah, I know. And that guy, you know what I mean? That guy's kind of he's a victim of harassment. So I can't really I can't really be too angry with the guy. I mean, the guy's gotten, his wife is deceased, and then you got these weirdos harassing him. You know what I mean? I just, you know, I mean, like that's a terrible loss to go through, and you know what I mean? And the guy is not a criminal or anything. He's a working class guy just trying to get by in his life, and some fucking weirdos are messing with him. And you know what? It's not an excuse for his lying on the stand, but it is understandable why he did it, because he was scared. So, I hope the guy doesn't get bothered. I hope he moves on with his life, and you know, it is what it is. He lied on the stand. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did lie on the witness stand multiple times. So did Officer Barrows lie on the witness stand, and he was caught. And that's why he got nervous, because he realized Hank had him on a lie, you know, and I think something's going to happen to him. You know, I find it interesting that Proctor gets fired because of mean comments, but Officer Barrows goes on the stand and fucking blatantly lies and still has his job. Makes you wonder where the priorities are.
Make you wonder, that's for sure.
You know, it makes you wonder about the priorities of the police force. Don't say meany poopy words or you'll get fired. But if you lie on the stand and fucking simp for a killer, yeah.
Don't say them.
Don't say meany poopy words. We got to live in a PG society.
Right. For real though.
You know, and then a guy literally goes on the stand and lies, and then has a secret meeting with the lawyers after taking a 3-hour trip there and back.
No one believes that he drove to that hotel to meet Alan Jackson just for a subpoena and to talk about his vacation time. I'm sorry, but do you expect a jury to buy that?
Yeah.
He probably would, Rosie. I would literally bet that he would pull some stuff like that. That's just who he is, you know? He literally is that kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
Me too, JMS. I mean, I lost it a while ago in Massachusetts, and I think we need more victims' rights. That's something that needs to happen. And like I said, I don't care if, you know, I take the next 10 years of my life to fight in advocacy for those victims' rights. I've done it before and I will do it again. It took, I think it was 6 or 7 years for us to get addiction treatment inside the jails. I have no problem doing that all over again if it makes it so that something like this can never happen again. It's worth it.
Well, I mean,
all the people who won't have to go through it. Not yet, Potluck.
oh, they're asking to turn your mic up, by the way.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I need to do it in StreamYard.
Or maybe I'm too loud.
Is that better? Is that too loud?
I mean, for me, it's good because I have headphones, but, you know, RP's asking.
I have headphones in too, so.
That mob calls everyone's name, and then they are shocked when people retaliate or say something back. They can take it. Well, it's mostly like what cowardly individuals do. They like to basically sit there and harass and fuck with people, but the moment something happens to them, they cry. You know?
Yeah, pretty much. They cry. They go to the police station.
Yeah. I'm also surprised she never went into treatment, but she seems to be an alcoholic, in my opinion. I think Karen Reed's an alcoholic, 100%. You're drinking that much, and you're on a a colostomy bag and stuff like that, and all this crazy.
She had a temporary colostomy bag at one point. Yep,
yeah, but I'm saying, like, you're in that particular health. You're 40 something, 44, 45 years old, and you got this health issues, and you're still drinking like a sailor. Is crazy to me. You need to and then you're under charges for driving under the influence, and you're still drinking like crazy. To me, it's just wild. It's just, to me, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah. Well, that's his favorite word, Jackie. You know, and again, he loves to attack women. That's the turds thing is, the sewer turtle likes to attack women. That's his thing.
Well, he's a horrible individual that I hope eventually justice.
It's a waste of oxygen. I would like him to stop sucking my oxygen. I would appreciate that,
Well, he'll consider that a death threat and get a protection order from you now.
I think a judge might laugh him out of the courtroom.
I don't know. With your fucking courts in Massachusetts, they might let him have it.
I know, right?
It's so stupid. They let him have like the ridiculous fucking order of protection against Kate. I was like, what
that
the
was
fuck?
So stupid. I'm like, you're buying this? That he's afraid of Kate while he walks over to her on purpose. Like, what?
Yeah, there's something fucking. What did they say? Something.
Oh, they wanted a decision at 2:27. Well, too bad. 2:27 is over.
That'd be hilarious. So they were like, we want a decision by 2:27. That would be
amazing.
Hilarious.
They were like, guilty at 2:27.
Yeah. No, what I think is happening is the jury is weighing the evidence. You have to realize that this is 30 days of trial. There's a lot of evidence, and they're weighing it. They only had a very little time with the evidence for Friday. This is the first real day for deliberations. And my guess, I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't have a verdict by today, and a verdict might, probably comes by tomorrow. If they don't have it by tomorrow, then
you start to worry that it's a hung jury or that they have to compromise to get a verdict.
Yeah.
So, I think I wouldn't start worrying until tomorrow is over.
What happened to her? What happened to her brain tumor and MS? Two other reasons.
Can we go to rehab for drug? I mean, do you need rehab for drugs? I don't know.
Well, you know what? I've never heard of people killing people while on marijuana, but I have heard when they were drinking. So, yeah.
I don't think marijuana overdose is a thing.
Yeah, I don't think marijuana. I think probably it's. I feel like potheads got the worst rap, while alcoholics get like a little bit lighter, which is kind of crazy to me. But whatever.
For real. I mean, she is reported to have MS. The brain tumor, that's a little more murky. That's the only time that's ever been reported is when David Yannetti said it, but I feel like he could have just got that wrong. Sometimes
or he just lied.
Or he lied. One or the other.
Shocker, he lied.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I mean, the guy.
You're wrong. I think he absolutely would be convicted. Did you not read so Judge Lou actually posted the thing where the judges for Aiden, when they dismissed some of the other ones, are like put it in the decision, like some of these are, you can't argue First Amendment. So that First Amendment argument that he has is done.
Yeah.
So this is why he started talking about, well, if the government came to me right now with a deal and offered no jail time, I would have to take a look at it. Why was he saying that, folks? Well, he was saying that because that decision says you can't argue the First Amendment on some of this stuff. The First Amendment does not apply to this kind of behavior. And he knows that he's ultimately screwed if he can't just scream First Amendment.
Yeah, that's not a defense for him because a lot of his actions that he's being
Way
charged
beyond.
with, they got him dead to rights with videos and other things.
Yep. Shooting himself in the foot, dry snitching on himself. You know, he constantly does it.
Yeah, and the problem is like we don't even know the amount of evidence they have on him. Like they could probably have like a whole.
They have
bunch.
a lot. And then think about all of the things that they have in his phones that they are currently going through right now. If I'm him, I'm wearing an adult diaper because I'm shitting myself, knowing all of the stuff that is in my devices.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like it's all going to come out eventually in this trial, and all these people are going to realize that Mr. Turtle Boy, knew this lady was guilty and just sold you all a bunch of lies, just so that she can get some money. And imagine
This
if
is
she
a
gets.
reason why y'all should be buying pot from the dispensary. This reason right here. This is not the first time I've heard of this where someone smoked weed and overdosed on fentanyl because it was in their weed.
Yeah,
Don't buy it from strange people. Go to the dispensary.
Yeah,
That's the option.
that's the good thing about this marijuana being legal, that you don't have to do that stuff anymore. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to you're overpaying, but you're paying for not dying from some sort
The
of.
taxes are redonkulous on it. Redonkulous. They charge you like these ATM fees, which, by the way, were ruled illegal, yet there's a ton of dispensaries still doing it.
Well, I'm sure someone's getting that money, and it's not the government; it's someone else. Just saying.
That's what he wanted, Joy. He wanted no jail time. He said if the government came to him with a deal with no jail time, there's about zero possibility that that's going to happen. They don't need him for anything. They give deals when they need you to testify for something. They need you for nothing. They need him for absolutely nothing. Too late. If he wanted a deal, it should have happened a long time ago. He's not getting a deal with no jail time. He can pray and wish and cry in his bed at night, but they are not offering him a deal with no jail time. That's not happening. Nope. No, exactly. No deal. Deal or no deal? No deal. No brainer. See? And I've heard this before as well. My ex-father-in-law had Crohn's disease, and my daughter, a lot of her symptoms early on when she was little, they thought it could have been Crohn's or celiac. Of course, now we know that that's not the case, but her symptoms mimic a lot of them. So, we had to see GI and still see GI for that. But if you have these, why would you be drinking the way that Karen does? I wish the taxes here. That's why we're Taxachusetts, folks, because they're horrible. They probably did. I would not put that past them to spray glass particles on weed to make it weigh more. I mean, anything to make it weigh more so they can charge more. Oh my God, Holly, it's 4:30 in the morning there? You are an MVP for being up right now. You are an MVP, my friend. Pancreatitis, yeah.
If I was Karen Reed, I'd be kind of worried now, because now we're entering the territory of the potential of a guilty.
Yep.
We've
already entered that now, for sure.
I mean, because if they were like, if you believe that all the evidence by the prosecution was just, bullshit and made up, you would have just came back with an acquittal by now. So I think that this is where you're heading into, when it gets to almost 7-8 hours. Now you're getting to the part where they're thinking there are some charges that she's guilty of, but there's a potential.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. I think in my mind, I think what they're arguing is more which of the lesser includeds.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, if I was on a jury, I would analyze the doctor's reports and I would say, okay, so both doctors agree John was not in a fight. Both doctors agree that John was hit by an extreme force. Both doctors agree that the damage to the back of the head of the skull was the result. One doctor says 15 minutes he's dead. The other doctor says It took a few hours. Okay, but one doctor's is a paid shill. So you have to look at that, and you say to yourself, and then you compare and you say, okay, next, the phone data. Defense said their expert, most they could argue was 21 seconds to 29 seconds, and that was it.
Right.
So the phone didn't move. So now we're left with the temperature. Did we get anyone to refute the temperature? No. Did they investigate? Did they measure from the flagpole to the garage? Did it reach? No. Didn't.
True that. I mean, you're right. That's the thing, is they measured it from the driveway, right? And Hank's like, they didn't go from the driveway. Nobody ever said he was anywhere near the driveway. That's not even a thing.
And the problem is they didn't use the original investigator, because that guy, I think Hank would have had a fucking field day. Now, he might have been able to refuse some questions, because a discussion could be considered attorney-client, could be considered attorney work product.
Yes.
But he would have had a field day with that other guy.
Oh, absolutely.
So the fact is, it's like, if I'm on the jury, I did not hear any evidence of a beating from the defense, nor did I hear anything. All I heard is we know that something hit John and made him fall in the back of his skull, and that resulted in the brain damage. And there's wounds on his arms. Now that is the part that is contested, which is, tail lights or dog bites. Okay. Then I would sit there and be like, okay, is there any dog DNA? No. Does any of you have dogs? Yes. Do you get hair on your body with dogs? Yes. So, and then
is there any dog hair?
Yeah.
No.
Did the defense give me an explanation of how, why the dog is attacking this person, how the dog got in the garage, why is the dog in the garage now? Why, you know what I mean? That's the problem with this thought process. So I would probably I would look at it and I'd be like, unless the dog is some sort of super dog from like Superman, and he's like
super dog, exactly.
Hi, Kathy P.
Hey, Kathy.
Then I would probably sit there and contemplate that. Most likely than not, I would say, beyond a reasonable doubt that he was hit by that car. Now, can you precisely do exactly how the damage is? No, but you got pretty close with ARCA.
I think they did exactly what Heisenberg is saying. They used a less weight on purpose. Almost 2.5 pounds less instead of 0.2 more. Come on. I don't think Hank left anything on the table, in my opinion. Not only did he explain the charges, okay, but he basically laid out all of the, as a matter of fact, you know what? I have this part of it that Hank sort of lays out with these things right here that we should look at for a second. Let me see if I can get it on the screen. That might help, right? Let me get that off for a second. We'll pull this up, because he uses the data, but he uses these little charts. He's going to evidence, and this is stuff that they actually get to look at, and it's important. Share screen. All right. Here we go. Hank, tell us. Shall you tell us about it? Let's see.
Crumbling relationship fueled by intoxication. We have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climbed, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down.
Zarin.
And then the bottom left, that's 34th Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. There's a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Ms. Nagel said they were there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data, 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail in every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving, and in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, Jen McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case.
And I'll throw this out there. I'm obviously watching to make sure no verdict is here yet. There's no verdict here yet. They're still deliberating. That the charges that she's charged with there's 3. And then there's lesser included. So she can't be found guilty on manslaughter and murder too. It's one or the other. The manslaughter is the top charge. Murder 2 is the top charge, then manslaughter, OUI, vehicular. So those are all underneath that top murder 2 charge. So it's either murder 2 or one of those lesser included. It can't be both. But she is charged with 3 ultimately, which are leaving the scene of an accident, OUI, murder 2, and I forget the other one. But she could be found guilty on those 3, or innocent on 2 and guilty on 1. But it can't be murder 2 and vehicular homicide, or murder 2 and it's one or the other, because those are the lesser included charges. So keep that in mind when you're listening to this. Also, a couple of minutes ago, I got a donation. Let me just read it real quick. It was $20, and I'm not going to say who it's from because I only see their regular name and I don't read out anybody's government names for safety reasons. But the message they sent was, "Hi, Twisty. I bet acquit. LOL." I don't bet acquit, but I appreciate it. And thank you for your contribution to the channel.
Acquit
thank
is
you so much.
like British money, maybe.
Acquit. I don't think she's going to be acquitted.
Oh, okay. I thought she was like, she made like a bet with like British money. Quid.
No, acquit, like acquitted, but I don't think.
Which is basically, you know,
yeah.
I think is another term for a pound. Which
it
is
could be.
Well, it is, and it's about. And I was about to say, oh, so you made a bet of $1.30 something. Okay.
Yeah, no, they're from They're from the US, so that's
Oh,
probably not
God.
what it is. But nonetheless, I appreciate your support to the channel. We don't get a ton of donations over here, and we appreciate any and all donations from you guys. There's a ticker at the bottom of the screen there. I know people don't even realize there's half the time because they always ask me to put the thing up, but there is a ticker at the bottom that tells you the donation options other than the super chat and super stickers and memberships. If you ever need it, it's right there. So this is where Hank explains the charges, okay? And this is good because this is the last thing that the jurors heard was from Hank, okay? And him explaining this stuff. So this is where I want you guys to pay attention to what Hank says about the charges, because he's right when he explains it to the jury.
With the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove, and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she's guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly? in a way that would very likely result in serious injury. When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene knowingly, causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the text stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Could I have slide 6, please? You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred.
Nothing
for
yet, Leah.
somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing.
Exactly.
Can you take that down, please?
Exactly. Nothing about that
When-
data is uncertain.
Ms. Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe.
I have no idea,
We don't know
Stella.
if
That's a
he
good question.
went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different.
6. I just looked. 6.
She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12:31:56. 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the thoughts of the Lexus. 12:32:09.
There is.
So
He's
he
playing the
closes
Zoom.
his phone after
Not
the
supposed to.
page text. 12:32:16 is his last steps.
Yeah.
Because the disorder says that red
It's the
range,
Zoom.
move
He's
a
not
little bit,
supposed
2 or
to.
3 seconds, they can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds, it doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. If we could have slide 10, please.
The answer to your question, Stella, is 6,
that,
the
please.
Curtis Flowers case.
Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just
She is pretty
can't.
funny.
The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come up and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please.
I don't know about the first note, but they deliberated 28 hours total until it was called.
The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe went in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61 is 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm feeling you fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. I'm not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. You can take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, where's John? She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand what she's saying. Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house. Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night, in a blizzard, out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life, gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Kerry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Kerry Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help, because they have a common denominator, a common bond, John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch has showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are, you take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing, because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind, she sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows, you're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window, they can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview, and this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way
it's remarkable
towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say,
"We're right back."
"What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving in Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone. So you probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heap that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? she tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen, and she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're gonna see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass.
Exactly.
In his
Arn,
nose.
exactly.
And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts
Not yet,
out.
Brittany, not yet.
We'll talk about that in a couple minutes.
I don't
Remember
see
that.
no.
Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her water. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact, things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McCabe makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence there was a conversation, no lights go on, there's no conspiracy. You can call somebody, it can ring, it can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time has anybody said, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. Remember when John O'Keefe fell, it wasn't snow, it was just the beginning of a dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? It causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture when we're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass.
It's a lady with her
nose,
baby out
straw,
there. Oh my God.
Back hits his head. Could you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full bottle of soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics of getting to work 2 hours early to know the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him, she clipped him, she didn't think he was mortally wounded, she panicked, she can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it, and now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him, I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not that I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him, that was earlier. Now, she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer.
Or gets harassed.
Or in on a conspiracy.
Yeah, come on.
Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done?
Right.
I know that doesn't reconcile with
yeah,
the
he's got some
boogeyman
health
Proctor
problems.
and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is, you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him, I hit him. And the attempt is to betray everybody.
She should be treated like everybody
else. You don't have to
else.
rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
8 hours is okay for a trial this long.
Did I hit him? I always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself. She hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Miss McLaughlin hear exactly that.
Nope.
She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Miss McLaughlin,
Thank you.
she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that?
She got harassed. That's what happened.
And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Miss McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Miss McCabe was next to her. Miss McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things.
Yep.
The villain of the story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself.
This was a long trial, though. I
The
expected
irony.
it to be a while. Oh, me too. It's really annoying, and something I've never
We
seen
have slide
before.
9, please.
Yeah, they don't. The jury likes to leave at 4.
This is the battery temperature.
Right on the nose.
You're gonna have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61, and you see it drop and steady off.
She has.
At 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And his blood's still warm, either way, under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the woman pulling on him, the cold air is hitting the battery.
It's not even that hot. It's like 73.
What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it, still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, takes up the phone.
I agree
Not
with that.
only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next reading, the temperature rises. That's not convenient.
Oh,
That's not
yeah.
coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, but the woman.
But they did prove it. That's a talking point, Jimbo. It's a help talking point. But they didn't prove
Pick
it.
up a phone on the side of the
They
yard
did.
that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery
They
temperature
did.
was then going to rise. Not only did the battery temperature rise, when
They
you look at the
absolutely proved
healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS, her hands aren't working, she's trying to type in what's happening
not
during that
live.
time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with
Not.
her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night.
Nope, it's
that
not.
morning. Not only for a friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified
Nothing.
as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen
Not
5
live.
minutes to show you a live demonstration on how
Look at
simple
2 different channels.
that works.
Not live.
But she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe
Yeah, the
like
court will announce
the good
it.
Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased.
Got you.
But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute
They're just a fan.
contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way.
Yep.
227, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her.
Mm-mm.
Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself.
I don't blame you, Francesca. I don't blame you.
Mr. Proctor, you were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Try to evoke that primal reaction, disgust.
Of course.
I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He
Don't
paid
worry.
a penalty.
Hopefully somebody will give some memberships
He was
and you'll
held
get one.
responsible for what he did. He should have been.
Me too, Lisa.
He should have been.
Fingers crossed.
But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper Lieutenant was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say
Still have until
that
Wednesday
Trooper Proctor
before
was honorable.
the weekend.
Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy. Doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty
Karen
would be
never
deserved.
called
But it has
anything.
nothing to
Because she
do
knew
with
where-
justice in this case. It just
where
doesn't.
John was.
There's not one piece of evidence, not
No.
one, that we
Saying
can look at
Karen
and
never
say,
called anyone.
this was tampered with.
But Carrie did.
This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce three of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating
I don't even know who
the
that lady
disdain
is.
one might have
Like, who are you, lady?
for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case.
Nope.
We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house, inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper
He'll be
Proctor's
guilty
in
tomorrow.
his pajamas. He's
Makes
not even on the
sense.
cage. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car. And then the Dyson
really?
videos themselves, when you take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play
Right.
anything you want, but if you look at this angle,
Agreed, Lisa.
it's gone. There should be no plant. It's already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the refield. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when we do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller, but if you play that and watch the lenses go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Indictment Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad report, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case?
Right.
A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room
Like a
so he can
weirdo.
get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back
To get a
so
subpoena?
that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail.
Like, come on.
And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw.
I'm not taking
Absolutely
it all.
not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why. But then I show him that bottom right
Yeah,
photo
he was a
with the
Weinstein
snow,
attorney.
with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? It's, of course, before the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexposed.
Hank's
And he
almost
says,
done here.
Yes. He had to agree.
About
This taillight was gone.
less than
There's
10
no
minutes.
boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad
6
port.
minutes.
There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back.
Shock.
And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world.
Yeah.
The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, on her profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts
know.
a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and
Never.
identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. LaPosada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. How is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scorti-Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed.
Right.
She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is A car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed by a car, have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test, that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us.
ARCA. Thank you.
And so the idea that at the time, in 90 days, that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there was no car accident.
Correct.
Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them.
Almost
What
done.
expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages?
ARCA.
What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all, and because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again.
Yep.
Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Rexel came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride
right?
over?
Another night
Brendan
of
asks you
drinking.
a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress.
It's just
Slow
insane to
down
me. I would
the
never
questioning.
bring my kid there, ever.
Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some.
Oh,
And so what happens
I'm
with Dr.
sorry,
Rexel, we don't
Ellen.
know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that
I
was
had
helping
it.
him the last time he testified. He
you
insisted.
know I'd give it to you.
I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. And he said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes.
That's all right.
And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any
I have an
testimony
office
to you,
there
ever
in
suggested
the court.
this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win.
Bingo.
That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. They were fighting. It was a relationship in decline. And he got out of the car. And he had a brief window of life left. But when he got out and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's publicly. It always
We don't know
public.
exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us,
Thanks, Arca.
this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Strengths, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please?
She did.
He is not an it.
There's John.
John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
That was it.
Take that thinking. All right,
That was it for that. I mean, couldn't have said it better myself, Hank. Yeah, he's not a body, right?
Yeah, it was a good closing, and like you have to compare also the facts that the he's highlighting that the even their own expert witnesses, Dr. Russell and Dr. Malapasato, conflicted with their opinions. One says puncture wounds, the other says abrasions or scratches, right. And this is a problem with the defense. It's like if I'm sitting there on the jury, I'm like, well, you have conflicting statements. This is a problem, and we'll see what happens. But we've noticed, I think like when you are in a situation like this and you are at a first day today, there's going to be no verdict. So most likely today there will not be a verdict. If I was Karen Reed,
tomorrow,
I would be very nervous right now because we've entered the territory of acquittal to
guilty,
if not hung jury.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if she does get another hung jury, that just means, unfortunately, the social media apparatus contaminated the jury to the point where it's not possible to convict her at this point.
That'd be a very sad thing to see.
That is the only thing I can think of, that basically social media has infected every part of this trial to allow a hung, because normal people sitting on that jury would never let this woman off at this point. So
no.
I think I'm not worried yet because we're only closer to 9 hours. It's a little over 8.5
Yeah,
hours.
I would never suspect a 30-day trial to be done because this is the only full day. They didn't have a full day. They had like an hour on Friday. So this
Exactly,
is
an hour and some change, right?
Yeah, so to me, having a full day is normal because at this point you're actually reviewing the evidence, you're comparing the notes. To
Right,
me,
exactly.
and that's a very promising thing because that means to me that they are taking the evidence
They're actually
seriously.
looking at it. Yeah, they're actually looking at it and talking about it, and that's a good thing.
You know, if they thought the evidence was planted and all this stuff, they would have, just went in there and acquitted at this point. Because why would
Yep.
you waste your time? Why would
You
you
wouldn't.
waste your time with trying to look at evidence and stuff like that? So we will see. I think most likely there's not going to be a verdict today, and I think most likely I'm hoping the verdict comes before lunch tomorrow. If not, that's going to get me a little worried. I have a feeling that would be like we get closer and closer to another hung jury, and that would be so unfortunate. Because, in the end of the day, I do want this woman to face actual justice, and I would like her to face accountability because all this time, this woman has avoided accountability. And
Oh, yeah.
it'd be great for once in her life to face accountability.
It would be. It would
be
be.
great.
That would be amazing.
But what's sad is you see all these people out there and they completely don't care about the victim.
No, I mean, look at it. It's a nonsense. See, they went back to inside the court. So we should be heading in there any minute
Yeah,
to
probably.
get inside. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really sad that they're more concerned with a woman like that than actual, the victim. That's a sad thing, in my opinion.
You know what? This is what I have to say about that is I know a lot of people that fell into this conspiracy trap. I think they're going to have to realize at some point they were wrong. Whether that comes with a guilty verdict or it comes with the civil case, I don't know. But at some point, they're going to realize they were wrong. And the tides will turn when it comes to coverage on this, about this.
Yeah.
And I mean, hey, are your neighbors crazy people? That's you know what I mean? If they're at the court, that's really sad that they spent their day there rather than doing something else. I can't imagine trying to make a mockery out of this and someone's loved one, because if it was their loved one, you can bet they'd have something to say about it.
Well, that is very true. But we will see. But yeah, most likely the jury's not going to come with a verdict today, and we'll see what tomorrow has to hold.
Yeah, I'm not worried about them not coming to a conclusion today at all, because there was so much evidence. The exhibits, there were a lot of exhibits. And that means that they're, looking at all the pieces of evidence. And in my mind, I think what they would be arguing about is whether it's the murder 2 or the, DUI manslaughter.
Yeah.
That's what I think would be the holdup of taking so long to argue over. Not whether she's going to be found guilty of an OUI, because she clearly was drunk, admitted it, and they have her blood work. That's a no-brainer. It gets into the stickiness when you get into the OUI manslaughter or vehicular homicide, murder 2. They have to all agree on one thing. So you got to move those needles. If some people are like, nope, murder 2, I think murder 2, and other people are like, no, the lesser included, they have to go back over stuff and convince one side or the other that it should be murder 2 and not vehicular. They still have to do that. So I am not super worried that they're not going to say guilty just because it's been 8.5 hours. It's a 30-something day trial, Yeah, and Hank did a lot of work for this. A lot. I don't think there's anyone who could have done a better job than Hank Brennan did when it comes to this case. I don't think they could have picked a better person than Hank Brennan when it comes to this case. This is the BS conspiracy type stuff, but you have to imagine that all the people who are out there grifting along, including, Vinnie Politan, they're doing it because it brings in views and dollar signs. And they don't.
I mean, but I look at like how pissed off they are at Hank, and I'm just like, yeah, he did a good job when you're this pissed off with him. You're posting like you're just like you have Turtle Boy threatening Hank's fucking
His
wife,
wife,
and I'm
right?
like,
Like what the hell?
he's like, you made a mistake crossing Turtle Boy. Like,
Oh,
bro,
so afraid. Like he doesn't care about you. He
bro,
didn't care about outing the federal government. That will put an actual gunshot on your head. You think he cares about you?
yeah, like I don't think you realize that like you couldn't
Delusional.
you're not even worthy of being in Hank's fucking shadows.
Nope. Nope. That's exactly the problem is murder too is a completely separate charge for OUI manslaughter. So they have to, if some people are like, they want to charge her for murder too, and other people are like, nope, I think this, like, that's where the argument is going to come about, you know? The DUI guy, a lawyer, is also a moron.
Oh, he's a grifter. He'll jump on every single case. But he's like a terrible lawyer, in my opinion. I think he just basically
I would
represents
never
strong.
hire him. I don't understand how
I would
anyone
pro
would
se. I'd just get a book in pro se myself if I had to choose between myself or the DUI lawyer, to be completely honest with you. And I don't have that much faith in myself. That gives you gives you an idea where I'd rather represent myself than have that guy. That guy's a joke.
I would. I'd rather represent myself. I'd go pro se before I'd let him. No, absolutely not.
I think we all would, actually. I think everyone would.
I'd go pro se.
The guy looks weird. He's a weirdo that jumps on celebrity cases to get clout. You know, it's just how it is. You get people like that on YouTube.
You do. A lot of them, apparently.
You know, and he's just clout chasing like they always do.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, let's get real, people. Vinny absolutely 100% knows that Karen is guilty. That what he's doing is called pandering, folks. Pandering.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in the conspiracy. Matter of fact, at one time he would asked about does he believe in the conspiracy, and he said no.
Yep. I know he doesn't for a fact. It's the pandering that starts to piss me off.
Well, he likes to play like in the middle. You know what I mean? It's the usual.
He's not even playing the middle over here. He's playing the Free Karen Reed side hard.
Yeah,
he's not even trying for the middle.
But he knows that's where the views are, and that's pretty much.
That's exactly it. Is this him coming in now, or?
Hopefully,
I think this is them coming in now. We'll see because it'll. Yep, it's him coming in now. So. Yannetti's coming in. I mean, let's hope that we get one before Wednesday, because otherwise Juneteenth is Thursday, so there's no court.
Yeah. Oh, Juneteenth is what?
Thursday.
Thursday. Oh, shit. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Juneteenth is Thursday. It's a federal holiday.
Shit. I forgot.
Yep.
I start forgetting about holidays. Do you know like what
Mm-hmm.
I hate the most is the invention of the camera on the cell phone? Because now every time I see this crowd of morons, they're all like with their phones picked up and photo. It's just like I'm sitting there. I'm like,
how are they all not dead yet? How's the phone not dead yet? You know what I mean?
How is like the human race going to continue in 2021?
It's never 1 minute later after 4 o'clock. You guys know that. The judge is very particular.
The judge has a bedtime like me. She goes to bed at like a certain time. She needs to get home. Okay, guys, listen.
Right?
Judge Bev needs her naps.
She needs her naps. She needs a nap. I mean, there is over 1,000 of you watching. Most of you are on X for whatever reason. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube and hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. I really would. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we rely on the kindness of you guys to keep bringing content, so we would appreciate it. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We also have pinned into the chat a donation link for anybody who wants to use credit or debit. It works for in-country or out-of-country. And then we have the good old super chats and super stickers and memberships and all that fancy stuff. Yeah, I think we're just finishing for the day. Yeah, the verdict clocks are still going. I have both Law and Crime and Court TV. You guys are watching Court TV, but we have Law and Crime. Let's see. Let's unmute this, unfortunately, because I know it's about to walk into the courtroom any second.
Sent back to keep deliberating, said they couldn't reach an agreement.
That was the first time.
That's where we are.
Yeah, that's where we are. Let's bring in our guest. Joining us again this hour,
No
criminal
guest.
defense
Go
attorney,
back to the
former
court.
prosecutor Jack Rice, and criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer. Gentlemen, always a pleasure to see you guys. Thank you for joining us here on the program. And Josh, I'll start with you. As I said, we don't know exactly why. Everyone's been called back to that courtroom. Just by the looks on the faces, it doesn't seem like it's a verdict that you would have expected a little more strident nature. But again, you never know. That's, of course, reading tea leaves. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they're being brought back for whatever housekeeping at the end of the day. I don't see this as we have a verdict.
No.
But you never know. The opaqueness of some of the communication is very real. I expect, though, that this is more housekeeping. But I did call for a verdict today. I think the jury's going to be fast and efficient.
Ooh, now that's something. Weighing in fast and efficient, Jack. What do you think? I mean, this would be to have, what was it, 29 days of trial? Was that right? I think it was 31. I apologize. I've been looking at both trials. So 31. I think that we have, hang on, Jack. I think that Vinnie Politan, who's been there live, Vinnie, we never get to have him on during the day, but he may be able to join us here to bring us all of the latest. Of course, our Court TV lead anchor. Let's see if we have him with us.
Let's not see
Vinnie
that.
Calatano, do you have your pink
here.
tie?
Do you hear me, Ashley?
Yes,
Oh,
thank you.
God.
Vinnie Politan joining us now.
Do you hear me, Michael?
I do, my
me,
friend.
America?
I do.
Let me tell you what the scene is here. I'm
These
just
so
going to point
chilly
the camera across the
red
street here.
glasses. No, please don't.
You see all this huge, this is the big moment
Nobody
of the day.
cares.
Anytime those SUVs pull up and the defense, Karen Reed and her
We don't
family
care.
show up, the
Can
crowd
we mute
swells.
for a moment?
And they don't make noise, though. They're in the buffer zone. Right.
They don't make noise because they'll be arrested.
Part of me really wants this guilty verdict, and you're gonna think I'm a little vindictive, so I could see all these people cry.
No, we already said that earlier. We said that this morning.
I wanna
We're
see
gonna
these-
see them cry.
I swear to God, I feel like, you ever see South Park, the Cartman episode where like
Oh my
Cartman
God,
licks
yes.
the tears
Yes.
of that night?
Yes.
That's gonna be me. I'm gonna be Cartman. I'm gonna lick the tears of sadness from these people. If it doesn't, okay, whatever. But if that does, I swear to God, that's gonna make me so happy for like the next fucking month.
Me too. I would love to see the frowns on these people's faces. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I have Lauren Crime on my other screen I'm looking at. It's still a fan. But in the verdict clock, this is still going. So, I mean, he is delusional. Of course, he wants to show the nutbags. Oh, show all the crazy people. Oh, let's do that. Let's not and say we did. Like,
Why
he's
don't
a
we
nerd.
just send Social Security officers there to see if they're committing Social Security fraud right now? We need to send those people there now.
Spend a lot of money wasted.
I think we could. I think Doge can find some cuts from walking through this crowd here. I just like my opinion of that one. We might be able to save a few $1 million. Just saying.
Dude, you know, I think he wants to be invited to a Karen dinner and maybe, you know.
I think so. I think he wants some not ice.
Send ice, man.
No, not ice. But like just Social Security, I think is probably. But
did the jury send a note?
No, I think what's happening is basically they're just gonna be like, we're still deliberating. We need more time. Everyone has to come to the courtroom for him to be dismissed, and then because I don't think there was going to be a verdict on Monday. This is
we know you're joking. We know you're joking. It's the point. It's like they want to send everyone in. They want to call all the letter agencies. Call the FBI, the CIA, ICE. Call them all for free Karen Reed. Do it. Like, these people are freaking Delulu. Like, Delulu.
Yeah, I think these people are just, they don't really quite understand the court procedures. And, you know, part of me is so glad that we don't live in an age of like lynch mobs and stuff like that as much as we did like in the 1800s and stuff, because holy shit, we'd be fucked.
Witch trials, like, hello. Back to the Salem witch trials. This is what we're dealing with. Oh my God, Kenny.
Watch, he's gonna go into Koberger trial. And he's like, Koberger's innocent. He's innocent. He's being framed by the cartel. And he's got Lana from Truth and Transparency next to him. If you know her, she's fucking batshit crazy. And she's a serial litigator and also harasses people. And she was a free Karen person, by the way, too.
Why do these people do this? Like, why? I don't understand. Like, for all the people, this is for all the people that on a daily basis send me text messages, that call my phone, that send me emails, that send horrific DMs saying the most ridiculous, nonsensical BS. Why? Why do you waste your time every day of your life to do that to someone you don't even know?
Yeah, I
Why?
mean,
Does that
you know,
not sound a little delusional to you?
man, I wish you had like, you know, what's interesting. A lot of these people. I mean, I do open panels sometimes, and a lot of these people never jump up. That's the thing. I see some people like,
They won't.
and I'm like, hey, jump up. There's like 1,500 people in the chat. I'm like, hey, jump up. Explain to me how Karen Reed is fucking innocent, and none of them do.
Right.
None of them do.
Exactly.
It's like, is it
It's really sad? It's sad, you know. For me, it's like, why on planet Earth would you spend your time outside of this courthouse?
bro? I would be at the beach, to be honest with you. I would be at the
Read a
beach.
verdict. I don't.
Yeah.
You can't do it from home. It has to be there.
If I was retired and I didn't have to work, and I was like, let's say I was a free Karen Reed person, I would be at the motherfucking beach with it being played on Court TV while I'm sitting down on a sunny day. That's what I would probably do.
Like, is it because you want this, Vinnie Politan and HBO, and you're hoping to get an interview and get your 10 seconds on a TV screen? Because it seems that that's the reason more people end up out there. Is for that, because as we know, they were non-existent up until this point.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know,
a lot of us are housewives. Yes, that's why we're here all day.
Okay, so it says the O'Keefe Reed family. I'm reading from Christina Rocks on Twitter. She says O'Keefe and Reed families are back at the courthouse. The court coming back at 4:20. We are told, likely for a formal ending of the day closure. So about 12 more minutes, everyone's going to come back.
Why 4:20 though? Why wouldn't
You
they
know,
just finish up at?
Well,
4?
weren't we talking about 4:20 a little earlier? I'm joking.
We were.
That's 4:20.
Get out your edibles.
It's like we had a long day of deliberations. We need 4:20. It's like, okay. Karen Reed would probably be the only one that won't do a 4:20. She's more of the gum 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 gum. Just saying.
She'll do a 4:20 all right with her alcohol, you know, maybe 420 sips. But that's the thing. Like, I watched a lady walk through it with a baby and a baby carrier strapped to her. Like, you brought your kid out in the sun.
I would hate my
in the
parents.
heat, right?
I would hate my parents if they brought me out. So I'd be like, Mom, Dad, where are we going? We're going out. Where are we going? We're going to hang out on the side of a sidewalk at a courthouse for about 7 hours.
When I walked through that sea of people, and there was hundreds of them versus 8 of us, okay? They're throwing things at me. They threw water on me. They're screaming. I would never bring my child into that environment, ever.
Bro, this would be the most.
Pay me money.
Imagine how sad you would be if you're going out with your family and you have you're out your day off. You get to stand inside of a courthouse as a kid. Oh my God! You get to meet Vinny. Who's Vinny?
Who's Vinny? Right?
Who's Vinny?
Who the hell's Vinny?
You're like 12 years old and you're hanging out in this fucking courthouse.
Like, what the hell? My kid only has like a couple days left of school and she's completely done. And I wouldn't let her miss school for this. Is crazy.
Bro,
I mean, there was a lady last year that had her kid out there every day during school and then was like, well, the school's not following your IEP. Well, then you work it out with the school. You don't just pull your kid out of school unless you're homeschooling your child. It's kind of not the way it works.
Bro, I would rather be like at a beach or at a park or something like this. Do you really need to be across the street of a fucking courthouse to show support? No. I don't get it, to be honest with you. I guess they just do it just to look good for the cameras and so forth. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean jack. It doesn't mean shit when it comes to a court proceeding. I mean, it's just weird.
I would freaking never. And my little wants to go everywhere with me. Although I do appreciate the people that I see out in public that tap me on the shoulder and go, hey, I was just watching your show. I love when that happens.
Well, next time they do that, then tell them you need your mozzarella sticks. You know, they're going to come up to you, the breadsticks and mozzarella sticks. They better give it to you.
I'm hoping like one day this week I make like a decent amount of money and I can just buy mozzarella sticks for dinner.
Did you ever think of making your own mozzarella sticks at home?
I have, but I've tried it so many times. It never comes out the right way, ever. Ever.
True crime mozzarella stick making episode.
Right? It never comes out the right way. I've done it a billion times. It's never the same, ever. I don't know why, but it's just not. It's just not. It's insane to me. They are over the top, completely over the top. But that's been that way for 2+ years now. When we're talking about these people being over the top, they've been over the top.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, these people. It's going to be interesting what's going to happen to them in like a year from now. Like they're going to be like, what's going to happen? It's just crazy. All the hoopla from CTV and Vinny makes me sick. It's not a county fair. A man is dead and they're acting like it's a fiesta. Yeah,
Well,
pretty much.
They did this last year as well. Like it was a giant freaking tailgating party. Someone's life is gone.
Bro, they had a fucking barbecue last time or some shit.
Yeah, they did. They had a TV. They had barbecues. They were throwing water on me from their coolers. Like, Parson sends breadstick money. There's a song about breadstick money. Thank you, Parson. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're getting clipped on that one. You're going to be like Karen Reed haters. They're going to be like, we got her begging for breadsticks for super chats here.
So stupid. First of all, I don't even get, like I said, all that money that I get in these, I don't even get any of this until the end of July. So all of the super chats from June 1st until the end of June, I won't get until the end of July. So it won't be breadstick money anytime soon. But I will use it for breadsticks, Parson.
Well,
Thank you.
it's going to be a new it's going to be the new image of your members only. Like if you do this for like 6 months, you become a breadstick. If you do it for like 12, you become a mozzarella stick. Welcome to my
mozzarella stick.
welcome, my mozzarella sticks. We're all here to discuss true crime.
My little mozzarella stick. I mean, who doesn't like mozzarella sticks or breadsticks? Come on, man.
Well,
That's like a perfect dinner for me. It's just like you call Papagino's and you get a thing of breadsticks. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's the closest place that has both mozzarella sticks and breadsticks.
Okay.
It's good. It's delicious. And you guys know I've been thinking about these mozzarella sticks for like probably 2 weeks now. But I can't do it because then I have to buy it for my family too. So I can't just do it for myself, unfortunately. Mummies do deserve things for themselves once in a while. But if I did that, this is what would happen. I would buy them for myself and I would end up getting one. That's what would happen. Right? Hey, YouTube, can I get an advance?
Yeah.
Can I get an advance? Imagine,
sure.
right?
Yeah,
can I get an advance on that money, YouTube, please?
You're lucky if you get like 10 cents, not like an advance.
Per view. The views are crazy.
The views are terrible. Unless you're like a children's channel.
Cents. I know. It's cents per 1,000 views. It makes no sense at all. None at all. Is he? Oh, that's hilarious. He's in the crowd, folks. The sewer turtle has made it out of the sewer of shit just to pop his head out.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that guy is like still doing the shit he's doing. He's facing all these charges. I contemplate like, what is wrong with him? Like if I was facing like that many charges, I would be so careful. That's when you know
Peggy
it's like
is suing. Peggy's already suing Karen and I think the waterfall
yes, the waterfall.
Yeah.
I think because for overpouring or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And she's got
she drank most of it though. Was McCarthy's, not the
Chris
waterfall.
needs to sue fucking Turtle Boy, needs to sue fucking maybe Vinny. I don't know. I'd probably try to sue Vinny to be honest with you. If I was him.
If I was Chris, there was a couple people.
Nick Rocco
and Colin.
Yeah, like Colin Albert should sue Nick Rocco 100%. 100%. I would sue him immediately if I was Chris Al. I'd be like, listen, I would gather all the proof in files.
This is what I can tell you.
Sue the fuck out of him.
I can tell you this. There will be lawsuits. There will.
I gotta do the lawsuit coverage every week. You'll do like a filing discussion.
Listen, I'll tell you that much, that there will be lawsuits against some of these people. And, Colin, you can never give back what was taken from him. You can't give the kid back his scholarship to play sports. You can't give him back his college experience with his friends. You can never give that back to him. That was taken from him for just existing. You can't give it back. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
And so all the things that were taken from him, how could you put a dollar amount on that? You can't, but I hope that Colin gets quite a bit of money from all of this because he didn't deserve what happened to him. His father did not deserve to have to deal with the harassment. Chris's wife and his brothers, none of this was necessary. None of it. And yet we have people still screaming their names and invoking their names as if they did something wrong. As if they did a 17-year-old kid. Colin's around the same age as my daughter, so I feel very protective of him and his family in general. Chris is a good person. That family are good people. They don't deserve it. They just don't. We will put the link in the when Freak gets back, if he didn't bounce for the day. Otherwise, I'll have Scorpio do it when she. If you know, I don't know if we can put. The problem is I have my phone and my Discord is not on the computer. It's on my phone. And so like, it's hard to get it from here to there unless I send it to somebody in advance. I'm going to have to send it to Jessie tonight so that she has it so she can put it in there. Because oftentimes I will forget. See, that's what I'm talking about. Why? Just why? He's a kid. Like, why? Just why? Leave the kid alone. He didn't do anything wrong other than existing in life. Oh, I have I got a $20 donation. And I'm not going to read the name because it's somebody's real name. But it says, 4 mozzarella sticks. Love you. Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, just a heads up to people, you can actually change your name on Cash App to anything. So if you are doing something on Cash App, change it to a screen name. Heads up for everyone that uses Cash App.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yep. So
I have all mine locked anyway. So thankfully, nobody can see my incoming or outgoing on Venmo, or nobody can see my PayPal or anything like that anyway.
Yeah,
So
I know.
it's annoying. Like, why? It should be an option for, like you said, just a screen name instead of your real name anyway. That should just be an option for safety. You know?
Yeah.
But things that have been done to Colin have been where he's been followed. People have followed him in his car, thrown things at him, screamed at him.
Yeah, that kid's got a rough, man. And they still say shit about him, even though it's been disproven 10 ways from Sunday. And it's just really, really sad that these fucking people who are like 50-year-old people, man, act like worse than 10-year-old children.
Grown ass people. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why? Just why? If it was your child that was being done to, would you be okay with that? Because it's like, again, grown ass people are the people who are doing this. So if someone was coming after your child for existing, for just going home after a night out, how would you feel about it? Because I'm going to bet money that you wouldn't be okay with people doing this to your child. So why would you be doing it to someone else's? Why? Just why? I have a good feeling too, Parker. I think that they're hammering out the details of Murder 2 versus the other lesser included. That's my feeling on it. You know, that's my feeling. Oh, is that Nan? Is that who we're talking about? Who's NN? The NN? Who's NN? Right? Exactly. Your lips to God's ears. Well, that's why he wasn't allowed to be used as third-party culprit, because it's proven he wasn't even there. It was already proven he wasn't there. He was already home.
Bro, they couldn't prove third-party culprit on Higgins or
right.
Brian Albert. They had nothing for a third-party culprit. And that's the tragedy of this thing, is that these guys, like, if you believe that there is a third party, you're allowed to do that. But they don't believe that shit. They made that shit up because they had no other options.
Right. That's exactly it, is they made up a lot of shit because they had no other options. And let's remember this, that when they started making up these conspiracy theories to go along with all of this, all of the evidence in discovery hadn't been turned over both ways yet. So they had some of it, but not all of it. So that's how you can tell Karen's a liar, because she was feeding the turtle a bunch of crap that wasn't even true, that ended up being proven in pictures or video or data, whatever. And she was still pushing it to him for him to push out to the world. So later on, she could say, well, I didn't tell him that, or he said that. She wasn't stupid. She knew what she was doing. You know? I don't think she gets away with just walking free. I just don't. I just don't. But I also think the Commonwealth is smart enough to know that, yes, they might have gotten no true bill at first when it came to the witness intimidation charges when it came to her, but they didn't have a lot of the other pieces of evidence that they now have. They could go for it again if they wanted to. I couldn't go to sleep with this on my conscience. I could not. Hence why my channel exists, to dispel the nonsensical BS. Because even though my channel isn't raking in money and I'm a small YouTube channel, details matter, the truth matters, and there's a human toll that has been taken here that people don't seem to give a shit about. And that includes all of these even larger YouTubers that are raking in cash from FKR that don't care that they're affecting normal everyday people's lives and hurting everyday people. They don't care as long as all that money keeps coming into them. Why would they care? Because you should be a human and have a goddamn conscience. That's why. Have a little bit of morals, just a little, I just don't understand how so many people can have no freaking morals whatsoever. It doesn't make sense to me. They usually end it. I mean, they said 420. We're still looking at the fan. Yeah, D&E has lost a ton of business because of these people.
I swear to God, that fan should have some advertisements on there so we can
or something at this point, but streamers or something to look at.
Yeah, like
Party
maybe
Llama.
like DiGiorno or Papa John's. Maybe we'll put it on each fan. We'll put an advertisement because that fan gets a lot. I feel like that's it. When you're watching a true crime case and you're in the mood for mozzarella sticks and pizza, order from Papa John's. We have mozzarella stuffed crust.
I would have used it as we stare at that stupid fan enough. You would think that they would go and use the seal, that's in the
probably
courtroom,
they would have an advertisement on the walls,
something like the fan. That's kind of, I don't think I've ever seen that before. A fan, looking at a fan. That's the thing that they picked to look at.
Bro, Vinny is melting in the fucking sun, man. He is like glycerin.
You see the sweat?
Yeah, he is melting.
I'm not gonna lie. That makes me a little happy. I'm not gonna lie. It gives me a little.
Melting. He's about to be a fucking butter.
I'm melting.
More oh my God, someone get this guy a little fan or something. He's fucking melting on there.
Yeah,
he's wearing a full suit. Yeah.
Oh wait, the law and crime one is going to the courtroom. Okay, hold on, we're unmuting.
All right.
There's some movement in the courtroom. Is that what's happening, guys?
Yes, shut up.
All right, shut up.
Yes, so we have actually a shot of the courtroom. Let's get inside.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Great.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day, get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
How it is, folks.
Wait a minute. Court TV was wrong?
4/22/23, the judge saying, go home. Standard instructions, normal instructions. Don't read anything. Don't look at anything. Don't listen to anyone. Don't talk to anyone. Leave it behind. Go home. Enjoy the weather. The Vinnie Politan described as beautiful out there. We've been watching that. And come back tomorrow morning. So we'll be going into day.
I mean, was that guy wrong or what from Court TV with the glass? I thought it was going to be a verdict today.
Yeah, no.
Okay, apparently you're wrong, Bob.
You're wrong.
I think you might need to reevaluate your career a little bit.
No,
I think
not in Massachusetts. They don't set their own schedule. Court starts 9 a.m., stops usually at 4, and that's usually how it works here in Mass. And in Bev's courtroom, they never leave any later than 4,
Oh, well, today they did. They left 26 minutes late. Oh, shit, they're working overtime.
Right. I mean, look at these people. This is insane. Get a life.
Bro, we
Cut
need
some
to like
grass, eat a burger, get some mozzarella sticks. Jesus.
anymore. They don't need any more burgers or mozzarella sticks. Looking at that crowd, they might need a
They
salad.
had lesser includeds. They had lesser includeds last time too. Make no mistake, there were lesser includeds last trial as well. You know,
They might need a salad and a jog. But poor
I like
Vinny,
salads.
man.
Greek
Vinny,
salad's good.
Vinny is melting in there. He's gonna need a nice cool drink after this. Let's just
I'm not
say
gonna
that.
lie, that made me a little happy. He's like glistening, he's like hot and sweaty. Like, thanks, bub.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that.
What I think is like if I was Karen Reed, I'd be kind of worried right now because it's too early for a hung jury. This has only been a day. And if you were going to go for acquittal, it would be immediate because basically Jackson's defense is that none of the evidence is worth looking at and you should just acquit my client. So why would you be debating the evidence for 8 hours?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. In my opinion, this is not no, they don't go out the front. They don't go out the front. Usually they're bust in and out. They don't go out the front.
So my opinion is either going to be a conviction or it's going to be a hung jury. That's going to be the two things I think is most likely going to happen. I think if we go beyond like Wednesday, it gets to a stronger possibility of a hung, which is not good.
Right.
I don't think it's good because I don't think they're going to try her for a third time.
I mean, it's been one day, guys. Okay. Don't freak out. It's been one day. I know everybody wants instant gratification. Everybody wants it right now, right now, right now. Even I do. You know, I want that instant gratification. But you have to remember this was an over 30-day trial with a lot of evidence. And in my opinion, I am guessing in my mind that they would be hammering out murder 2 versus vehicular homicide versus manslaughter, OUI, whatever the lesser includes, that they are hammering out who agrees with what on the lesser includeds. Because at this point, it's not really about whether she's found guilty, in my opinion. It's about what she's found guilty on.
Yeah, I
Hung
think
jury is a possibility, but this early on, I don't feel like that's the case.
No, I feel like I would feel that worried if we were on like Wednesday. Wednesday would be the day I'd be like, okay, we're looking at a hung jury.
Wednesday would be the day that I'd start being like, I don't know. This is
Tuesday
in hung jury territory.
Yeah, Tuesday I wouldn't really look at it too much. Even if it was like Tuesday afternoon, I would still. But once it hits Wednesday, I'd start worrying about it, and that just unfortunately, it's a bad thing because if she gets another hung jury, I don't think they're going to try her a third time. And the only consolation prize is that maybe she'll screw up in the future and let them have even more proof of her guilt. I don't know.
The lessers were included last time, though. They don't have to have that in the charging conference. That's something that some of them they had already agreed to ahead of time. The lesser includeds were in the last trial. The only one that wasn't in the last trial, it's in this one, is just the straight OUI. All the other lesser includeds were, so that's why you didn't hear it in the charging conference, is because a lot of the stuff, you didn't hear a lot of the other stuff that's on the stuff that the judge read either on certain things she was going to read to the jury, because they were already agreed upon by the parties ahead of time. So she didn't have to go through every single one of them. Let me get that off the screen. Goodbye. So she didn't have to go through every single one of them.
So we got another day. We're gonna figure it out. But anywho,
yes, exactly.
But anyway,
I have no idea.
It was good talking to you. Hopefully, we get a verdict tomorrow. You have a good one.
Tim.
If I have a break, if I jump, I'll jump up. You have a good one. Bye.
I send you the link every morning, my friend.
All right, bye.
Bye. Yeah, I don't think there's a chance that she just walks out of this doing nothing. Court is up Thursday. It's Juneteenth. It's Juneteenth. So, oh, you're right. They are outside. Hold on. So yes, court doesn't happen on Thursday because it's a federal holiday. I don't know about Friday. I didn't hear them say Friday was off, but I knew Thursday has to be because it is a federal holiday. So, hold on. Let me see here. They are outside with law and crime, so. They're saying anything? She believes Karen is guilty. I mean, no, there was no questions from the jury. I mean, let's hope that they're not. Hank helped pick the jury, and none of them were booted off like last time. I think that's a good... yeah, right? For nothing. Vinny got all glossy for nothing. Oh, my God. Come on, Sean, pay attention. The verdict is not in. Pay attention, Sean. Thank you. I probably did. Did you send them an email or my phone? I don't think that they're hung. If there's anything hung, again, I think that they would be hammering out which charge of murder 2 or one of the lesser includeds that they find her guilty on. I don't really think. I think it's, yeah, the new lesser included is the OUI without the manslaughter. But again, that still carries 2.5 years of jail time. So that's not a nothing burger. You know? Nothing. You missed nothing, Red Racer. Other than me complaining about the mozzarella sticks I want. That's it. That's it. Right? And continuing, hopefully a nice shade of orange coming up. Yeah, that was the only issue we had when they moved seats. That was it. That's what I think they're arguing about, in my opinion. It's murder 2 or manslaughter. Which some people probably think murder 2, some people probably think manslaughter, and you have to all be in agreement. So I think that's probably where they're going through the evidence. Again, you can't really count Friday because they were only there for like an hour and some change to deliberate. Not even enough change to go through all of the evidence. Not even enough time at all. So you're welcome, Donald. So in my opinion, I think...
You said back door. Are they going out the back door?
Why do I think that? Because it's only been 9 hours and 7 minutes in a 30-something day trial. You have to, it's going to take a couple hours alone just to look at all the evidence. Never mind start talking about who thinks what. So I think that's what my guess would be. Me too. It's pretty gross. It is a simple murder trial. And I do. I think Hank laid out murder 2 extremely well. And the lesser included, for that matter. Oh yeah, they don't realize this is bad for her. If they didn't get a not guilty already by now, it's not good. And that's the only thing you're hoping for is a hung jury. And even then, until we get it's Wednesday, I'm not worried.
No, watch this.
Wednesday afternoon, I think maybe we're in hung jury territory. But until then, I don't see any reason to worry at all. It has just as many. I think it's. Oh, I can't. I have to mute it. I can't do it. I cannot. I can't do it. That's disgusting.
You're done? Okay, no comments right now, guys.
Oh, no comment.
The cameras weigh a shit ton. Give me some room. She needs room. We need room. Okay, let us walk.
And we need room on the sides as well.
Yep, just let us walk. You'll get all the pictures you need.
All the pictures you need. I mean, that's just deplorable. Let us walk. You get all the pictures you need. They can't walk. They're under a gag order. They can't talk.
A little faster, guys.
They can't walk. They can't even walk. The cameras. Yeah, I agree with you, J-Rock. You're gonna want to get horrible. Like, let them effing live. We don't want to see them either. Right? These are Cheetos. I mean, that's because they're not supposed to be screaming and they can get arrested. That's why. It's not because he actually wants them to shut up. It's because they can be arrested. They are not allowed to scream. I don't give a shit if they fall. They can fall right on their face for all I care. This should be open and shut, guilty. Done. This is not a hard case to figure out. The evidence points directly to Karen and no one else.
I could care less if they fall on their faces. That would actually be funny. She doesn't want to talk. She doesn't want to give any comment at all. That was her choice to not give any comment. She told Alan Jackson she didn't want to give any comment. You know, it's too late for a not guilty verdict here. So I hope she goes home and thinks about that, because she's going to have a real sleepless night. I'll tell you that much. So manslaughter and murder too, they're not really that different. They have the same elements, which is why it's a lesser included. Murder too, it could be a life sentence, of course, and manslaughter is like, no, murder too, you don't need intent. It's, did you do something that a reasonable person should have known could have created bodily injury or death? So, and you don't even have to know what you did. You don't have to have an intent to hurt someone for you to be under murder too. So you don't need any intent on manslaughter or murder too in the state of Massachusetts. Maybe in other states, but not in my state. You do not need any intent at all. He's always rude, you know? Well, that's the thing. If they convict on murder too, there was no need to go further. But I think obviously that means some people are hung on murder too versus manslaughter. You can't be convicted on both. It's one or the other, because one's a lesser included to the other. Manslaughter is a lesser included to murder too. It's gross. It's really gross. Well, that's the thing. They can be arrested for that. Isn't it strange? Strange for someone like Karen who has to open her yap every time she walks out of there. I thought that was strange too. It's asinine. She has to be feeling the heat at this point, you know? He brought the focus back to and he explained, these are what these, it's gross, you know? Well, here's the thing. If she's even if they get her on just the OUI, it's still jail time. Still jail time, 2.5 years. They could give her a year, 18 months. It's still jail time. We have really strict alcohol, OUI, DUI laws here. They're not slaps on the hand, you know? Pretty much for nothing. Oh, he knows. He absolutely knows. That's why he's so pissy. You know, no verdict today. That's not good for him. No, I think she does. I think she's just feeling that heat, you know? I have no idea which one. The one that was sitting in the bench in the first row during Hank's closing. I have no idea who that is. It's a good one, right? It is the first time ever she shut her mouth. They're like children. They're like children, you know? That's exactly what she's hoping for. That's the only other thing she can hope for, is a hung jury. You know, JMS, it's really because the jury's being careful here, and I don't blame them. It's only been 9 hours. That's not a lot of time. Yeah, it is. Well, there's a OUI, manslaughter with, oh God, is it something, an element of alcohol, whatever it is. And then the OUI manslaughter as the second charge. But there is a lesser included that's a manslaughter, something with alcohol, whatever the boost with alcohol is. And that's part of one of the lesser includeds. So she couldn't be found guilty of manslaughter and murder too. It's got to be one or the other. Can't be both. It doesn't even have to be intent for a reckless act. It's just that a reasonable person would have known that backing up while DUIing could cause bodily injury or death. It's the being reckless part that she backed up. Whether she intended to kill him or hurt him doesn't matter. Did she back up knowing that could, in a high speed, while under the alcohol influence, knowing that could have caused bodily injury or death? That's all it requires, you know? so funny. You're so funny, Benny. That meant she didn't want to talk to anyone, apparently. Apparently, Jackson knew what that meant. She had no words for the cult. None. None. None at all. None. She's done talking, and that is weird because she's never done that before, you know? The circus has been back, my friend. It's so ridiculous. Like, go home. Yeah, they could be undecided. They could be, again, stuck on the lesser includeds. So, oh, is that who that is? Is that Ingrid? Is that the friend? That could be who that is. That could be. It absolutely could be what that is. You are right. Yeah, that could be who it is. It could be Ingrid. You're right. Oh, they need to have a talk with her. All right. You know, I'm shocked that she didn't want to talk. She usually wants to talk, you know? It's crazy to me. Why wouldn't Bev just give them the verdict slip template to protect? Because you can't appeal on that. It's the same verdict slip that's used every trial. And she changed it last trial for them, and it didn't help. It actually, I think, was more confusing. It's the same verdict slip that is used for every other trial in that courtroom. There's nothing different about it. There's nothing appealable about it. Yannetti can scream appeal until the cows come home, but there's no appeal he's going to win based on the way he wanted the verdict slip versus the way that it's always used. Never mind the fact that the verdict slip, the way it's used now, came down from the SJC not more than a couple years ago about how they should do it. So it comes directly from the SJC the way it's written to begin with. So that is her friend. Interesting. Ugh, they're not dog bites. It's so funny to me. They're not dog bites. Yeah, you are done, right? Stick a fork in me. I'm done. She probably did. Because she can't. You can't be convicted of two things that have the same elements to them. So OUI manslaughter and murder 2 have about the same elements. It's one or the other, not both. Right? Freudian slip. No, 9 hours and like 9 minutes. My clock says 9 hours, 9 minutes. So yeah, about 9 hours, 9 minutes. So not really more than a day, really. That's not a ton. Exactly. It's exactly it. So even if she gets the OUI, it'd be more time than the plea deal she turned down in the beginning. You know? Don't be. It's the same stuff we saw last time. It's the same stuff we saw last time. It's literally the same stuff. They wanted not guilty boxes next to the guilty boxes for everything, which doesn't even make any sense, number one. And number two, they've never done that. They can't scream. The crowd that's screaming, they cannot, it's part of the order. They cannot scream and make noise like that. They can be arrested. And the cops have been putting a lid on people doing that. And that's why you're not, why they're showing and you don't hear people screaming every time they're on camera. It's because they can be arrested. That's, the police are out there in force. That was part of the order where they're not allowed to scream that close to the courthouse because the jurors could hear them last time. So now it's against the order, an arrestable offense, and the court has given them, given the cops the authority to arrest anyone that screams and disrupts. So that's what I thought, Joan. It's one or the other. It can't be both. Has to be one or the other. Leaving the scene of an accident, she can be charged with that as well. So she could be found guilty on the leaving the scene of an accident and the murder 2, but it can't be murder 2 and manslaughter OUI. It's one or the other. I think that they should already have the slips. They should already have the slips. Yeah, that might be her. I've never seen her before. So, you know. They tried it last time. Exactly. Right. They have the same like prongs to them. So you wouldn't be found guilty of 2 things that have like the same elements to them. It's one or the other.
At least here in the States, it is. At least here in my state, that's the way it works. It's sickening. It is. It's separate, but you can only be found guilty of one thing with the same elements as another, especially. So you can't get murder 2 and OUI manslaughter. You couldn't be found guilty of both. It would be one or the other. Right? Let's make it winter time. Bippity boppity winter. Think they'd be out there? You know? So that's why that's why there's such a thing as lesser included. It's because if the jury thinks that it meets the standards of OUI manslaughter, but not quite murder 2, then they vote for the OUI manslaughter instead of the murder 2. You know? You could do guilty on murder 2 and you wouldn't do anything on the OUI manslaughter. Or it could be, depending on the way they put the forms, as far as I know, it's not guilty or guilty, and then there's a lesser included. I'll have to get the forms to show you guys. I think I came across one yesterday. Yeah, she did. A lot of money. Yeah, I think it was quite a bit of money. Lady must have quite a bit of change, you know? And yet, Karen is still raising money. Imagine that. Have her cake and eat it too? Yeah, well, that's not true. That's not true at all. She can serve jail time for a regular OUI. Absolutely, she could. Most do serve jail time on an OUI, even if it's only a little. And then they have these things installed into their car. They're not allowed to drive for a certain amount of time. Their license is suspended. And then some of them have to have the thing where you have to actually blow into it before your car will start, that you have to pay for to be calibrated every month in your vehicle. We have some very strict laws when it comes to OUIs. The judges do not like to F around. This isn't just an OUI district court. This is something she's been indicted in. So I highly doubt there would be no jail time for that at all. Yeah, it's because it has the same elements, or almost the same elements, similar elements, you know? He did. He sounded pissed. As far as I understand, I have to look at the verdict slip to see the way they're written out. But as far as I understand, it's the lesser included, and you can't be found guilty of 2 of the same things that have the same elements to them that are like that. Oh God, are there 3 verdicts? There should only be 1 verdict slip. There should be 1, not 3. 1. Everything should be on 1 slip. They're on X, all 3. Are those the old ones though, from last year? Thank you, Alba. I'll have to get it from Christina Rex to look at it, because I can't tell you without looking at them which ones they're under the lesser included and which ones aren't. I'll have to pull that up and look at it. But usually you can't be found guilty of an OUI manslaughter and a murder 2 if it's the same thing. It would be one or the other. Hollywood. I can play that tomorrow. I'll pull that up and have it ready for tomorrow. I kind of tuned her out at that point, not gonna lie. Because most of the stuff I know already, and I was so done with listening to her. Thank you. She's not going to get probation. There's no chance. 3, 1 for each charge. It's a 3-page verdict slip? What? Why is it 3 pages? So wait a second. Are you guys telling me that it's 3 pages with instructions, or every page is a different slip for the verdict slip? I'm confused. It should only be 1 page with all the charges. It shouldn't be 3 pages. What? Minus the instructions, how many pages is it? Are we talking here? The lesser includeds are under manslaughter? I'm so confused. Thank you, guys. Well, that's the other thing. Stop trying to change the goddamn verdict slips. There's too many fucking verdict slips at this point. They are done, Dougie. Also, thank you to Dougie because I wasn't live anymore and Dougie had sent a $20 donation. I appreciate you, Dougie. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's no reason for them to be complicated. They shouldn't be complicated. That's the thing. They should be very straightforward, easy to look at, and it should be charge, 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 and the lesser included should be under the main charges. That's how it should look. 3 pages, 3 forms, 1 for each charge. What? Oh, I see how they did it. Okay. They did the main charge and then the lesser included, and they did another page and they did the main charge and then, okay, all right, I see it. I get it. I'm like, why would they do that? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm like, wait a second. Why would they do 3? I was like so confused. I'm like, it wouldn't fit on 3 pages. That doesn't, unless they put it in really large, but that makes sense. Using 1 for each page. Got it. Thank you, Dougie. I appreciate that. Well, now that I understand how they did it, it's not, there's 4 lesser includeds for charge 2. M2 has no lesser includeds? That's interesting. You would think that they would put the lesser includeds for murder 2. That's interesting. No, I don't. I mean, here's the thing. So, for instance, if there's 2 people, right, that want vehicular homicide and everyone else wants murder too, even if they think it could take another hour to convince those 2 people to flip over, I don't think they would have asked to stay longer. You know what I mean? That I think they would have just said, let's just come back tomorrow. Plus, sometimes it's good to fall asleep, think about it, be at home, think about it, come back the next day and be like, you know what? Let me just be done with this. Let me just be done with this. Separate charge. Interesting. So let me get this straight. They put all the lesser includeds under the manslaughter OUI? Is that what they did? Okay, so instead of putting them, all right, I get it. Instead of putting them under murder 2, they put them under the manslaughter OUI. Interesting. I haven't seen these verdict slips yet because they've changed them 3 freaking times. Last year, I think it was like 3 or 4 different verdict slips we saw, and so it wasn't clear which one the jury actually got. Let me see. The only one that has the lesser includeds per slips is the manslaughter charge. All right. I mean, well, you wouldn't really have any lesser includeds under leaving the scene, so that makes sense. But I do wonder why they wouldn't put lesser includeds under murder too. I know. It's on XCM. I get it. I was going to end it anyway. That's why I'm asking. Interesting. I don't know why they did that, but they did. You would normally see lesser includeds under the murder 2 charge as well. Things like OUI manslaughter, because they have the same elements to them. So it would be one or the other. In this case, they did murder 2, OUI manslaughter, and then lesser includeds under OUI manslaughter. But again, I'm also guessing that some of the way the verdict slip is part of what the defense wanted, part of what the Commonwealth wanted. The only thing the judge wasn't willing to compromise on was putting a not guilty next to each single thing, because that's what they wanted last time. And they got that last time, remember? The judge said, yeah, gave the cave in on it, put the no not guilty next to each thing, and still, they didn't come to a conclusion. Well, she was charged with 3 things, so she can be found guilty of the 3 things she was charged of. But it's just curious to me why they wouldn't put OUI manslaughter, vehicular homicide under murder 2. Why did they put all the lesser includeds under OUI manslaughter? Interesting to me. Yeah, well, usually judges en masse run them concurrent anyway. They don't always run them on and after. So there's a difference between what concurrent versus on and after means. So if a judge, say for instance, you're Karen Reed and you have 3 charges, say you're found guilty of all your 3 charges, the judge can say, okay, we're going to run your sentences concurrent, which means together, which means say she's found guilty on all 3 and she gets 10 years, 5 years, and 1 year. That's 16 years total, but she won't do 16 years. She'll do 10. Why? Because the judge can run them concurrently, which means together, which means your 5 years is done at the same time as your 10 years and your 1 year is done at the same time as your 10. So it will run together. On and after would be you would get 5 years after your 10 years and then another year after that, or, you know, vice versa, 1 year, 5 year, 10 years, so that you would do the whole 16. That would be on and after. Concurrent is together. So most of the time in Massachusetts, it's concurrent. They run them concurrently. They don't run them on and after. So if she got found guilty on all 3 and say the highest charge was 15 years, she would do 15 because they would run them concurrently, not on and after. I feel like they will. I'm going to double check, Donald. I'm going to look at it right now, just real quick. Freak sent it to me on X. I've yet to see these. Let's see. Interesting. Let's see. Guilty. Okay. Leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Okay, that makes sense. Murder in the 2nd degree. Okay. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Okay, all right. Oh, all right. I see. This is why, because they're all manslaughter charges. That's why. So they put all of the lesser included because they're under manslaughter. So it's manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.8 or greater. And then it's motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.8 or greater. Okay, I see. Because they're all basically vehicular or manslaughter. That's why. Okay, this makes more sense to me now. I know I probably should have looked at it before, but wait, this one says 2024 at the bottom. So wait a second. This might not even be, this is from last year, right? Right. These ones are from last year. So we don't even know what the ones from this year look like, guys. I'm so confused. These are the ones Christina Rex has. But again, these ones say 2024 at the bottom. So I don't even know. And as far as I know, they're not going to do this not guilty thing. I don't know. I think this is probably close to what they look like, but I don't think this is the exact ones that they have. I saw them. Yes, thank you. I just looked at both of them. Stop it. No, they're not. Poor Mel. He's going to deal with idiots. I did read it. I just read it. Yes, they've been dismissed for the day, and we're about going to wrap up anyway. But I see why they would have done that. But also, these ones say 2024. So for me, I'm like, okay, I think at this point, they probably did change them. I see how last year. Okay, perfect, Casey. Thank you. Yeah, because she published them 2025, but if you look on the bottom where the line is, it says 2024. So these could be the ones from last year that she just said that these might be closest to. We don't actually have the ones that they gave the jury yet. So I'm gonna look into it and see, because the ones that they're similar, right? They're probably not the same. So I'm guessing they changed them a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can try to get something that's exact to what they got and see if I can't get something closer. Because as far as I know, they changed a couple things when it came to that, the way that verdict slip was, because of the confusion from last year. So I think they made it easier for the jurors to read. So I'm going to try to get my hands on something that's closer than last year's, because it's been changed quite a few times. Even in this trial alone, it's been changed like 3 times, I think, before it was given to the jury. Right? We're not robots. We don't always get everything right. We have to figure things out. No freaking way. You're not a robot freak, no. Wait, what? She published both? I have to deep dive better into it. All I have is the Freak sent me the tweets. And I looked, it says 2024 on the bottom of the one that I have, but I'll look later and get a better idea before tomorrow morning so we can go over it again. I will. I will make sure I get the new one and look at it. I promise. I probably won't have time to do it right now, but I will do it after the stream, and I will look for you guys to see what the hell is going on. Of course you did. I love you guys. You guys are the best. Seriously. I don't know what I would do without you sending me the things that I need. It would take me more time to find it than you guys sending it to me. So I appreciate you all. I love your faces, of course. Do me a favor on your way out. Hit the like button. I'd appreciate that very, very much. We will meet back here, of course, at 8:30 in the morning, as we always do tomorrow morning, for a verdict watch. And we will cross our fingers. We will hope that we get a verdict of guilty tomorrow so we can all rest easy, right? Yeah, we can all do that. I have my champagne. I would like to open it. I'm just saying. I don't drink often, but I will have a glass of champagne if we get a guilty verdict. I will do that. That will happen. We do have a Discord, and if you're not in it, you should join it, because we have a lot of laughs and we share lots of things like our pets, our recipes, all sorts of stuff. Oh, hey, Maestro. It's nice to see you. Been wondering where you were at. But I love your stinking faces. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. There's about 1,000 of you watching, most of you on X. Come on over to YouTube and hit that button. We would appreciate it very, very much. If you can donate to the channel, we have a bunch of different ways to do it. These are the best ways: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We also have a link that is pinned. It's also in the description of our video. It's pinned inside the chat as well for anybody who wants to use credit or debit. And we also have our monetization. So we have super chats and super stickers and memberships. Get your membership before Thursday, because we're going to have a members only stream on Thursday night. That's going to be fun. I'm excited for that. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow morning. Bye, guys.